I've been getting sick of being an LGBTQ. Oh, yeah. Now it's June, he's looking at himself like, I don't know, yeah, whoa, yeah. And we making slappers while I'm high up the reefer. Catch a sun in the Morbius to a movie theater. Thinking about his life decisions, all the shit he does. Acting like a fool because it creates so much buzz. Getting canceled on the Twitter, getting canceled on the Discord. Is it high score? Is it high score? No, I can't take anymore, yeah. I just want a friend in the month of June, yeah. Hot sun rating me a third time, what the fuck is he doing? And I mean what I said, and I mean what I said. It's June, so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said. It's June, so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said. It's June, so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said. It's June, so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said. It's June, so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said. It's June, so down, son is an LGBT friend. And I mean what I said.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Austin. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Thirsty Thursday. That's right. Yesterday was hump day. Today is Thirsty Ass Thursday, June 6th. 6 days into Pride. I'm feeling it, baby. I'm feeling pretty fucking good. And that is because the sun is out. And that means the guns are out. If the sun's out, then the gun's out. That's how it works. You already know. It's almost Friday, baby. And it's pretty good. Strictly dickly. Anyway, folks, that's Ari at home, who I rated last night. This is his song. He does a lot of improv songs. This is one of them. Hassan is an LGBT friend, he says. Kyrie Hella Martin Luther King Jr. Irving plays tonight. It's true, he does. And I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty fucking good, as you guys might have noticed, and it's because it is beautiful. It's a beautiful day. It's like 65 degrees, 70 degrees. It feels hot outside, and I played out in the fucking sun, and god damn, I love the sun. It's crazy. In any case, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on. The earth is flat. Okay, the earth is flat 100% unconditionally. We're all flat earthers on this beautiful night, unless you're a racist, in which case you're a Celtics fan. That's right, folks. Live stream Kyrie's game tonight? No. When did you serve in Korea law? Don't ever ask me. Don't ask me about that. Don't ask me about my time in Korea. Hey, happy Veterans D-Day, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Blasting Techno Bitch, unbothered and moisturized. I am unbothered. I am moisturized. How are your inner arms not tan? That shit is white as my ass. I don't know. Maybe because I don't actually get tanned. I just, am outside. Like, I'm not like sitting there and trying to get tan. I am just running around shirtless. So whichever side of my body gets hit with the sunlight, gets hit with the sunlight. The rest of it is just whatever. Give my love to Kaya, says Chelsea Smiles. Look at this. Look at this fucking thing. This dog is so done. Oh my god, bro. This dog is so fucking done. Look at her. Look at her. It's crazy. Thank you for the IG vid. Oh yeah. You're welcome. I'm out here getting close back to the territory I was in where I was comfortable posting shirtless pics from even the front. You know what I mean? But that's partially because look at this. Last night I ended the broadcast. I wouldn't even say night. I'm in the middle of the day. I ended the broadcast. Basically, only what was it? I ended it at like 5 p.m., which is on ceremonies. It's a 6-hour half day. And then after that, I was feeling pretty tired, and I did the thing that I always do. I forced myself to go ball. Okay. I took Kai to the park. I forced myself to go ball, and boy, did I ball. I balled my fucking face off. Yesterday, I had like 1,800 calories logged in just on move calories. It was crazy. And then was that enough? No, of course not. That wasn't enough. This morning, I woke up and I did the same damn thing again. Are you tub maxing? No, I'm not. Get some physical activity so you can sleep well. Good call. Oh yeah, no, I'm officially very addicted to playing basketball. I love it. I really, really, really, really hope I don't fuck myself up and like accidentally injure myself, because honestly, I've been playing so much basketball. A couple of weeks ago when Ludwig first did his 1,000 3-point challenge, I took it up with myself. I was like, you know what? I can do this. If he can do it, I can do it. Now, the problem is I'm a lethal shooter from the key. Okay. I'm a lethal shooter from the key. That's where I'm comfortable. That's where I'm good at. I have a pretty solid mid-range, all arms, no need for the fucking legs. Usually it doesn't matter, right? But when you start shooting 3-pointers, well, you got to start activating those knees a little bit. Start using your calves, start using your butt. And so what I did, I never take 3-pointers. Usually I never, ever, ever, ever take 3-point shots. The thing is, Ludwig was taking 3-pointers, or at least like the challenge is 3-pointers. He's not really taking 3-pointers, but the challenge is 3-point shots. So I decided right after, literally like the day he did his stream, I went to the courts and I was like, I'm gonna start taking 3-pointers. And 3-point shots have I've been cooking a little bit. You can see one here. I mean, this is the first one. It's just the first one. It's not even a question for me. It's not even a problem for me. You know what I mean? It's nothing. This shit is nothing for me, for real. Look, Zin's impaired tendon healing. Careful. What does that mean? Steph Curry, that form is so ass, lol. Wait, what? What is ass about this form? Fuck you. Like literally perfect release, straight. You could say that there's not enough spin on it, which is true. It was my first shot and there wasn't enough spin on it. But beyond that, I pushed it too much, but it's fine. Form is a little slow. Yeah, no shit. That was my first 3-pointer. I walk up, I position, and then I barely jump. It's not even like it's not a real 3-pointer. Shut the fuck up. You'll see it. You'll see it in action. You'll see it in action this Sunday. When I actually have to deploy it. Okay. My goal, of course, is always just like trying to look good with my form more than anything else. So, but yeah, we did the damn thing. Kaya and I went out. Did you finish Blue Lock? No, I have like 2. You don't have a fluid release, but most people I've seen playing pickup don't have a fluid release. Don't worry, there's no athletes in the chat. You shoot those shots almost as well as I block those affordable houses, says Steph Curry's burner. Make Ludwig guard you while you do it for hilarious content. Like, yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of stuff. Not even 30 minutes. I will fly out to LA on behalf of Chad and cook Hassan in basketball. He thinks Chad sucks. Little does he know. No, I've always maintained the position that I'm sure there's infinitely better ballers than me in the chat. This ain't like fluid release. Chat trying to make you piss the basketball court. No, they're saying it's not. It's too mechanical, which is because it's not a fucking real shot. I literally like it's not like an actual jumper. I'm standing there. It's the first shot, but of course, because it went in, I posted it, and I posted it mostly because I kind of look good. You know, I look good enough. So show them the Moist Critical game. Your shot was fluid. No. I've gotten significantly better since that Moist Critical game. I was way heavier during the Moist Critical game. I was looking way worse during the Moist Critical game than now. Sorry, son, I won't be tuning in because I don't care about the sports, only about the conflict. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Chance's poop pants. First of all, we are literally raising money for Gaza. Greg Douchette called you out. Oh, hell yeah. You're a fucking hypocrite, Hasanabi.
Is like this and the other side's like that. It's not as attractive. And so if you walk out to a woman with lots of confidence and say, hey, baby, I'm very confident. You're not getting laid.
I thought this.
No way. Hassan must be exhausting to be around. Hassan is the male version of Pokemon. Actually, he is far, far worse. Coach Greg watches one Hassan video and correctly identifies him as a clown. it still baffles me how Hassan has content. Okay, now we gotta what do you call it? We have to link up with Coach Greg Douchette.
What's your name?
My name's
You cooked Austin in Gay Talk numbers.
Austin Show.
Austin, are you gay?
I'm gay, yes.
Austin, do you like it hair or smooth?
I prefer on the smoother side.
Okay, Austin.
I love Greg Douchette. Drama. I haven't even watched this video. YouTube comments are so dumb. My Greg Douchette impression should have left. I mean, my Greg Douchette impression was so fucking good that they should have understood that I have watched a lot of his content. Okay? That YouTube video, the match with Moist Critical on the second channel was so good. Hope we get another video like that. Yeah. Apparently, Greg also has a hate boner for Jeff Nippert. This makes sense. Oh, he doesn't like Jeff? What the fuck? Okay, he's bad then. Never heard of the guy. He has 2 million plus subs though. Yeah, this is Greg Douchette. He's in the fitness space. He's a pretty famous guy in the fitness space. Anytime a dude who does a shit ton of steroids dies at the age of like 26, expect a video from Greg talking about how, you know, the cocktail was too crazy. What are these kids doing to themselves? He's roided Gilbert Godfrey. What is this? Why do I look like a stand user for real though? Also want to give a quick shout out. Anyway, what was I saying before we got all these videos and shit? Personal news wise, I'm gonna blast off soon. I'm playing some basketball. I played against this old dude who like cooked me actually. And I'm just not that good, but it's all good. I love the cardio. I love trying to look good. So honestly, that's what matters. Got owned by an old man. And also old hoopers are just different. It's true. Also, there was another thing I was gonna mention. What the fuck was it? And now I'm losing it. How's Sunday gonna work? Is 1,000 the cap? I mean, if we can raise more, we'll do it. The goal is every $100 that you guys give, that adds an extra bucket. So the goal is try to raise. Oh, Jake Weber. That's what I was gonna talk about. This morning, I wake up, I'm scrolling TikTok, and I see a Jake Weber TikTok. And this man is almost always posting about Zins. And if you guys remember, I feel partially responsible for this because I gave him the Zins when he came here for the first time ever, right? I gave him the Zins when he came here. I was like, bro, don't smoke cigarettes. Cigarettes are bad for you. Fuck the vaping. Try this shit instead. And this man has become a Zinfidel. This man is Howard Zinn. Okay? He's zinning like crazy. He's become Osama Zin Laden. So I text him. I was like, damn, bro, you fucking love the Zins, huh? He goes, dude, like my life has changed. I don't smoke cigarettes no more. It's great. I love the Zins. And I was like, all right, hell yeah. He's like, I love the coffee ones. So I was like, where do you get the coffee ones? Because I know that I get my Zins from the gas station, and the fucking gas station in California, unfortunately, only allows 2 flavors. It's chill and smooth, and they suck. I've been to New Jersey. I've been to New York. I have had the coffee ones, and they're fucking delish. Okay? He goes, oh, you got to go to smoke shops, but they're going to ban them at the smoke shops in California anyway. So apparently they're like kind of hard to find. He sends me a text message. He goes, hey, check outside your door. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I was in the neighborhood anyway. This man gave me a Zin delivery.
I wanted to give a quick
Here, this is my TikTok about it.
shout out to Jake Weber, the heartthrob, the man, the myth, the legend. Thank you for your Zin delivery. Okay, I got this man addicted to Zins. I was asking him where he gets the flavored ones. He's like, oh, you can get them at a smoke shop, but I think they're gonna get banned anyway. Also, look outside your door. You have a little gift. I'm like, what's going on? Turns out this man, he was already in the neighborhood, and he got me packs of Zins. And yeah, at first I would have felt bad that he's like now deeply addicted to Zins, but it's all good because honestly, he doesn't smoke cigarettes anymore. So that's a good thing. Win-win for everybody. I get some free Zin. Thank you, Jake. You're the man.
A real one.
I wanted to give a quick shout out to Jake Weber, the heart.
And he got me all the flavors. He got me spearmint. He got me peppermint. He got me cool mint. I didn't even know these existed. Wintergreen, like the long cut. This is what I used to use for chew. And he got me cinnamon and coffee. This one I really like. The coffee one I love, actually. So I'm pretty stoked on the coffee one. Yeah. This man is a legend. What a wonderful fucking person. Didn't have to do that at all. Do you use the points? Nah, fuck that. I don't use the points. I was a grizzly long cut guy, yes. But, well, you got him off cigarettes? This kind of cool? Yeah. You don't smoke no more. Was Ludwig able to get the Red Bull core for the challenge? Sorry if I missed the update. Ludwig ain't do shit for me, okay? He's too busy doing fucking Mr. Beast videos and shit. No. Frogan and I were working around the clock. We figured it out. We actually were able to secure the high school that Ludwig did his other what was it, dodgeball challenge at. So that's what we did. We're not DM open. Okay, thanks. In any case, yeah, no, we got we are using we're using a facility that I had to fucking pay for. It's a lot of money too. Holy shit, bro. They also tried to shellac us a little bit, but I was like, damn. Anyway, until my throat remembers the shape, what is happening? Now that's where all those gray hairs are. Love you, Grandpa. Oh, we're gonna do the John Oliver on Modi. Don't worry. How long have we been off cigs? For years at this point. But yeah, in any case, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot going on. We got some drama coming up. Didn't even realize that it was happening. Imagine challenging someone to a contest, but don't help you set it up whatsoever. It's all good. I mean, it is what it is. Republicans think Joe Biden pooped himself. I think he might have pooped himself. That's why he left early. You know what I mean? Potentially. But we'll talk about that as well. Joe Brandon seat saga. Yeah, there's fake news on there. John Oliver on Modi. Check out these absolute bars. What is this? Dude, what about those little kids in Ireland? They're just like popping off. They're pretty good. Have you guys seen that? We'll talk about that in a second. Anyway, Joe Brandon C. Saga, John Oliver on Modi. Israel bombs UNRWA school, killing women and children. Still no ceasefire. It seems. Byron McDonald's, to be fair, honestly. Byron Donalds says weird shit about Jim Crow and more. Get in. I don't know. I'm gonna freestyle. I'm gonna free flow today. Because honestly, I've realized that like I can't be doing 8 hours of just like straight Israel Palestine every single dang day. No disrespect. But you know, I think I have to do some other stuff too. Yeah, Trump's official vetting list for VP has been released. We'll talk about that as well. Does anybody have a blast off meme? Andrew Tate is really struggling with his sexuality. This is literally not Andrew Tate struggling with his sexuality. This is Andrew Tate being based before he went in the other direction. I know exactly what video this is. He's making a completely correct argument, which is that, yeah, like fucking a trans woman is not gay. It's an old ass video. I thought you hated the term based. I do. It's lame as fuck. Based. I especially hate it when people say it for like random ass shit that's like super right wing. It's like, you're so based, bro. You're so based. It's like you say that shit when you're talking about like political opinions that your dad has. You know what I mean? Use this one for the Mr. Beast collab that I wasn't a part of. Why the fuck would I use that in the blast off? I'm not even a part of the fucking collab. I mean, it did start on 4chan. Oh, shut up. It doesn't matter. Do we have a fucking blast off meme or not? God damn it. What's happening here? We're beasting off now. We're not beasting shit. Okay, we have nothing. Y'all have nothing, dude. Y'all have nothing. That's what has happened to this community. We used to be a community. We used to do things. Okay, we're done now. We're done. We are no longer a community. We had a sense of purpose. Oh, stop sending me motherfucking... Okay, whatever. I'll use this Kaya one. Fuck it. Why not? Where the fuck is it? Where is it? Okay. You say get your funny up. Oh, get your money up, not your funny up. True, but you weren't supposed to actually. Will you watch the Yakuza show? Yes. On Amazon Prime? Are you fucking kidding me? Yes. I have a lot of I have a lot of high expectations from it. I do fear that it's gonna suck, but it is one of those shows. It is the type of content that lends itself so perfectly to like really good, like a really good live action conversion, because it's basically a live action soap opera anyway. I hope they use that. I hope they use that energy, like the soap opera energy. Are you gonna watch Kneecap? What the fuck's that? No memes until you finish Wano. Shut the fuck up. You don't tell me what to do, okay? Joe Brandon, C. Saga, John Oliver, Modi. Israel bombs UNRWA school, killing women and children. Still no ceasefire, it seems. Byron McDonald says weird shit about Jim Crow more. Get in now. So, did they actually bomb the school, or is that like that time where you called the 100% on the hospital bombing and it turned out wrong? Wait, brother, I don't know if you know this, but I do legitimately love and respect the fact that you still have the audacity to run this narrative when Israel has blown up every hospital in the Gaza Strip. Like, you had to have been bludgeoned with a fucking hard object immediately after the Al Ahly bombing, because it's been 8 fucking months and Israel has blown up every fucking hospital. Israel had hit Al Ahly literally before that explosion at the courtyard. But it's crazy to me that this motherfucker is still going, did they actually bomb this school? Bro, they haven't just bombed this school, dumb fuck. They've bombed every single fucking school in the Gaza Strip. What are you talking about? Oh my God, they've literally demolished universities in its entirety. This fucking idiot is like, is it like that time you got it wrong? I didn't get shit wrong, jackass. You just closed your eyes after you watched one fucking drama video. Respect though. Hey, it's all good, guys. It's all good. The New York Times called it an X school. Yeah, it turns out they can't have a fucking school when, you know, there's a genocide going on. So it's technically an X school. So fear not, everybody. Yeah, a refugee shelter is what it was. Okay, an UNRWA school turned into a refugee shelter that Israel fucking targeted. Okay, hoi, hoi. Yeah. Not answering the question, got it. I love how fucking stupid this guy is. It's always like a 2013 account too. It's always one of these dumb fucks. I can't believe that's a real person. It is. They're trying. Did I imply anything like that? Did they actually bomb this school? Or is it like that last time you called 100% on the hospital bombing and it actually turned out wrong? Which, by the way, it didn't. Yo, chill with the 2013 slander. I'm sorry to the 2013 Twitch watchers. I'm sorry. Some of you, as a matter of fact, many of you are like this guy, okay? Some of the old heads that have been on this platform, and you know this already, are fucking straight up insane, okay? Not every single one, but let's be for fucking real, okay? There's a lot of old school Twitch chatters in here that are just dog shit. That guy being one of them. So you weren't wrong. I'm pretty you admitted being wrong about that yourself. No, I didn't. The fuck are you talking about? You're not sure about anything. Brother, you're not pretty sure about anything. You can throw up the Pepega fucking email all day, every day, but that's you. Ironic, because one of the things I said at the time and reiterated over and over again was that, one, Al Ahly had been previously shelled by Israel, which it had 2 days prior. And not only that, but the argument was Israel's going to keep bombing every fucking hospital regardless. And all of you that are caught up on this back and forth misinformation campaign that Israel is absolutely using to his advantage are going to look like fucking jackasses a couple months down the line, which turned out to be the most true statement. But it's cool, man. Imagine still fucking running that shit. Still running that fucking line. Woo! You go out in public wearing this cap? Sometimes. Who's going to tell me I'm wrong? They don't know. Yeah, I fought in Korea. You don't know which side.
What do you think about Japanese food?
It's terrible, man. You ate the
Oh my God, I saw this clip, bro. This is unironically one of the most anti-Israeli clips you will ever watch, okay? Which side? The right side. Fuck you mean, which side? Okay, here, let's watch.
rice with nothing.
What do you think about Japan?
Very cool place. Too much hype on the pink tree, and very shy people. Cute, but very shy. And wow, such a funny reaction. Like, I'm from Israel. Oh?
What do you think about Japanese food?
It's terrible, man. I know it's not a very common opinion, but I think it is a common opinion, and everybody feel like they have to say, oh, Japanese food is so good, but there is no taste. You ate the rice with nothing.
Oh my gosh. Why do you think Japanese food has no taste? What
Like he literally knew while he was interviewing. He was like, "Oh my god, they're gonna eat your fucking ass." I've never heard such unhinged shit. How dare you say that about Nippon? No, it's just because. Okay, the reason why this is hilarious is because one, you're Israeli. Okay, like you're Israeli. What the fuck are you talking about? And two, objectively, Japanese food is pretty fucking fire. And not like, oh my god, I'm such a fucking big Japan fan or whatever. Like it is really, really good. It's super high quality for the most part. So the fact that this dude is literally being like, I am Israeli and Japanese food is not very good and everybody lies about it, like that is the funniest sequence of events. Because if you're like Indian or Thai or fuck it, Turkish, and you're like, well, you know, I prefer Turkish cuisine, or I prefer Indian cuisine, or I prefer Thai cuisine to Japanese food, like people would be like, okay, fair, right? To each their own. These are like actually solid cuisines, like that the rest of the globe respects. Israeli cuisine is non-existent. It is a combination of things that people put together from the many different parts of the world that they came from. So it is hilarious to say this because many Israelis wouldn't agree with this fucking guy either, because it's like a ridiculous thing. It's a ridiculous thing to just like both simultaneously shit on Japanese cuisine while also be like, yeah, it's not very good, not a lot of flavor.
What kind of food you had?
Okay, because there's no taste. Like the answer is in the question. I try sushi. It's just the fish with rice. The fish is fine. The rice, like you can get rid of it. I ate some tempura stuff, and it tastes good. But everything tastes good in deep oil. I can go to USA for this. You have this bowl of how do you call it? Octopus?
Yeah, takoyaki.
Takoyaki. Yeah, it's almost zero taste. It's like it's funny to eat it like in your mouth, but almost no taste.
Yo, that's terrible, man.
I know.
No, he's saying that's terrible. Like what you're saying is terrible, man. Leco flavor. He looks like a twink. Yeah. I mean, he's a dude. As soon as I heard the accent, I was like, oh.
No, it's very terrible. Why pay a ticket for Japan for this?
Oh my god, bro. People literally fly from all around the planet to do this specifically. Well. Too much hype on the pink tree. He shit on the sakura tree, which is beautiful in general, but that's fine. Whatever. You don't like the sakura trees, it's fine. Okay? But the shit on Japanese food is like, the fuck? He just has COVID. Yeah. This is perhaps one of the most across the board, unconditionally anti-Israel clips I've ever shown you. Like, we watch the Israeli government, the Israeli military fucking slaughter children, okay? On a daily fucking basis. But I know to the normie, that right there, what he just said right there to a normie is so unconscionable that normies will watch this and go, you know, I watched those IDF freaks like fucking parading around in like children's underwear or whatever the fuck, but like this right here is a bridge too far for me. That other shit, it's war, it happens. But this, anyway. This is Hamas propaganda. Most Israelis like Japanese food. Yeah, it's a ridiculous thing to say. Bro, forget the cuisine. Artificially revived to erase their own self-perceived weak Yiddish heritage. Okay, well, we're not going to talk about the history of the Hebrew language and its revitalization, or at what cost that revitalization came, as I've covered it many, many times over, because in a weird way, it's like actually a phenomenon. It is actually an insane project that was launched, and it's an insane linguistic project that was launched and was successful in such a short period of time. FYI, those comments are anti-Semitic dog whistles. Not joking. Wait, really? What the fuck does well mean? Is it a Nazi dog whistle? Wait, really? What does that mean? How the fuck does chat know Nazi dog whistles that I don't know? What? I'm losing my game, dude. I'm off my fucking game. I'm off my motherfucking game. I did not know that well was a thing. Like, it's a racist reaction in TikToks where black people do stereotypical things. Oh, it's a racist dog whistle, not necessarily a Nazi one. I cannot believe that there are new types of racism that I'm not privy to. I thought people were just saying that because he's like, he's Israeli saying that he hates Japanese food. Anyway, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Well was from Clockwork Orange. Do you be noticing? See, I know that one. Like the ooh, I'm noticing things. Like that one I know. I can't believe there's a fucking new racism that dropped and I didn't even know. This is actually, dude, I'm washed. I'm so fucking washed, boys. It's over. It's done. I'm washed. I am no longer the king racist, bro. If people are out there being racist without my knowledge, without me even picking up on that shit, it's over. I'm done. I'm hanging it up. I'm fucking hanging it up, dude. TikTok racism is different. You got to catch up, Unc. Yeah, what the fuck? I remember the well thing that they used to do, like the old emote, right? Is that what it is? Like they'd be like, well, and then they put like, they would say the most unhinged shit ever about like whatever race that they're like shitting on, and then they put the old person emoji to be like, this is what old people say, and it's like, bro, you just said it though. Like you said it with like a white old man, but like you're kind of saying it. Like, do you think that gives you a permission to fucking say that shit? But I guess the well is like a continuation of that. Acoustic is becoming 1-2 on TikTok as a sub for the R slur. No, this is autistic. I think people are saying acoustic instead of saying autistic. Also, you have to remember, like, it's I can't tell if it's a reclamation of the term autistic instead of just like using it as a slur, because most people that are using it are autistic themselves. I've heard regarded for the R word. Yeah, I heard that too. I mean, you say unhinged shit as a parody as well. That's true. That's true. I play the role of a racist from time to time. I guess like there's more context though in that situation, and there are certain things that I won't do. You know what I mean? Any adults that use TikTok censor speech outside of TikTok, I cannot take seriously and do not respect. Yeah, I don't know enough about this stuff. As someone, acoustic, I would say, is a reclamation. I really see people use it negatively, but in general, I'm more tolerant of edgy humor. You also aren't an actual racist. Yeah, I think contextually you don't know what that person's like point of view is, what that person's perspective is. So I think I have a little bit more leeway when I play fast and loose with like different types of like racist characters. Because like, you know, my entire life's work speaks for itself as far as my political perspective. Whereas when you see like a random fucking comment from a white person, you're like, what's happening here? You say the C slur all the time. Is that parody? Fuck no. That's real. That's real racism. I'm a anti-white racist. We was kings in sheet. Racism is coming back. I saw that. Yeah. That's like, but that's not even a comeback. That's more so just like the 4chanification of online. So much of the meta on 4chan that like groypers would be passing around has basically turned into legitimate aspects in popular culture, which is pretty crazy. For those of you who don't know, We Was Kangs is like a very racist it's a racist depiction of like not only just hoteps but like in general all black people being portrayed in a certain way, and it makes fun of like AAVE in a racist way. Obviously, like it's making fun of AAVE, and beyond that, not gonna lie, you sound kind of out of touch on this. Hassan's so old he forgot about ironical jokes. And then the other part of it is the you guys might even remember the Didn't Do Nothing. That is another 4chan thing that Doja Cat was correctly called out for using. It's just like supposed to make fun of the way black people speak, claim that they're uneducated, and all this kind of thing. You guys aren't allowed to make ironical a word, please. Yeah. Well seems like a common expression. I'm so confused. Yeah. I think well is kind of like the okay sign, right? Contextually, it just depends. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, if you throw up the fucking sign randomly, it's like whatever. If you throw up the sign and you're like a literal white supremacist and in a fucking court or whatever, you're doing it specifically for a purpose. It's like that's the entire point of a dog whistle in general. Apart from its original meaning, since summer 2023, it's been a hate speech used by neo-Nazis targeting black or Jewish people. Since then, though, it's been used as a hate speech against any group coming from everyone on TikTok. Okay. Now I know. Now I know. I can't believe there's fucking new racisms out there that I wasn't even aware of. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. You would tolerate what? Oh, shut up. Don't even fucking do that right now. Gray names coming in being like, oh, I'm going to fucking debate you on some random bullshit. We're not doing that. I haven't even fucking started my news coverage yet. God damn it. Shut the fuck up. And we got this Greg Doucette clip that we got to watch as well. I'd like to solve the puzzle is one I see a lot in right-wing comment sections when blaming black people for crime. Pepe is very racist originally. No, Pepe originally is not racist at all. And then it turns into Pepe originally is not racist at all. And then it turned racist by 4chan. They were like using it, but ultimately it has been reclaimed, I guess. So there's an entire documentary about how Pepe the Frog and the creator of Pepe the Frog was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I hate you. I hate this racist shit. Brother, I literally just introduced you a taste of new levels of racism a couple days ago. Yeah, but, you know, white people doing racism to marginalized communities is extremely my shit. Like, I don't know about, like, Indian racism is out of control because of, like, the caste structure and how much reading you have to do specifically to be the right kind of racist. To Americans, bro, to Americans, they think everyone is Indian. You know what I mean? They don't even know Indians are Asian, okay? Americans are so fucking racist. They think Asians are only East Asians. If you're South Asian, they're like, that's a different thing. That's Indian. Bro, we're so fucking racist. We call the Native Americans Indians, bro. We are so indiscriminate with our discrimination. It's kind of funny, really. You saw the Chavo Boys make fun of you? They did? When? I did not. Racism is my shit's a wild ass quote. Is it? Is it a wild ass quote when it literally is my shit? We're still using 400+ slurs on indigenous people. Not gonna lie, seeing the which race wouldn't you date TikToks, the answer always being Indians is super annoying. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that on TikTok. It's kind of interesting because like then you also have the you know how like there's a couple black content creators that do like racist depictions of black people for white people to watch. Like they'll eat like fried chicken, like kind of in a goofy way, like specifically for racist white people. I feel like there is like an Indian version of that as well. There's like a bunch of like Indian content creators that do that shit too. And obviously, no, not King Botch, but I mean, he's done some stuff too, but I'm not even talking about him. I'm talking about like the Super Jack guy, the guy who does like the faces. Unfollowing for bad fitness advice. Wait, what? Yeah, Indian racism is like pretty fucking popular. It's pretty popping. Anyway, did you see the Twitter? Did you see on Twitter a while back? There was a video of an Indian nightclub and a black person quote tweeted, "I know it smells crazy in there." And Indian Twitter went off worse than the Confederacy. It was nuts. Yeah, it's like Hassan, I'll be explaining Asia to gray names. Be like,
so when I was just in the box, man, there was some dumbass that kept asking me, what language do they speak in Asia? I tried to explain to him Asia is a continent made up of many different countries that speak different languages. Every fucking day he wants to ask me, so what language do they speak in Asia? Finally, I told him, leave me the fuck alone, man. You got one more question. His last question, look, man, I'm just trying to figure out, is Asia inside of Asia? Is Asia inside of Asia? What the fuck?
do you think the Joker face guy is racist? Wait, what? About what? Racist towards who? The fuck? Oh yeah. The Groovin' Gorilla. He called himself the Groovin' Gorilla, and then people came at him, so he changed his name to Big Groove. Still tap dancing though. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We'll talk about Matt Miller and Israel doing crazy shit. What happened to that one guy? What happened to that fucking one guy that was in the chat being like, is this like one of those moments when you said Hebrew wasn't just a dead language, it was used in prayer all the time and on occasion between Jewish merchants from different countries. In some ways, the revival was part of Zionism's erasure of Judaism's culture of exile associated with Yiddish, since it contradicted its nationalism. Secular Jews like Gershom Sholem criticized the revival precisely because of his religious history, saying, God will not remain mute to the language with which we've prayed for his return for a millennia. The one guy, oh, he left, he got bored. It's kind of wild. Oh, they got banned. Never mind. Here, let's unban him. I want to hear from him. He's pretty smart. Instagram is unhinged for doing this. Oh yeah, the unskippable ads. Yeah, they're pretty bad. Luckily, there's a way to skip the top of the hour ad breaks here. Thank you for the fucking layup, chatter. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, obviously, on Twitch, and it's pretty annoying. However, you can skip the ads on Twitch for $5, and on after July 11th, it'll be $6, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but there are mechanisms, obviously, to avoid seeing the ads at the top of the hour and skip the unskippable ads. Here's the 3-minute ad right now. Have you heard of Yuval on TikTok? He does some pretty cool content for Palestine, and he calls out the Zionists. Yes, of course. I love Yuval. I communicate with him from time to time. He's great. He's a great content creator. I think he's wonderful. He's very smart. Yeah, he's awesome. There's a bunch of really cool content creators on TikTok that I really appreciate and I think are doing a phenomenal job. Yuval's one of them. You have what's his TikTok name? I mean, Joshua Joseph is another one. I think his TikTok name is like Jay Williams, J William J8. He's great. You have Good Trouble is pretty good. Did you see the humanitarian groups put together a letter of support for Donziger? Nice. By the way, it's been amazing seeing GDF go from a niche TikToker to a full-blown YouTuber getting millions of views of video. Yeah, we've been there the entire process. I've been fucking supporting this man from the goddamn jump, and I'm glad that he's finally getting his appreciation, and more people are finding out about his content because he's always made banger TikToks. He's always made banger videos in general. He's awesome. Do you know of Greg Stoker? Maybe. I don't know. GDF. Is GDF's actual name Gaddafi? Yes. Lolo? Nah. He's my least favorite content creator.
Yo, I thought you said we weren't making any content.
Yeah.
Yo, you said this is literally just for coffee.
Yeah.
Wait, do you remember what I told you before I came out here?
You said none of my cracker nonsense.
Yeah, right. This isn't hardball. You're not Keanu Reeves. You're not saving me. We were just supposed to...
Wait, whoa. This is racism, bro. What the fuck? This guy's racist? Hold up. I can't believe you guys did this. I can't believe you guys showed me anti-white racism in display. This is really fucked up.
Supposed to meet up and chill.
Yeah.
Okay, you got that?
Yeah.
I got this thing going with you all.
Oh.
I got a deal. I only got one of y'all.
Okay.
Can't be doubling up, all right? It's gonna confuse people.
One of y'all? One of me?
Yeah, one of you. You know what I'm talking about.
I'm shaking. Please take this video off. The anti-white racism is out of control on TikTok, it seems. What? Hey, Hassan, when do you call to arms for the protected Joshua trees and desert tortoise that have become endangered by Kern County in their new development? Do you support tortoise, Hassan? Do you support us? Are you another grifter, Los Angeles, Hollywood scum? You went 0 to 100 so fast. I have no fucking idea what's going on, but I don't even know what... I have no idea what it is. Arm the turtles. Give the turtles weapons now. That's right, son. Get informed. Yeah, give the turtles the weapons, okay? Get right, son. Turd surfer. Okay, is that good? I don't know. Do we give them guns? Can we give the turtles guns immediately? There is a real turticide happening, and Turd Surfer is here to stop it. I like all turtles, including Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. All matter of turtles I'm cool with. Give the turtles a nuke. All right, let's get started on Israel. Hamas, IDF strikes UN school in Gaza, killing 40. The Macy is, what did you say there was TOS on this one? We're going to get to some serious news, and then we're going to do some not so serious news. Sorry for the fucking switch up like that, but let's get back to reality. Brutal transition, I know. I've been watching your Who the Fuck Did I Marry series for 3 days. Oh, nice. Okay, get real, man. Turtles need ninja weapons, not guns. Yeah, give them nunchucks. Give them the ninja stars. Give them what is it, kunai? Whatever, like the fucking give them whatever they need, okay? Give them katanas. 105 injured kid. Okay. All right. Let's start with some serious news.
Israeli fighter jets struck in the middle of the night. The people were sleeping, huddled in an UNRWA school in Deir al-Balah. As so often in this war, a place that should have been safe but wasn't. The Gazan Health Ministry says 40...
For the record, I need you to understand something. This is in central Gaza. Okay, this is not Rafah. This is it. This is an a UNRWA school that turned into another, like, refugee camp. Basically, people are inside the school, and Israel unsurprisingly bombed it last night. Rafah is in north. No, Rafah is the southernmost point of Rafah is the southernmost point of Gaza that borders Egypt, even though Israel took over the Egyptian side of the border as well.
18 children and 9 women were amongst the dead.
We were sleeping when we suddenly saw a rocket falling on us. On the second floor there were martyrs, and on the first they were injured. That's all we saw.
The Israelis say they were targeting 20 to 30 Hamas fighters located in the school.
The school had terrorists who actually took part in the murderous attack of October the 7th. We took them out. We targeted Hamas.
Please just notice what the reporter says at the end, and now she does a Hamas is responsible take. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, children and women that we just killed. 40 of you, the majority of the people killed in this refugee camp, being women and children. We've decided, Hamas. You are now Hamas.
Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists of the Nukba forces. They obviously sought to exploit the school and shelter there.
This is so funny because he's like, yes, they thought that we would hold back if there were women and children there. And boy, were they wrong. We do not hold back. Have you not seen what we've done for the past 8 months? Obviously.
But at what cost? Staff at the Al-Aqsa hospital saved those they could.
It's fine, it's not TOS.
I was sitting next to my father. May God have mercy on him. Then suddenly, I felt something on my head. Lots of rubble fell on my legs. Then I fell unconscious. Rubble fell on my father's head. My father was martyred.
Very few hospitals are functioning in Gaza now, and they're short of everything: fuel, medicine, bandages, staff.
We are seeing a humanitarian catastrophe on a scale that it's very hard to believe unless you see it, with many children, but also people of all ages injured, killed, disabled for life. It is very hard to provide the amount.
Genuinely, honestly, what is the argument Israel's use when people ask why they don't just go arrest the Hamas guys instead of bombing the entire hospital? No one makes that argument because it is taken for granted that Israel gets to do what Israel wants to do. There is no, how are we going to make this argument when, almost 40,000 people have been slaughtered over the course of the past 8 months?
Of care, there is not enough aid, there is not enough staff, there is not enough space. So I think the international community needs to look at what is happening here and say that it is enough. This war needs to end.
But it's not ending. Today, the Israel Defense Forces put out footage of their troops operating in Rafah. Although the Americans have presented the latest proposal for a temporary, then permanent ceasefire as an Israeli initiative, it's not. Neither Hamas nor Israel has.
It's crazy because it's like they said that this was the Israeli proposal. Biden said this was the Israeli proposal. Why is Israel not signing on to its own fucking proposal? It's just so weird. What happened? Please explain to chat why all Israelis despise UNRWA and go out of their way to vilify them, even though the UNRWA in Gaza is run by a highly respected, decorated United States retired Army general. You know why they hate UNRWA, right? Without UNRWA's presence, Palestinians aren't technically refugees, so they will have no right to return or something. It's a fucked up, evil loophole. It's that, and also because UNRWA literally fucking hires Palestinians. UNRWA is the Refugee Relief Works Agency for the United Nations. It almost entirely works with Palestinians, however, because the UN, I guess, like in some weird way, feels responsible for, not weird way, obvious way, feels responsible for the creation of Israel. So they were like, we got to fucking do something. The entirety of UNRWA basically works with Palestinian refugees for the most part. UNRWA is a lifeline for the Palestinians. They get money, they get the international community's funds and basically hire Palestinians. That's how UNRWA works. It is the largest employer of Gazans in general.
Overnight,
Daniel Hagari, of course, came out immediately and was like, they are terrorists operating inside of a UN school. UNRWA is working with the terrorists. Maybe could literally walk on stage at Brandon's next media address, hold him down, and fuck his ass on live TV, and the U.S. government thank Israel for it? Yes. We'll cover this in a second. Let's just look at this.
More chaotic scenes at Al-Aqsa Hospital yesterday as Deir al-Balah was struck again. He brings in a baby, but it's not his. An older child has to try to save a younger one, despite her own trauma and distress. Then she sees the baby. It's her niece. It's overwhelming. Scores have been...
Do people like that child actually use the word martyred, or is that put in their mouth by Western media translators with an agenda to push? No, martyred means like... Martyred just means you got killed by a foreign occupier in general, or even you just died. Like, you died while doing an honorable cause. It's just, that's it. Like, you died early. Yeah, it's not like it doesn't mean that like you exploded yourself with a fucking suicide vest or something, which is what Americans think it means. It's the same as jihad. Jihad is not supposed to mean strap yourself with a goddamn TNT with a comical fucking bomb vest and blow yourself up. Jihad means struggle, okay? Intifada means struggle as well. It means revolution, uprising. But of course, for Americans or for the Western world, when they hear the term jihad, they think, oh, this guy is trying to kill Americans. Watch Greg's video answering you, please. You got absolutely cooked. I heavily and highly doubt that. I suspect that he will just go, you're so hypocritical. You say don't body shame, and then you body shame me and voice shame me or some shit. And dumbasses like you eat that shit up. I don't even hate Greg, by the way. I'm very clearly a fan of his content. I've clearly watched enough of his content to know what he sounds like. Yeah. I just watched it. You literally nailed it. I know. People are so fucking one note. They go, oh, Greg got you, bro. We'll watch it in a little bit. Greg Douchette. That's my goat. I love him. Relax. Greg just bullied you. Greg tried calling you ugly. Wait, really? That's awesome. I'm very excited about it. We'll get to it in a little bit. Greg tried comparing a normal weight guy getting women to a 500-pound person not being about to. Shit is hilarious. I know. He made some pretty fucking bad arguments, but it wasn't even supposed to be that serious. That's a spoiler alert, okay? Why is Greg beefing with everybody lately? I don't know. He's just angry. No more spoilers, okay? We'll take a look at it later.
Killed and injured, children orphaned. So many families bereaved and torn apart. So many individual stories, tragedies amongst the statistics. And who to blame? Most blame Israel. But listen to this man. He's cursing Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, who is probably no longer in Gaza, but somewhere safe and comfortable. Today,
It's kind of weird that Channel 4 is doing this shit too, by the way, where they're like, yeah, actually, everyone is really mad at Hamas and not like Israel that is fucking dumping the munitions on top of schools.
Mourned those killed in the UNRWA school. How many more must die before Hamas releases Israeli hostages and Israel stops attacking without mercy? How much longer must this go on?
Lindsay Hilsum there. Well, a short time ago, I spoke to Sam Rose, who's head of planning at UNRWA, the UN agency responsible for supporting Palestinians. He's recently returned from Rafah. I asked him what he knew about women and children reportedly being killed in that Israeli strike on a UN-run school in central Gaza.
The school was sheltering 6,000 people. Given the population of Gaza, the majority of those people will have been women and children. We've heard reports and estimates of between 35 and 45 people.
I agree the framing is wild because Israel has all the power to stop the warfare, but that guy was literally cursing the leader of Hamas like word for word. Yeah, of course. I mean, that is also understandable. Guys, I think a lot of people forget that the Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip are not a monolithic force either. Okay? Like, the fuck are we doing? Yeah, it's perfectly valid and perfectly understandable for people to also be very upset at Yahya Sinwar or any number of different like Hamas leadership, depending on what their framework is, depending on what they think is going on. You know, he's looking at a He's looking at a massacred family member. You can't criticize someone cursing the names of who thinks are responsible for the mangled bodies in front of them. Wait, what? I'm not doing that. The fuck are you talking about? I'm not doing that at all. Like, there are definitely people. I mean, there's polling done in Gaza. I don't know how the fuck they do it, but there's still Palestinians being polled inside of Gaza. It's not like Hamas is 100% approval rating. Hamas's approval rating only increases in times of Israel's bombing campaigns, only to decrease later down the line. They're not exactly great at civil governance in general. They're not exactly super popular. They never were super popular. They were never as popular as they are now, all things considered. They've always been more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza for the most part. That's really important to remember. But a part of the reason why people are probably frustrated is because of the Israeli narrative that they try to fucking beef up all the goddamn time, which is that oh, they are they're hiding amongst the civilian population, and therefore it gives Israel righteous cause. Now, ultimately, obviously, from where I'm standing, I can make the calculation that it is ultimately still Israel's responsibility. And the example would be if a Ukrainian turned around and was like, "God damn you, Zelensky." A Ukrainian in fucking Kharkiv was like, "God damn you, Zelensky. Why wouldn't you just like concede to fucking Russian interest?" You would never in a million years see that on mainstream media. No mainstream media outlet would fucking show that Ukrainian's perspective, because everyone understands it's ultimately Russia's fault. Okay? It's crazy. Except nobody ever fucking makes that analysis because people are desperate to always align themselves with whoever the fuck America has decided are the good guys in every conflict. Okay?
People killed and
yeah, my only thing, my only frustration with this would ultimately still be that it is up to the media to like show what is the prevailing narrative in general, and also beyond that, do their very best to showcase exactly who is responsible. Okay? It's ridiculous. When Russia bombs a fucking civilian, a mall or whatever, nobody goes, "Oh man, it's really fucked up that like Ukrainian soldiers have frequented this fucking mall." That would be ridiculous. It is still a war crime. Just like what Israel is doing is a war crime. Okay? PCPSR releases polls every 1 to 2 months, and you can compare West Bank attitudes with Gaza. Pretty interesting. Yeah. West Bank is always way more ride or die for Hamas than the people actually living under Hamas, by a pretty solid margin. And that is because they don't exist under Hamas, so they only see Hamas as a defensive measure. If you were to poll not Palestinians, but just like American leftists, they would probably be way more fucking pro-Hamas than the entirety of the Palestinian population. That's why you hear a lot of people in the Western world say things along the lines of like, "No, these guys have to fight till every last Palestinian," or whatever. And that's because like we do have a way more bloodthirsty culture here in the Western world. Ironic, because we don't consider ourselves as under those terms or conditions, but we are way more bloodthirsty than the supposedly barbaric Arab monsters that we are talking about here. But yes, Channel 4 doing this kind of coverage is making it seem as though this is like ultimately Hamas's fault. It's ultimately on Israel as the occupier to not genocide children, but Gazans more than anyone are allowed to criticize Hamas's calculation to October 7th, since at the end of the day, it's on their blood. Yes.
And many injured. We're not able to verify exactly who those people are, but we've seen the footage, we've seen the reports from the hospitals, and it would appear that large numbers of women and children are amongst the dead and injured.
I mean, there has been condemnation from some quarters. Oxfam today has been talking about the carnage of Israel's actions. What do you make of what happened in that facility overnight?
This was an attack on a crowded UN facility that is protected under humanitarian law.
It's protected under humanitarian law, and it's run by the UN. But here is my counter. Hamas, I rest my case. Have you considered Hamas? Yahya Sinwar, and also Hamas.
And the humanitarian nature of that facility has to be respected by all parties.
Israel says that this UN school was being used as a base by Hamas fighters. So prior to this strike last night, as the UN agency running the school, did you have any information or suspicion that there were Hamas fighters based there?
No, we did not. We did not have any information to that effect. I mean, we're horrified and we're shocked by those allegations, but we didn't have any information to that effect.
You've just come back from Rafah in the south. The border crossing at Rafah between Israel and Egypt remains closed. What is the effect of that?
The border crossing at Rafah remains closed. We are now able to get some supplies in through Kerem Shalom, so some movement of aid has resumed. But look, we were failing collectively before the military operation in Rafah started. The collective efforts of the international community were not preventing people from reaching famine-like conditions in Gaza back in April. Since then, we've only seen a reduction in supplies getting in. So it's likely that the humanitarian consequences and the humanitarian conditions for the people on the ground have deteriorated.
Journalists, this program cannot get into Gaza.
Do you know what Israel's excuse for not having operational control over north and central Gaza? No, they have no excuse. They just, you have to remember, if you believe, like I do, that Israel's higher goal here isn't necessarily to like eradicate Hamas, but instead to eradicate a decent chunk of the Palestinian population that won't go so above and beyond that like the Western world will still give it assurances and support and expend social and political capital to defend them while still giving them a steady flow of munitions, because they would run out of ammo pretty quickly if it wasn't for America. While simultaneously the complete destruction of all civil infrastructure, so that Palestinians have nowhere to live but rubble. If that is their ultimate goal, Hamas is good for them. Like Hamas being able to operate in central Gaza and in North Gaza is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a good thing because they can always point to it and go, see, Hamas. Now, of course, that doesn't make sense from the Israeli perspective, because the Israeli perspective should be, what the fuck? I thought you eviscerated Hamas in central Gaza. I thought you eviscerated Hamas in North Gaza. And now you're saying they still exist in North Gaza. They still exist in central Gaza. Sometimes Hamas even lobs missiles into Israel. What the fuck is going on? Ultimately for them, it's perfect, because as I mentioned, they can simply point to it and say, this is why we have to keep blowing shit up. Anyway.
We can't verify what's going on in there with our own eyes, with our team.
By the way, the reason why people don't ask that question inside of Israel is because the higher goal, the higher purpose of this like siege, just like every other fucking siege, is shared by the broader Israeli public as well. That's the reason. It's shared by the broader Israeli public. They also want the IDF to keep, eviscerating Gaza.
So tell us, from your experience over the past few weeks, what has stayed with you from your latest visit there?
What has stayed with me is the sheer horror of the situation, the sadness, the emptiness, the loss, and the destruction that literally everyone inside Gaza is facing right now, and the conditions that the civilian population has to put up with, that just continue, that go on and on, just doesn't bear thinking about what the reckoning will be for individuals and communities when this finally comes to an end.
Just finally, do you detect any hope for a ceasefire? There's this proposal on the table from Joe Biden. What do people make of it in Gaza?
People have...
Yeah, polling throughout the month since October shows the average Israeli doesn't think they're hitting them hard enough. Yes. Specifically, overwhelming support from the Jewish Israeli population, which is comprised of 75% of the Israeli population, has almost always overwhelmingly supported the notion that the IDF is not bombing Gaza hard enough. Even when directly asked about the civilian casualties, that calculation does not change.
Gaza have gone through so much. They've seen so many false doors. They pray for an end to it. They know that at some point it will come to an end. But look, they're just completely exhausted right now, and a real fear that if these ceasefire efforts don't yield anything, that the next phase of the conflict will be even more brutal and even more painful.
Sam Rose, thank you so much for speaking with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we wrap up the coverage of the
So yeah, that's the cool little thing that Israel did. Here is the man with the world's largest ears, Daniel Hagari, IDF spokesperson, talking about Hamas terrorists operating inside of UN school.
The IDF conducted a precise intelligence-based strike, targeted dozens of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists hiding inside a UN school in Gaza. Some of these terrorists participated in the Hamas massacre of October 7th. I will soon reveal the identities of some of the terrorists we eliminated. The terrorists were operating from this UN school. They were planning and conducting attacks from inside classrooms of this UNRWA school. Our precise strike was based on concrete intelligence from multiple sources. The terrorists inside this school were planning more attacks.
Oh, why are they speaking in English? You know why. This is for Americans and the Western world to hear. In Hebrew, he doesn't have to make these defenses. In Hebrew, he's just like, yeah, we killed him. It's great. It's awesome. Who gives a shit? But to the Western world, he has to be like, here is why we killed a bunch of women and children today. Knowing full well that a lot more people are paying attention and a lot more people are now associating Israel's bombing campaigns with the negative connotation of killing women and children, majority women and children, which is what they did again, because this is where refugees were sleeping when they did that.
Against Israelis, some of them imminent. We stopped a ticking time bomb. This is what it was.
Yeah. A ticking time bomb. Every time we blow up a school, it's a ticking time bomb, guys. You don't understand. Okay? It's a ticking time bomb of Hamas.
Intelligence indicated that the terrorists were operating from inside these three classrooms. We delayed our strike twice because we identified civilians in the area.
Wait, okay. So then why did you stop? So why did you choose not to delay it then? What changed? You still ended up killing a shitload of civilians. What the fuck? I think directly five children out of the 40, and the majority of those killed were women and children. Again,
we had aerial surveillance that had been monitoring the Hamas compound for a few days. We conducted the strike once our intelligence and surveillance indicated that there were no women or children inside the Hamas compound, inside those...
Wait, so what happened? How the fuck did they... Wait, so how did women and children die regardless?
Those classrooms. Despite the complex operational conditions, our Air Force used precise munitions to target the three specific classrooms that the terrorists were hiding inside. Here are some of the terrorists who were hiding inside the UN school in Nuseirat, who we eliminated before they could carry out more attacks against Israelis. Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists, some from the Nukhba force, terrorists with blood on their hands.
Bro, you have blood on your hands. Fuck you mean? You are currently describing the blood you have on your hands of women and children. I cannot believe these terrorists have blood on their hands. This is why we had to kill all of the women and children, which were valid.
These are only a few of the terrorists we eliminated. There are more. Some of them took part in the brutal massacre of October 7th. We are working to verify the information.
Yeah, they are really using the defense of if a school shooter was holding kids hostage, we should blow up the school. Oh, 100%. 100%. How do we not know that they are just regular civilian men? They could be, or they could be actual Islamic Jihad militants, or even part of the Nukhba force that's just like staying in the UN facility. Not everyone is literally fucking hiding in the tunnels. You have to remember that.
Information before we will share it. This is the 5th time we have had to target Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists operating from inside UNRWA facilities. I want to repeat it. The 5th time we are operating against Hamas that is using UNRWA facilities. In the last months alone, Hamas wages war from schools and hospitals. Hamas hopes the international law and public sympathy will provide a shield for their military activities, which is why they systematically operate from schools, UN facilities, hospitals, and mosques. Sadly, we saw some media outlets fall for Hamas's tactics yet again before checking the facts. While Hamas abuses international...
Does that mean they've only blown up 5 UNRWA facilities? No, they've done it so many times. I guess maybe 5 of them got like international coverage. Maybe that's why he's saying 5. I don't know. I hate it, but I hate blowing up schools, but we have to do it. Hamas is forcing our hand to do it.
International law, the IDF will continue to operate according to international law. The systematic abuse of UN facilities is a war crime, and it must be stopped by the world. We will continue to do everything in our power to bring our hostages back.
Wait, what the fuck was I going to say? Oh, this is another one of my favorite arguments that Israel deploys regularly. It's like it's Hamas that's doing a war crime. It's not us. They're doing a double war crime because they're causing us to do a war crime by doing a war crime.
Back home and defeat Hamas. As we fulfill this mission, we will continue exposing the true face of Hamas to the world. Thank you.
So, Hamas and Islamic Jihad, usually in Telegram channels, will openly reveal when any of their militants have been martyred. I don't know if they have about these guys. If they will say though, if they have died, if they've been killed, they will say like these were our guys. They got martyred. I don't know. I have no way of checking. Maybe there's people in here that could. I think that people on the ground, people that are there, have said that no, of course they weren't fucking operating out of the UN facility. But you can't really trust them because they're Arab, they're all Hamas technically. So, but the fact that they're actually showing faces and whatnot probably implies that they were most likely in the facility, most likely staying in the facility. I doubt that they were shooting out of the facility or anything like that. It's just that ultimately, since October 7, there's something that I have brought up over and over and over and over again. Okay. And that is that you cannot conduct a war like this. The reason why they are hiding inside of the civilian population is because more often than not, that is their family members that you are killing alongside them. Okay? We know this from the Where's Daddy AI targeting system that they have, both not just Lavender, but also the Lavender targeting system that is accompanied with the Where's Daddy alert system that informs the Israeli Air Force or the Israeli drone, the Israeli drone strikers to hit certain targets when they go home and are around their families. Elaborate. I have covered this extensively. You can find it on my What the Fuck is a Where's Daddy? These people are fucking sick. Okay. I know that there's a lot of new people in here sometimes, or people who haven't seen this, but I've covered this extensively. Here it is. This is from 2 months ago. Israel's using AI to target right here from here. This is the video. If you guys want to learn more about it, there's also an article from 972 magazine. That is the article I'm reading here by Yuval Abraham, who found that there is a AI targeting system called Lavender that populates targets for the drones to target. And also on top of that, the Where's Daddy part of that is specifically drone operatives are alerted when a suspected militant is home alongside their family members. That's when they strike. So something to consider. The subtle tell Hagari just did when he said Hamas was hoping international law and public sympathy would provide a shield. He's admitting that Israel's ignoring the established rules of engagement. No surprise, but it's so blatant. Yeah, of course. Another chatter mentioned Mohammed and Omar haven't posted today. 2 best friends in the war zone. Oh, wait, what? Were they in the facility? No, they don't live. I know for a fact that they don't live next to one another. I don't know where they're staying, but I know from talking to them that they don't. Because I was trying to do an interview with them. I was trying to have them on the stream, and I know that they don't live in the same place. Hold on. Account. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on 1 second. No, he was active 11 minutes ago. Omar was. But yeah, Omar and Mohammed live in different places. What? Read your Ezra Pound World War II transcripts. History you must understand. What are you saying? Wait, what is Hassan talking about? Chatters, explain. What I'm talking about is the Omar and Hertz show. These are two Palestinian kids, Omar Sheridan and Muhammad Ahmad. They have a show where they basically started posting on Instagram about like day in the life from the war zone, and they're great. The Omar Hertz show is their Instagram account. I've shown them. When I showed their Instagram account, they had like 70K followers. Now they have 1.5 million followers. They blog and you know talk about their lives every day. I talk to them every now and then, you know, just to check in, see what's up. I talked to Omar, and I've been trying to get him on the stream. The problem is obviously the time difference. One of the issues is that I can't get them both at the same time because, like, in the time frame that I'm live, it's nighttime over there, and travel during night is incredibly difficult. It's often impossible because you can get killed. But they don't live next to one another. So he was saying that like I can only talk to Omar if I do it at night. But I think they're safe. I mean, Omar was active 11 minutes ago. So just imagine, dude, this is literally like a fucking thing that they, thing that they have to think about. 24-hour stream can, okay, everybody shut the fuck up, okay? Just like, this doesn't mean I'm going to do a 24-hour stream. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking annoying. Like immediately you have to hit that incredibly annoying note. Just so you understand what Israelis see, the main front page headline at Ynet right now is IDF reveals the identity of terrorists eliminated at UNRWA school attacking international media. The Ma'arif headline was the world was angry at the strike on the school. Now it was revealed what was hiding there. While Wallah's was IDF spokesperson operating in Rafah is difficult and takes time. Though neither was on the front page, they either omit the truth or straight up act as IDF spokespeople. Of course they do. Of course. The Israeli media is fucking insane with the way that it operates. This doesn't mean that there aren't like good journalists in Israel. There certainly are, and sometimes they are literally better at doing real journalism out of Israel than the Western media is. But ultimately, most of the popular outlets are operating alongside the IDF.
How does this not cross the red line that the president laid out?
State spokesperson was asked about Israeli strike on UN school. How does this not cross the red line the president laid out? I suspect that his answer is going to be, well, it's not in Rafah, and the red line is supposed to be about Rafah, but not really. Even as we know, Rafah is not a red line either.
Several weeks ago, this is the second incident in less than 2 weeks where we've seen a pretty large civilian toll on what was supposed to be a precision strike.
So with respect to the policy that the president announced, he was speaking specifically to a large-scale operation in Rafah, and we have not yet seen a large-scale operation conducted in Rafah.
It's a small-scale operation in Rafah. Thanks, man.
Said, we have seen strikes that put civilians in danger well before the president said that, and we have made clear to the government of Israel that we expect them to do everything that they can to minimize civilian harm. We've been through this before. It applies in this situation too. It is a difficult situation if it is true that you have this site where Hamas is hiding inside a school, other militants are hiding inside a school. Those individuals are legitimate targets, but at the same time, they're embedded near civilians. Israel has a right to try and target those civilians, but they also have the obligation to minimize civilian harm and take every step possible to minimize civilian harm. So that's why we were pressing the government of Israel and the IDF to be completely transparent about what happened here. We want to know the facts as much as anyone.
Have they taken?
Wait.
Site where Hamas is hiding inside a school, other militants are hiding inside a school. Those individuals are legitimate targets, but at the same time, they're embedded near civilians. Israel has a right to try and target those civilians, but they also have the obligation to minimize.
I mean, it's a Freudian slip, but like, can you blame him, bro? Can you blame him? Can you blame him? I mean, Israel is targeting civilians every day, dog. Of course. After a certain point of repeating that over and over again, he's gonna inevitably blurt it out. Israel has a right to target the civilians. Functionally, what he's saying is that regardless. So, yeah, here he is in color, 4K.
And target those civilians, but they also have the obligation to targets, but at the same time, they're embedded near civilians. Israel has a right to try and target those civilians, but at the same time, Israel has a right to try and target those civilians, but they also have the obligation to minimize civilian harm and take every step possible to minimize civilian harm. So that's why we were pressing the government of Israel and the IDF to be completely transparent about what happened here. We want to know the facts as much as anyone.
Have they taken every step possible?
We have seen them take improvements over time, but still, if it bears true that this strike resulted in the death of 14 children, the results aren't where they need to be. So it gets back to this question of intent and results. Even if the intent is what the IDF has said publicly, that they were trying to use a precision strike just to target 20 to 30 militants. If you have seen 14 children die in that strike, that shows that something went wrong. That said, these are all facts that need to be verified, and that's what we want to see happen.
Do you think Israel will start attacking Lebanon more heavily to keep the conflict going and attempt to expand it? Yes, potentially. That's what they've spelled. Community notes posting Chinese government W's. No dissident student movement is allowed in China. Any public protest in China is ordered by the Chinese government. Students in China show support for Palestine. Yeah. I mean, even that is like, okay. Yeah, dude, it's not allowed. There's no protesting that ever happens in China because the government said it's not allowed. Like, remember the COVID protests? That was actually also the Chinese government, I guess. Since when do you have to verify facts? What? Dude, is there like a new video out there? What's happening? Like, is there like a new hater video or something? We have a lot of like weirdos coming in here and being like, Hassan, you famously don't verify facts. Or is that like, oh, he was shitting on the spokesperson. Sorry. All right. Never mind. He was talking about the spokesperson. I thought he was like shitting on me. Yeah. George Clooney versus Brandon. Wait, what? No way, dude. George Clooney called one of President Biden's top aides last month to complain about the president's criticism of International Criminal Court's actions against Israeli leaders, a case his wife Amal Clooney worked on. During the call, Clooney took issue with Biden's statement and the idea that the administration might sanction the ICC, which could impact his wife. His call came just weeks before he is set to appear at a fundraiser for Biden's next Saturday in LA. Oh my Lord, dude. Oh my Lord. That's Amal Clooney's husband, bro. Flexing his nuts. Putting his nuts on the table, dude. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, baby. You can't be out here fucking disrupting George Clooney's life. Are you kidding me? He clooned him, dude. It's Clooney time. Get Clooneyed, bitch. Oh, that soft power is so hot. If I had a cock, I would be so hard right now. Yeah, no, this is great. Dude, this type of shit, for the record, brother, if you have a mom or a dad that is like maybe iffy on Israel, okay, maybe doesn't fully understand what's going on with the ICC, show them this article. Are you kidding me? They will literally instantly flip on a dime. This is going to convince your parents. This is going to convince your Morning Joe watching parents that like maybe they're not on the right side of history. I promise you. Shit like this comes across silly to us because we're like, who the fuck gives a shit about George Clooney? But your parents will eat this shit up. Okay? Like, they will eat this shit up. Morning Joe is Joe Biden's favorite show, by the way. I know. Well, he did talk about how we got to bring Hassan to the table the other day. So maybe I'm his fucking favorite show. Who knows? You know what I mean? Oh, you may have seen the picture that went viral from yesterday. Jerusalem Day settlers surrounding and attacking a Palestinian journalist. Well, after they attacked them, obviously none of the attackers were punished or arrested. What did happen was that the journalist who was attacked was investigated by the police for an hour and a half afterwards and had his equipment permanently confiscated. You can't make this shit up. That is the least shocking event that I have heard. Less shocking than the top of the hour ad break. Of course, the journalist was a Palestinian. So that makes so much sense. The IDF is not there to actually, the IDF is not there to fucking dish out justice. At the top of the hour, yes, it is not a surprise for many of you. Or maybe if you're subscribed, it is a surprise to you. There's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. It's going to be $6 soon. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. One of the attackers also featured in a lovely picture and urinating on a wall of a Palestinian shop. Why are you raising the prices? You think I have a say in this? Breaking. Israeli media report that the country is said to be placed on a UN blacklist of states that violate children's rights. Nobody takes the UN seriously. Fuck you, UN. Hamas. Yeah. That was Jerusalem Day celebrations in Israel, which is incredible in Jerusalem and occupied Israeli territory. Yes, I have seen Jeff Tiedrick's old fucking tweets about Israel. He's based as fuck. I am more in the Jeff Tiedrick fandom than I ever was. Israel's an apartheid state with a stupid racist wall. I guess that's why you and Netanyahu are such great snuggle bunnies. Hey guys, the people who march while chanting Jews will not replace us are very, very, very, very, very upset with me for criticizing Netanyahu, and you'll forgive me if I doubt their sincerity of their newfound love for Israel. Holy fucking shit, criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic. What is anti-Semitic is putting a Holocaust-denying lunatic who thinks Jews control the weather on the Homeland Security Committee. Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and spare us your fucking fake outrage. My fucking goat, dude. My fucking goat. He is so based. I love him. Chat, this is lib shit. Ask him how he feels right now. It's lib shit. He was still calling Israel an apartheid. What the fuck do you mean? Excuse me. He might have had a change of heart post October 7, but it doesn't fucking matter. He was calling Israel an apartheid pre-October 7. You know, who knows? This is, for those of you who don't know, this is Jeff Tiedrick, who is the GOAT. He is like the Twitter lib, okay? He is the liberal. Someone told Jeff about your stream and he has apparently been watching. Yeah, I doubt it. He's like if Brooklyn Dad Defiant was good. He is just he is the Omega lib, okay? He is the Alpha lib. He is the Omega lib. He is everything. This man, yeah, the patient zero for Twitter libs, yeah. And we always celebrate when something bad happens to the Republicans, specifically Donald Trump, because when something bad happens to Donald Trump, I always want to see what he has to say. He nuts so fucking hard. But yeah, it turns out he's been calling Israel an apartheid state and stuff. So I think that's pretty cool. And way before October 7, obviously. And October 7 might have broken his brain a little bit but the fact that he is using the term apartheid, who knows? Yeah, his daughter writes a webcomic or something. NAACP message to Biden. It's one thing to call for a ceasefire. It's another to take measures necessary to work towards our liberation for all. Whoa. The NAACP follows me? What the fuck? That's weird. Oh, they follow 27,000 people. Okay, that makes sense. NAACP is pretty fucking libbed up. So when they're saying this, it's a big deal, I would say. It means that a lot of like liberal organs, liberal mouthpieces, liberal organizations, not organs, are they're recording your activity. Yeah. It is a benign organization overall, yes, but they're also very liberal. They're like they're the NAACP is like I would say it's like the Congressional Black Caucus. Like they are Democratic Party dick riders for the most part. Like that's how they operate as. So it's good that they are speaking out against this as well. All right, let's get to the 80th anniversary of D-Day, Jack.
80th anniversary of D-Day. We want to go back to Tony in Normandy one more time for some closing thoughts. Tony, over to you.
Hey, guys. Well, look, D-Day took Hitler by surprise. That was kind of the idea. But all that secrecy meant that there were days of worry as families back in America had to wait to find out what happened to their soldiers, what they had won, but also how many of their soldiers had been lost.
As news of the invasion broke back home in America, the whole country seemed to hold its breath, aware of the fighting, but in a long wait for the results. And so, in Philadelphia, they rang the Liberty Bell for the first time in nearly a century. At hospitals and clinics, they lined up to donate blood they feared would be needed at the front. And in thousands of American places, prayer services started well before dawn and ran every hour all day. Until finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, President Roosevelt addressed the nation from the White House.
My fellow Americans,
with a speech that took the unusual form of a prayer.
I ask you to join with me in prayer.
Not even he could tell the country it was all going to be okay or that everyone would be coming home.
Lead us to the saving of our country and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell a sure peace.
But as he signed off that night, he reached for a vision beyond even D-Day, a vision that for us, 80 years later, still feels like a prayer for our time.
A peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
Such a powerful day here. Late yesterday, I walked down to Omaha Beach, and I found there some families had scrawled the name of their loved ones into the sand, and another group of family members had printed out pictures, placed them under rocks. It's the simplest memorials at the end of the day that I think are the most moving and that help us make good on the promise to never forget what the sacrifice was here.
Yeah. Good thing there's no Nazis anymore, especially not in America. Yeah, their sacrifices were not in vain, guys. Certainly, you know. Good thing. Oh, well. Ay, ay, ay.
And that's why it's so important that you are there and that you're telling the story and that we all, you know, you can't repeat it. You have to acknowledge it. And that's why it's so important.
So we won't repeat it.
So we won't repeat it. That's exactly what I was trying to say, Nate.
Yeah.
The enduring resonance.
Biden compares war to the Ukraine conflict on D-Day's anniversary, Jack.
Of D-Day brings the world's leaders here to Normandy to reflect on the past and to consider the future.
Also, there was some fake news going around. I myself almost fucking dove into it, and then I investigated it further. Brandon was not sitting down on an invisible chair. That was a clipped out of context moment by the RNC. Okay, we're going to talk about that because that was drama. Okay, that was real drama. Ladies and gentlemen, Brandon himself, where the fuck is it? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here. Daily Caller and everyone else posted it too, a 13-second clip.
Distinguished guests, please welcome the Honorable Lloyd.
This clip makes it seem like there's no chairs there, and he's just like reaching for nothing. What's he doing? Turns out there are chairs there, as you can see back here. Okay, but this went viral. This went viral on Twitter, obviously. 8 hours ago, everybody was like, "Oh, lol!" Like Brandon is not sitting at a actual chair or whatever. The clip was actually cut out of context. Here's the clip. Here's the rest of the clip.
Secretary of Defense of the United States of America.
Yeah, people were saying that he was pooping himself. People were saying that he's like looking for an invisible chair. You got goofed. You got duped. We got clip chimped. Okay. Now I don't know if he actually pooped himself. He might have done that, but that's like, you know, that's neither here nor there. The way that people were talking about it was like, oh, he's pooping himself, or he's actually fucking looking for an invisible chair. Where's the chair? Turns out there is a chair there. We don't know if he actually shit himself. Maybe he just sat down in his dookie diapers, but anyway, that's besides the point. Let's get back to the D-Day anniversary. Biden compares war to the Ukraine conflict.
Among them, a different dress code for a leader fighting a war at home. Volodymyr Zelensky arrived in France to warm embraces. He was among friends. On a day when we remember the sacrifices of the past, he a reminder that Europe is still a continent darkened by war.
Thank you to the people of Ukraine for their bravery and their love of freedom. We are here and we shall not be weakened.
A decade ago, the Russian president was in Normandy for D-Day. Now Vladimir Putin is a pariah. There were no Russian officials present.
Okay, historically speaking, you know, the USSR did win that shit, okay? I mean, fuck Vladimir Putin, but like the USSR did win that shit. Let's be for fucking real for a moment, okay? America did a lot. Well, the USSR carried that shit. The W is on them for the most part. I don't give a fuck what people say. It's historical revisionism to act like the USSR did not carry World War II. Okay. Now you might say Russia and USSR are different. That's fine. You know, that's all right. But like they do deserve the finals MVP title for sure.
But once it was very different. Here is Putin in 2013 presenting medals to British veterans.
Yeah, British intelligence, Russian blood, American steel.
One of those veterans was here today, still full of life, but fearful that history is being repeated again.
War is no answer.
USSR wasn't at Normandy on D-Day? Yeah, because they were too busy fucking murking and saving Eastern Europe.
To the various things. And I have in my pocket now a message from Putin, who gave me a medal, a bravery award, and then goes and pulls a trick like marching into the Ukraine. It's terrible, but I just can't understand the human mind anymore.
If that seems like despair, then the American president brought resolve. At 81 years old, Joe Biden.
Ukraine was also extremely important to winning World War II. Yes, this is also true, which, you know, it's a part of the Red Army, though, which is kind of sad when you consider the current state of affairs in Ukraine, or the current politics in Ukraine, and how the actual charlatans who collaborate with the Nazis, who wanted to not be a part of the USSR, who wanted to engage in their own nationalist movement, thinking that collaborating with the Nazis would actually give them a nation state. Those motherfuckers are now revered figures. Like, they're celebrated now, which is a really sad state of affairs in general. Not only made worse, of course, by Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. USSR collaborated with the Nazis too, though. Yes, the USSR's collaboration with the Nazis is literally the same as appeasement. Okay. It is, once again, historical revisionism. I don't know why liberals drop this shit so fucking hard, because it is akin to claiming, well, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, and not thinking about what has happened to party alignment since then. Okay. It is literally the same ahistorical gotcha. It is identical. And we have, you know, whenever Republicans try to do that shit, you're like, shut the fuck up, dumbass. You're literally wearing a Confederate flag right now. Suck my dick. Okay? It's just, you know, Nazis were socialists. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, definitely. They were real socialists. They were definitely socialists. That's why they killed all the socialists and also put them in fucking concentration camps first. Most Ukraine, yeah, exactly. In Ukraine Nazi collaboration, though, Babele is silly, because most Ukrainians, the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians, did not support the nationalists. They supported the Red Army. Millions.
Biden is almost certain to be the last US president who was alive at the time D-Day took place in 1944.
We will not walk away, because if we do, Ukraine will be subjugated, and it will not end there. Ukraine's neighbors will be threatened. All of Europe will be threatened.
It is a troubling parallel, and this is a volatile time. In Normandy today, the past was precious, the future precarious. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Normandy.
President Biden in Normandy to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day.
Yes, the president there greeting the veterans one by one this morning.
World News Tonight anchor David Muir just sat down with the president in Normandy for an exclusive interview.
Bro, imagine all of your fucking countrymen are trying to fight the Nazis, and you're just like, I'm going to go kill some Polish people for these fucking Nazis. That is like Ukrainian nationalism. That's what the Ukrainian nationalist movement was busy doing. We're going to go round up the Jews for you guys, Nazis, please. And then they still got arrested by the Nazis. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but very, very fucking stupid, very big L's overall. But of course, when fascism on the fucking rise all around the planet, all of these, all of these figures that are supposed to be dunked on endlessly are now being, their historical their historic actions are now being relitigated as though it was a fucking good thing. You know, some of them are even getting celebrated in the Canadian Parliament, which is unimaginable.
Good morning, David.
Robin, good morning from Normandy American Cemetery, right?
Yeah, USSR were on the road to Berlin when the USA finally got there. Ukrainians were 25% of the Red Army, which is why it's bullshit when they say Galatian SS had no chance but to join the Nazis. I've never even heard anybody saying that. If you joined the Foreign Legion, you were fucking invested, okay? It is like, especially because like we look at it with today's eyes and we're like, well, you know, Slavs are white, right? Except back then, in the eyes of the Nazis, they weren't. So like, it is akin to a black person, like deliberately and voluntarily, like a freed black person going to the South and being like, I'm going to join the Confederate forces. Okay. It's like that. I'm going to go and join as a free black man. I'm going to go and join the Confederate forces to ensure that the slavery continues type shit.
Here in France on the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the bravery of thousands of young American sons who landed here on the beaches 80 years ago. I spoke with President Biden just moments ago before his speech here, and we started with that bravery.
It's not lost on us where we are today, what these brave young American sons did 80 years ago. And we know what we're witnessing in the world right now, the wars, the deep divisions at home. What do you think these American heroes can teach us right now about meeting this moment?
Stand up, tell the truth, serve your country. You know, imagine what they had to come through.
Bro, if you put this fucking hat on his head, people would believe that he was there fighting, okay? He's so goddamn old, dude. Yo, all he needs, he's doing the old man face. He's like, Jack, I can't open my eyes. I swear to God, put the fucking hat on him, dude. Put the motherfucking veteran hat on him. I was there. Storming the beaches of Normandy.
I was here 30 years ago, came in on a landing craft. You could see from out there what they saw here. The idea that they got off those boats, they got off those landing crafts. Many of them died sinking in the night. Come across that beach as long as
it's crazy because yesterday we listened to a 104-year-old veteran. The motherfucker was 104 and he sounded better than Brandon is right now. That's crazy, man. That's actually crazy. There's dudes that are like 20 years older than him that are out here sounding more coherent. Is so crazy.
It's just astounding. It's astounding. What it says to me is how critical alliances are. How critical alliances are for our security.
Yeah, like our alliance with the USSR.
Honoring our heroes and defending democracy. And I asked him about Ukraine and about the U.S. now authorizing the use of American weapons inside Russia. And Vladimir Putin's warning about this overnight.
I wanted to ask you about Ukraine. I know for years.
Hassan, why do they call Nazis National Socialist Party if not socialist? Socialism was very popular at the time in Germany and all around Europe as well. It's not like it is today when you think of like the Red Scare propaganda, especially in a country like the United States of America, where like socialism means you're automatically a bad guy. So they use the popular momentum surrounding the term while simultaneously cutting allegiances with literally fascist business owners. It was for PR. That's it. They very quickly and very swiftly took care of the actual, like anyone who had even any allegiance to like a workers' movement inside of the party, very famously. This is part of the reason. Yeah, also Nazis very much made it clear that they hated Marxism. Yeah. Something to always remember is that like the Nazis were very good at co-opting aesthetics. Okay? Like there is an aesthetic to fascism. And they cared about like a maintenance of order and presenting themselves a certain way. And they were room readers to some degree, right? And they did that to gain some kind of popular momentum. But one thing to always remember is that the reason why I always say nationalism, especially nationalism as a fascist movement, not as like a nationalist movement in developing a nation state for a group of people, is like a post-colonial emancipatory nationalism versus the nationalism of like Germany at the time, or nationalist movements that you see here in the United States of America, there's a difference. There's a distinction there that's pretty significant. But nationalism across the board is antithetical and undialectical thinking. It's antithetical to socialists and socialism in general. And the reason for why it is antithetical is because like it's the higher power there. It is the real reason why you have it is the actual ideology. You can partner that with like whatever the fuck you want to claim you care about, but ultimately you actually just care about the nationalism aspect. That is your higher order. That is what you care about the most. That's why MAGA communists are like laughable. If you have read anything on socialism, you understand how stupid it is to draw a comparison. But many people don't read anything on socialism and don't understand it and think it's a bad thing regardless. A lot of leftists forget the difference between reactionary nationalism and revolutionary nationalism. Yes, I mean, the easiest way to describe it is that like the easiest way to describe it is an emancipatory nationalism that comes from like a country that never had a country, a nation state in the way that we understand it, building a movement specifically to fight against a colonial occupier. Of course, many people don't really care and don't really understand it, especially in the Western world. Having said that, however, like I said, nationalism, when you are already the dominant in-group, is simply to vilify the out-group and destroy them and kill them. Oftentimes, these are the most marginalized groups of people in society. Yeah, an immediate example is Palestinian nationalist movement versus the Israeli nationalism. Exactly. Right there. It's literally right there. You're absolutely correct. Israeli nationalism, Zionism, is fascist. Palestinian nationalism, on the other hand, is emancipatory and anti-colonial. It is done at the behest of building a nation state for a people that have been occupied by settler colonial occupation, that have been victim to violence, state violence.
You resisted the idea of American weapons being used for any sort of direct strike inside Russia. But we did witness this shift in recent days, authorizing American weapons for limited direct strikes. Are American weapons being used right now inside Russia?
They're authorized to be used in proximity to the border. We're not authorizing strikes 200 miles into Russia. We're not authorizing strikes on Moscow, on the Kremlin.
Let me ask you about what Vladimir Putin said last night about this authorization of American weapons inside Russia. He said the supply of high-precision weapons to Ukraine for strikes on Russian territory is direct participation in this war.
Why are they so focused on Ukraine and not Israel? Because this is being used as a photo op to re-galvanize support for Ukraine. Literally, one of the first things they did was ban labor unions. The term privatization literally originates from Nazi Germany's economy. Exactly. Hitler was questioned on this at one point, and his answer was something along the lines of, what is socialism? If people have bread and a job, that is socialism, essentially showing it was just populist bullshit. Yeah. I mean, he fucking very openly despised Marxists and trade unionists and killed them and put them in concentration camps.
He went on to say that this is the way to serious problems, and again talked about Russia's nuclear capabilities. Does that concern you?
I've known him for over 40 years. He's concerned me for 40 years. He's not a decent man. He's a dictator, and he's struggling to make sure he holds this country together while still keeping this assault going. We're not talking about giving them weapons to strike Moscow, to strike the Kremlin, to strike just across the border where they're receiving significant fire from conventional weapons used by the Russians to go into Ukraine to kill Ukrainians.
The president there on Ukraine. We also asked the president about Donald Trump's guilty verdict, about his own son, Hunter Biden, on trial, and if he's ruled out a pardon for his son if convicted. And I asked about the first debate, which, by the way, is 3 weeks from today. That's all later on World News Tonight. But, Robin, a profoundly moving day here, of course, as we honor the heroes who stormed the beaches here 80 years ago. Robin?
All right, our thanks to you, David. And as David said, you can see much more of his interview tonight on World News.
Anyway, what is this? Israel used U.S. bombs to kill 40 people inside a UN school, including 14 kids and 9 women. Israel bombs UN facilities all the time, at least 170 times in Gaza. There are never any consequences because they are above the law. Legalized bribery works. Our Congress is the worst. Uncle Uncle Magic, dude. There it is. Here's holding Biden accountable. The account pushed Biden left. The Biden presidency, we were promised kids out of cages, a Medicare-like public option, $15 an hour minimum wage. The Biden presidency, we're getting a 3-theater defense strategy, how America could prepare a war in Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. I don't understand how people don't recognize that these are the last-ditch efforts of a dying empire. Like when you are genuinely preparing for a 3-front war, a 3-theater defense strategy, whether by proxies or by direct conflict, I don't know how people look at that and go, yeah, this shit's going to look good in the next 10 to 20 years if we make it that far. Like, what are we doing here? What is going on? This is pure barbarism, okay? It was just found out that Russia has been secretly shrinking Finland's oceanic borders without informing us or anyone for that matter. Oh boy. Goodbye, America KKK. I mean, if you're Finnish, you're now a part of the America KKK. You're a part of it whether you want it or not, you know? Now, if I'm Finnish, I'm extra worried because, like, your ass is way too fucking close. Your ass is close as hell to Russia. You know what I mean? They're too busy. They're too busy fucking, trying to take over the grayest Ukrainian towns known to man at this moment. But, you're in fucking striking distance. You're a front lines country.
And here is part 4 of my interview with former President Donald Trump. Take a look. Let me ask you this. Wall Street Journal, big article. Democrats are worried. You keep reading. Democrats are in a state of panic. Democrats are in a state of panic. And now,
like, this is something that we don't even think about and don't even consider, but like there was a fucking anti-NATO movement broadly in France and many other countries for quite a long time in Europe, in European countries, because they were like, why the fuck are we joining this goddamn protection racket? You're going to put missile bases in our country and then you're going to open up, like, you're making us a target against the USSR. Why the fuck will we do that? That's so dumb. Now, obviously that's gone. One, the USSR is gone. Cold War happened. America won. Capitalism won. We already know that. And Russia itself is not a socialist nation at all or anything like that. And have like some energy trade relations with European countries, but ultimately is doing a lot of fuck shit. But it is something to consider as far as as far as NATO involvement goes. This is something to remember. Weird how a new threat arose to keep NATO relevant. Very weird. I mean, listen, you should be quite upset at Vladimir Putin for that, because as I've said time and time again, that was a fucking gift, a direct gift to all of the NATO generals. That's what Vladimir Putin did by invading Ukraine and also showing all of the European countries that they were both invading Ukraine and also simultaneously not doing a great job with it either from the Russian perspective. Militarily. All right, let's continue.
It's something that we have covered at length on this program, and that is Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Now Democrats are saying it, and they're saying it out loud.
Wait, Jens Stoltenberg was a massive anti-NATO youth organizer, socialist as hell? No fucking way. Are you serious? I did not know that. Do you think Turkey would follow suit if a war between BRICS and NATO happens? BRICS? You think there's going to be a war between BRICS and NATO? That's insane. BRICS is not a real allegiance, okay? It is just a way for other non-allied nations to, try to make the most out of their, like the change of global politics where there's another power player, China, involved. It's a way for them to leverage their existing relationship with the United States of America for the most part. I feel like the appetite for fighting for NATO is very low in Turkey. They would need like a false flag operation or something. I feel like NATO lines aren't as tight as it may seem. Yeah. NATO certainly would never do false flag operations in Turkey to get them agitated and excited to be willing participants in some kind of anti-communist war, for example. Historically speaking, surely they would never do such a thing. Turks died by the thousands in Korea for some reason. Yeah, that was because some reason. They were just really invested. They personally were really invested in making sure that anything Nothing above the 38th parallel existed. That's why. They were just real ride or die.
And let me play you a clip of Joe and get your reaction to it. And then I'm going to butt it together with a different Joe. I called him the night after his State of the Union address, Jacked Up Joe. Maybe he had a lot of Red Bull or Monster Energy drink.
Or something.
Or something.
I feel like we should watch the Best D-Marks video at this point. The Best D-Marks turkey video that I have been meaning to watch for quite some time. I think it's just like it prominently speaks on the NATO. Hold on.
70s. In
Here. Wasn't there a picture of Sudafed in Trump's desk? Yes. It is about the deep state. It is, I mean, I'm sure it'll feature the invention of the deep state. There's TOS stuff in it. Is there? When people say, Hassan, why are you anti-NATO? When people say, Hassan, why are you anti-NATO as a Turkish person? I suspect that the many different mentions of how all matter of revolutionary and socialist movements in Turkey were absolutely gutted and eviscerated by the government and our the Turkish Milli İstihbarat Teşkilatı, and how it was propped up, created, designed by the Americans, by the CIA, and how how NATO propped up the mafia, the Turkish mafia, alongside the creation of the Turkish ultranationalist movement, the Grey Wolves, and how they destroyed any matter of Turkish socialism in Turkey in an identical fashion to Gladio in Italy, as a matter of fact. Let's watch.
On an early November evening in 1996, a black Mercedes, traveling at nearly 110 miles per hour, crashed into a truck near Susurluk in western Turkey. 3 of the 4 passengers in the car died instantly. When a few local journalists arrived at the scene, they had expected to find a irregular car accident. But what they discovered would shock Turkey to the core.
Kanal D.
Among the accident victims, notorious contract killer for a CIA-assisted secret organization, Abdullah Çatlı, who was also a leader of the fascist Grey Wolves, and an underworld drug lord wanted by Interpol, and his girlfriend, former beauty queen Gonca Uz. So far so good, nothing to be shocked about. But who else was in this car? The third victim, Istanbul Deputy Police Chief Hüseyin Bocada. The fourth person, the seriously injured Sedat Bucak, was a conservative member of parliament who was also a big landowner and a leader of several state-supported village guard units engaged in the war against Kurdish liberation fighters. Now, this is not good. Why the hell were a police chief, a politician, and a fascist criminal in the same car? It's not as if these people just happened to share an Uber pool or something. No serious arrests were made after the incident, and the concrete ties between the passengers remain shrouded in mystery to this day. In what came to be known as the Susurluk scandal, parliamentary investigations scratched the surface of a vast shadow network involved in one of the bloodiest and most mysterious periods in the modern history of Turkey. An interconnected web of Turkish police, military, secret service, politicians, criminal bosses, fascist paramilitaries, and the CIA, united by a common goal: eliminate communism. Turkey, officially the Republic of Türkiye, is situated on the Anatolian Peninsula in Western Asia, spanning across 2 continents, giving it an important geopolitical position and making it a regional power of significance. As an early member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, the Turkish armed forces constitute the second largest standing military force in NATO. Turkey also hosts the Incirlik Air Base, operated and controlled by the US Air Force, which served as a main hub for operations during the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Ankara, Turkey's second largest city, serves as the nation's capital, while Istanbul, its largest city, acts as the primary financial hub. Turkey currently ranks as the world's 20th largest economy in terms of nominal GDP. This February, more than 50,000 people lost their lives following the terrifying earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, and the disastrous effects and the response are dramatically worsened by the profit-based system and the according corruption of the government. Kurdish regions are hit especially hard, and there's a history behind this. Turkey was already in a horrible situation this year with inflation soaring and its currency collapsing. On top of it, the country is headed toward the general election on May 14, in which the current president is expected to use all available means to stay in power. His opponent, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, leader of the Republican People's Party, or short CHP, formed an alliance appealing to voters from the liberal left to the conservative right. We'll look at the important history of that party soon. Since 2002, Turkey's political system has been under the rule of the Justice and Development Party, or AKP, and its leader Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Under Erdogan, the country has faced recession and stagnation in the last decade, accompanied by high inflation in this year, and went through a shift from a parliamentary republic to an executive presidential system, eroding the so-called separation of powers in bourgeois democracy. Traditionally, the prime minister position has been more important, but since the 2017 referendum, the prime minister position has been abolished, and now the president has much greater executive power.
Videoyu yükleyen Türk mü yoksa değil mi? Galiba Almancı. Bilmiyorum. Bu kadar fazla bilmez çünkü normalde. Bu Almanya'da da Almancı olma ihtimali var yani. Çünkü yoksa nereden bilir bu kadar bilmiyorum yani yani Türkiye'nin tarihini.
In order to more fully grasp Turkish politics.
Abi yok, ben bu elemandan özellikle istedim araştırıp yapmasını. Ha öyle mi? Ben zannediyorum ki belki hani Kürt Almancı olabilir.
Turkey's role within imperialism today and the roots of the fascistic character of its political system. We need to turn the clock back by exactly 100 years. After the Ottoman Empire broke apart 1 century ago, the Republic of Turkey was proclaimed in 1923 after the so-called War of Independence by the country's first president, Ebedi Şef, Eternal Chief, Mustafa Kemal, honored with the name Atatürk, Father of the Turks, and the founder of the oldest political party of Turkey, the aforementioned Republican People's Party, or CHP. But Turkey didn't actually gain real independence. It was still a semi-colonial country. What does that mean? Before the War of Independence, the Ottoman Empire had been declining as it was ridden with crises and got outcompeted by the Western European imperialist powers. It was considered the sick man of Europe. As it slowly dissolved, it was economically dependent on Germany and was pressured to fight on its side during World War I.
You like Atatürk? I feel about Atatürk as I feel about America's founders as well, you know? There's some good there, and then there's a lot of bad there as well. Ultimately, it's not identical to a bourgeois revolution against the monarchy, but, you know.
After the loss of the Central
it's just
Powers,
like...
it got pillaged by French and British capital. The European imperialists were about to seize much of trade and industry, and the Turkish ruling class faced a life-or-death struggle. The emerging bourgeoisie, or capitalist class, united with the feudal gentry and the landlords, managed to take leadership.
Yeah, he's definitely better in the sense that he didn't own slaves. So there's that, but to be fair, it is much, much later as well.
In the independence struggle and consolidated the republic under a one-party state, formally abolishing the Sultanate and liberating the occupied territories. But the Turkish economy remained dependent, i.e., it provided cheap raw materials and workforce to the imperialists and opened a market for their industrial products. Large banks, transport routes, as well as parts of industry were still in the hands of foreign companies. This dependency would lead Turkey into a huge trade deficit in the 40s, further seeking foreign loans, subjugating the country and holding back independent industrial development. But not everyone lost due to this dependency. The Turkish capitalist class made a massive fortune through this collaboration in exploiting the toiling masses in Turkey, seizing properties of Anatolian Greeks and Armenians, and pandered to the imperialist fear of rising communism after the October Revolution in Russia in 1917. And anti-communism would unite them throughout the century, both ideologically and in terms of concrete organization. This analysis was key for one of the, if not the most notable Turkish communist, Ibrahim Kaypakkaya, who would later criticize the Turkish left, which proposed such things as emphasizing an alliance with the Kemalist movement, painting them as an independent progressive revolutionary force. However, Kaypakkaya wrote, quote, "The Kemalists, even during the years of the Liberation War, were embarking on collaboration with the imperialists. They did not neglect to carry out covert collaboration with them against the Socialist Soviet Union externally and against communists, working class, and other toiling people internally. On the other hand, while raining down the most extreme compliments in order to obtain aid, on the other were seeking a basis for secret agreements to be made with the US, Britain, and France. The Kemalist dictatorship is a military fascist dictatorship over the workers, peasants, urban petty bourgeoisie, low-ranking public servants, and Democrat intellectuals. Toward the end of the 19th century, Marxist ideas had begun to penetrate Turkish society, and various Turkish communist groups had begun...
Not to get you into trouble with Turkish chatters, but do you think Kemal Pasha was a MI6 plant similar to Reza Pahlavi? No, I don't think so.
...to emerge, not just in Turkey. Some emigre workers in Germany, referred to as the Turkish Spartakists, had joined up with...
I think he was a Yoruba, and some of that, like some of the revolutions that came about as a consequence of his like Yoruba attitude were actually good. Like things that I also personally believe were very socially progressive and like a legitimately good thing. Yeah, he was a Franco-boo, big French Revolution head for sure. That's why laïcité was implemented as well.
Rosa Luxemburg and the other Spartakists in Germany, and sought to bring the lessons of the November Revolution back home. These groups would then merge into the Communist Party of Turkey, or short TKP, in Baku. Only 1 year after the TKP was founded in 1920, its founder, Mustafa Sufi, and the entire 14-member leadership were brutally assassinated, most likely on the order of Mustafa Kemal, after being lured on a boat at the Black Sea. Sufi's Russian wife, Maria, was taken hostage, abused, and used as a sex slave by the murderers. In 1923, the state closed down the Istanbul Workers' Association, arrested its leaders, and formed its own bourgeois unions to draw people away from workers' organizations.
Kind of
Already
like
in 1920,
AFL-CIA.
Mustafa Kemal had set up a fake puppet communist party to counter the growing influence of the actual communists. The actual Communist Party was then banned in 1925 and had to operate underground throughout the 20th century. In 1927, railway workers organized a massive strike lasting for 2 weeks against a French company operating in Turkey. Hundreds of workers and their family members laid down on the tracks, and the Kemalist government dispatched a military unit which opened fire on the unarmed workers and their families, covering the rails in blood. With the extensive adoption of the Codice Rocco, the fascist penal code enacted under Mussolini in Italy, paragraphs 141 and 142 found their way into Turkish law, prohibiting any organization of class-based associations and imposing the death penalty on anyone leading them. The Atatürk reforms made Turkey into a secular modern state, but Mustafa Kemal also wanted to create a homogeneous Turkey. What was meant by this, the minority ethnic groups had to experience brutally. The Kurds, living predominantly in the southeast or in northern Kurdistan, make up around 20 to 25% of Turkey's population. Atatürk, called them Mountain Turks, banned the Kurdish language in schools, prohibiting speaking Kurdish in public spaces, Kurdish newspapers, and Kurdish parties. Hundreds of thousands of Kurds were forcibly deported out of Turkey to Turkify the region. After Kurds rebelled against the repression, the state initiated a pogrom in the Kurdish-majority region of Diyarbakir, burning down villages and killing over 15,000 people. Later in the 30s, the Turkish armed forces were sent to crush a Zaza Kurdish rebellion in the notorious Dersim genocide, in which tens of thousands of people were massacred. Atatürk's Turkification was in line with the previous regime of the Young Turks, which committed the Armenian genocide, murdering over 1.5 million Armenians, with only a fraction of the Armenian population surviving. The Turkish government denies the genocide to this day. From 1935, German imperialism would regain its influence over Turkey. Germany helped train Turkish soldiers and was Turkey's primary source for armaments, and the Nazis would find great admiration among their quickly growing Turkish counterparts. Ultra-nationalists in Turkey had excellent relations with Nazi Germany, and its most notorious representative, Colonel Alparslan Türkeş, was the contact person of the Nazis in Turkey. He would frequently quote Hitler's Mein Kampf in his speeches, and his so-called pan-Turkist movement's support for Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini was strong. Ruzi Nazar, another prominent pan-Turkist, joined the Nazis on the Eastern Front to fight for the creation of a Turkestan. Nazar was later recruited by the Americans and became the CIA's station chief in Turkey. More on that later. The pseudoscientific pan-Turkism movement, with its doctrine of racial superiority, sees as its goal the political and cultural unification of all Turkic peoples. Since many ethnic Turks lived in the Soviet Union, the movement naturally linked its reactionary ideology to the destruction of the Soviet Union and communism. It was not until 1945, when Turkey declared war on Germany.
How does Turkey deny the Armenian genocide? They say that it is one, they say it's a lie, and two, it's taught in schools as like a forced immigration of Armenians into Syria, specifically like a Trail of Tears type situation, exactly, where like in the most reductive terms, it basically is Armenians collaborated in the villages in the eastern part of Turkey with the Russians because they were Orthodox Christians, just like the Russians were during World War I, and they engaged in pogroms against Turkish Muslim populations and like Turkish populations. And so the Turkish military came in and forcibly removed them from their homes and forced them to basically march to Syria and many other places. And then some people died alongside in that process. Like that's the way that it is described. But it is a deliberate, systematic, targeted ethnic cleansing campaign, of course.
When it was pretty much clear that they were losing. Nazi Germany was defeated, but fascism was not. In collaboration with the new...
The official Turkish government position on obviously World War II was neutrality, like, or not even neutrality, but just not collaborating with the Germans. In World War I, if you guys remember, talked about this before, World War I, Turkey was aligned with Germany. World War I is obviously very different than World War II in general. World War I in and of itself is just a world war amongst superpowers, all colonial superpowers, central powers fighting against one another, and utilizing that as a way to, you know, pick apart other colonies. That's how England took over, British Palestinian Mandate from the Ottoman Empire, for example. And yeah, it was imperialist, colonialist competition. Yes, exactly. And Turkey, in its developmentary stages, was like, we are not participating. We are not participating in World War II at all. When Germany wanted to reinstate the alliance that Turkey or the Ottoman Empire previously had.
Imperialist master, the United States. The pan-Turkist leaders would play a key role in the brutal unleashing of fascist violence against the left in Turkey. After the defeat of Nazi Germany, the US was by far the dominant capitalist imperialist power in the world. But there was no time to rest for the Yankees. There was still a more potent enemy out there, growing in popularity, not least due to the Soviet Union's central role in the defeat of Hitler. US President Harry Truman announced the Truman Doctrine, a plan to contain the Soviet Union and rising communist organization, particularly in Greece and Turkey, by asking Congress for $400 million in military and economic assistance, specifically for Greece and Turkey. In his address to Congress,
the Dersim massacre was posed at a progressive cause and people believed it. Dersim is not just about being Kurdish, though. State was also trying to outlaw old feudal systems and serfdom. Fascists took advantage of this very well.
In 1947, Truman stressed, quote, "Should we fail Greece and Turkey in this fateful hour, the effect will be far-reaching to the west as well as to the east. We must take immediate and resolute action." The request was approved in 1948, the same year.
That video blames every other country but not Turkey. Wait, what? Dude, if you think this video is not completely fucking anti everything Turkey related and how you're lost in the sauce, I think.
When Turkey joined the Marshall Plan and was admitted into the IMF. The United States was now the chief imperialist partner of the Turkish state, but it was more than just a partner. Meanwhile, in 1948, in northern Turkey, a certain someone, whom the Turkish state would consider as the most dangerous revolutionary and a serious threat to the government, saw the light of day. Born into a poor peasant Alevi family, Ibrahim Kaypakaya would later become the foremost manifestation of the revolutionary communist line of the Turkish proletariat. A symbol of camaraderie and the armed struggle, he would live a short life, but an important one. At the time of his birth, the Turkish government underwent certain changes to adapt to the new imperial...
Dersim still is a relatively big stronghold for socialism. Dersim supports current CHP, CHP, TKP, Turkish Communist Party, and DEM, the Kurdish majority party. Dersim is a stronghold for the socialists. If you recall, I mean, way back in the day when they directly elected a dirty commie in Dersim as well.
Realist world order. Within the Turkish ruling class, a variety of cliques with competing interests formed their separate parties. The newly created center-right Democrat Party, or short, DP, was one of them, founded by former members of the CHP, most prominently by the soon infamous Prime Minister Adnan Menderes. The shift from a one-party government to a multi-party state wasn't out of an idealist concern for democracy. The then-president Ismet Inönü, known as the right-hand man of Mustafa Kemal, knew very well that if opposition parties weren't included, Turkey would fall to social rebellion. Calls for freedom of speech and so on were of course justified, but primarily it was because, quote, the comprador big bourgeoisie and landlords clique in opposition wanted the same thing for themselves. On the other hand, the international situation is forcing the bourgeoisie and landlord class to adopt parliament, since an open terrorist dictatorship that abolishes parliament will expose its fascist visage both to the popular masses domestically and world public opinion and be isolated. This is the function of parliament in Turkey, to mask fascism. The government had introduced a trade union law which was supposed to fulfill the, quote, necessity of Western democracy.
Like something to remember, because it's Turkey and there's a predominantly Western audience watching this, is like, what he's describing there is a socialist framework on the Turkish parliament, and therefore it is no different than like the American bourgeois democracy. Okay? Something to remind people is that fundamentally, it is a democracy identical to the American democracy or democracy that you see in European countries. It is, however, a bourgeois democracy, and therefore that is a socialist critique of bourgeois democracy, and not necessarily saying it's fake.
Legalizing the formation of trade unions, but maintaining the ban on strikes. Unions also had to be apolitical and, quote, nationally oriented instead of internationalist. In order to control the emerging labor movement, the Turkish Ministry of Labor, with the help of U.S. advisors, such as the anti-communist organizer and later leader of the U.S. Trade Union Federation, AFL-CIO, Erwin Brown, established the Confederation of Turkish Workers Union. Its leader declared to struggle, quote, against the abominable communism. The state-affiliated trade union would receive lots of funding from the Agency for International Development, a U.S. body that works closely with the CIA. In its program some years later, the union declared that it, quote, pursues a policy that has the aim of eliminating the causes of the deepening of class differences and class conflicts, and aims to establish balance, peace, and cooperation between the classes. After World War I, Irving Brown, along with CPUSA member turned CIA help.
What is bourgeois democracy? Is it a bad thing if we have it? Bourgeois democracy, is it a bad thing if we have it? I mean, if you're a worker, it's not great for you. If you're a liberal, you think it's great. It's the peak of democracy. I don't know. Do you think our current two-party system that seemingly always aligns on certain boundaries that pertain to improving material conditions for all Americans unconditionally, is a good thing? Then yeah, you'll see it as a good thing. You'll see it as a positive. It always has the capacity to erode civil liberties and also greatly worsen material conditions for the working class, as we cover on a daily basis. So I would say that there is probably a better evolution beyond that. Liberal democracy, bourgeois democracy is significantly better than monarchies, of course, but I personally believe that it's time for a evolution.
Helper J. Lovestone became known as splitters of unions who organized against communist influence in the labor movement. Brown gave money to anti-communist currents which broke strikes in Italy or France, for instance. It's really amazing how far Western powers went and still go to pacify workers and hinder them from developing revolutionary consciousness. The Menderes clique was more sympathetic toward the US, and it had a more positive stance toward conservative religious groups than the CHP, thus gaining support from sections frustrated with Kemalist secularization. With the rising influence of the US, the DP further bolstered its potential for electoral victory because it coincided with the American wishes to privatize state enterprises and a general westernization of Turkey. After the DP's rise to power, Turkey sent troops to the Korean War in 1950 to ensure membership in NATO, which had formed in 1949. Anti-communist persecution intensified and coincided with McCarthyism in the US. The state targeted not just organized Marxists, but university professors and various progressive intellectuals and journalists. American experts poured in to advise Turkey in westernizing education, teaching children the merits of self-responsibility, the evils of collectivism, reintroducing religious courses, and connect them to anti-progressive propagandizing, showing anti-communist educational movies, and so on.
I don't know if he mentions this, but Adnan Menderes, by the way, is obviously very right-wing, religious, conservative, populist, and is like his movement of religious conservative populism is basically what ultimately gave way to Recep Tayyip Erdogan, which comes from that same background and same clique, and also Fethullah Gülen. Now, Fethullah Gülen and Recep Tayyip Erdogan are two sides of the same coin. However, one is directly aligned with the CIA, and the other one happens to be the president now, previously prime minister, now president of Turkey. They're all, it shatters at hepsi tarikatçı. So tarikat is like the fundies of Turkey, if that makes sense. And Fethullah Gülen operates a cult, a religious Muslim cult, very fundamentalist, and happens to do so from the comfort of his home in the Poconos. Adnan Menderes'e laf ediyorsun ama bilmiyorsun. Yapma abi, yapma. %100 top of the hour ad break çakacaksın şimdi, değil mi? Amına koyayım senin kodlama 0. He's trying to fucking serve me a 3-minute ad break debate in Turkish. Yakalarım. Abi burada Ohio'da FETÖ okulu varmış yaşadığım yerde. Siyah Amerikalı adam Türkçe biliyor. Karşıma çıktı, amına koyayım. Evet. Her yerde var ki. Amerika'da her yerde var. Afrika'da her yerde var. Amerikan parasıyla açıyorlar. CIA. Anyway. At the top of the hour there is a 3-minute ad break. Oğlum Adnan Öven adamın bu chatte ne işi var? Sikeceğim. Hayır. Taşak geçiyor. Debate atmaya çalışıyor şey. Ondan sonra dönüp diyecek ki 3 dakikalık advertisement break geliyor. Dedi zaten. Debate oğlu. Anyway. Dedim bile görmedin. Bak. Her saat başı 3 dakikalık reklam olacaktır demiş Adnan Menderes. Senin amına koyayım. Kayboldu diyorlar FETÖ burada. Orada haber olmadı değil mi? Yok, ne haber olacak? Americans don't know who the fuck Fethullah Gülen is. They don't care. They don't know. It's just like, he's just some random dude. There are so many Fethullah Gülen types in the United States of America that like most Americans have no fucking clue. There's a Fethullah Gülen for every country that America is involved in. Like some fucking rabid, fundamentalist, right-wing weirdo that the CIA keeps on payroll and protects for every country that America has an involvement in. Yeah, Enes Freedom. Enes Kanter Freedom is one of his main guys, the forward-facing side of Fethullah Gülen's influence. But I'm unfamiliar with the... Wait, what? Kara Swisher AOC podcast mentioned me? Kara Swisher did a podcast with AOC and she mentioned me? Oh, let's go.
Dissemination of in some form.
We'll look at that in a sec. We'll look at that later. At 58:18. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. But something to consider. The reason why I brought up Menderes, I don't know how deep he will go into Adnan Menderes, but like his influence and his religious movement, religious conservative populist movement was so significant in Turkish politics now that like the leading coalition and more importantly Recep Tayyip Erdogan himself personally and the fucking CIA asset living in the goddamn Poconos is all a part of his like cultish movement.
The Pentagon was also aware that fostering and utilizing reactionary Turkish nationalism would serve their strategic interests, as it was a potent deterrent against communist ideas. The Office of Policy Coordination, OPC, was the covert action arm of the CIA and unambiguously called in its charter for, quote, propaganda, economic warfare, preventative direct action, including sabotage, anti-sabotage, demolition and evacuation measures, subversion against hostile states, and support of indigenous anti-communist elements. Indigenous anti-communist elements is, of course, a much nicer expression than fascists. By the end of 1951, Turkey had received over $400 million in military aid along with 1,200 US military advisors. Within the next 3 decades, Turkey would receive a further $5.8 billion in military support, including training programs and arms supply. Those aid packages, as usual, had hundreds of strings attached, such as Turkey allowing the Americans to restructure its military and secret service apparatus, or the commitment to buy US products. One example of that is the US forcing Turkey to focus on building automobile highways and airports as opposed to railroads, through obliging them to focus on importing automobiles and petroleum, which are of course a much bigger opportunity to make a profit. Then, naturally in 1952, Turkey officially became a member of NATO. The country was key for the Western powers, guarding a third of NATO's total borders with the communist bloc and serving as an important balcony for US operations in the Middle East. And then, as left organization, demonstrations...
This is the part that is like the most important as far as like my anger and resentment for NATO. As a Turkish person, this is where you will now develop a better understanding of what NATO does in other countries.
And the opposition to US imperialism intensified. In the shadows of the NATO membership announcement, a secret, bloody fascist network had already begun to spread its tentacles. As a result of Turkey becoming an appendage of US imperialism, and due to the rapidly rising popularity of communist and progressive ideas, it naturally became involved with the notorious Operation Gladio, a secret army intelligence complex organized by NATO and the CIA in collaboration with intelligence agencies throughout Europe to counter the communist threat. Gladio was so powerful and vast, and yet the intelligence agencies managed to largely keep it a secret for decades. It was not until the 90s when it was officially revealed by Italian politician Giulio Andreotti. The revelation was a bombshell and made waves around the world. The operation was particularly brutal in Italy, Greece, and Turkey. In each of these countries, violent fascist or neo-Nazi groups were used to crush the left, such as in Italy, where progressive movements were infiltrated and where fascist terrorist attacks were blamed on the left wing to discredit it, all with the help of state security. I've made a video on Gladio in Italy, which you should check out after watching this. But it is in Turkey where the secret army was the most violent and brutal. The Turkish branch of Gladio was created in the same year when Turkey joined NATO under the codename Counterguerilla, and it was located in the building of the Joint American Military Mission for Aid in the Turkish capital, Ankara.
Wait, what? Why would that be there? That's so strange.
The largest of the US European commands. And who was one of its founding members? None other than the aforementioned Hitlerite Alparslan Türkeş. The Turkish National Security Service, MAH, received financial support from the CIA. Leading members of the Turkish Gladio were recruited from this agency. The CIA under Allen Dulles assigned former Nazi officers, Wehrmacht General Reinhard Gehlen, Butcher of Lyon and Che Guevara hunter Klaus Barbie, and various other fascists to train the Gladio leaders, including MAH officers in the camps from the Unconventional Warfare Department.
Wait, what?
In 1951, the Communist Party was...
Wait, what? No, wait. I thought we were fighting the World War II and the D-Day and we fought the Nazis. Wait, say it ain't so. You mean to tell me that we collaborated with some of the worst Nazis, like famous ones? Wasn't there a story that we read on the stream recently about how Mossad found Klaus Barbie and then were ordered to stand down? I'm trying to find that article now. Chad, this is what people mean when they say Germany lost the war but fascism won? Yes.
Was crushed, and all of its leaders and most members were imprisoned through the notorious mass arrests ordered.
Why do you always say America Badissan? So what if they funded and collaborated with Nazis globally to support fascist movements that slaughtered political dissidents? Yeah, just weird that I would have such an opinion.
The Menderes government, in full coherence, of course, with its proclamations of multi-party democracy. The Turkish Gladio was already active here, but it was not until a few years later in 1955 when it was involved in its first major operation. The Democrat Party orchestrated a secret action along with the counter-guerrilla to bomb the Turkish consulate in Thessaloniki in Greece, in the house where Atatürk was born. The so-called free press in Turkey would then spread the story suggesting that it was the Greeks who
Atamızın evi bomba ile hasara uğradı.
Off the bomb. What followed would result in thousands of Greeks fleeing their homes, in what came to be known as the Istanbul pogrom, or
Today your coverage is pretty bad, Hassan. What do you mean? Dude, I already ran the top of the hour ad break if you're doing that. Sen Selanik göçmeni miydin, öyle bir şeydi? I thought I was from Selanik. I thought my parents had told me that we're from Selanik, and then the Wikipedia page says we're from Drama, my father's side, which apparently is true. I was wrong my whole life. Not from Selanik, but from Crete and also Drama. Am I saying that right? I don't even know.
The state, along with the counter-guerrilla, carried out and supported mob attacks against Greeks, Armenian, or Jewish people, destroying their small businesses or abusing hundreds of Greek women, with the police being demonstrably present and doing nothing. And in the most ridiculous way possible, Menderes then blamed the communists, who had been themselves already crushed by the state, for carrying out those pogroms. And subsequently, 45 so-called card-carrying communists were arrested. This type of false flag action and propaganda was a core tool of the Gladio operations, not just in Turkey. The Menderes government grew increasingly unpopular. Money from the Marshall Plan ran out, and after the first severe economic crisis of Turkish capitalism in the 50s, it lost the support of both the parliament and the people. Under the pressure from the US, which saw Turkey as a breadbasket of the West, the DP had unilaterally promoted the agricultural sector with the funds of the Marshall Plan and renounced the development of heavy industry. Due to the massive foreign trade deficit amounting to 60% of total exports, urgently needed industrial goods such as machines and raw materials could no longer be imported. By borrowing from the World Bank and the IMF, Turkey continued to run up debt until it could no longer pay its foreign debts. Menderes reacted to the opposition by arresting his political rivals and critical journalists. Unfortunately, much of the indignation of the Turkish masses was channeled into organizations who
Whether they traded our parents and grandparents? Yeah, they traded our grandparents. It's
were
true.
themselves reactionary. As Kaipakaya wrote, since there was no communist leadership to show the way to the masses, the popular opposition followed this or that reactionary clique and was squandered. This is what always happens in situation of crises. Frustration and indignation get co-opted and channeled into movements that don't endanger the capitalist system, such as reformism and even fascism. Menderes was then deposed and was executed in the 1960 coup d'etat by the military officers, the first of several coups in the Republic of Turkey. The CIA-linked and US-trained Alparslan Türkeş was one of those commanders, and his clique wished to implement its fascist program. But the faction favoring a multi-party system around the coup leader, General Cemal Gürsel, who then became president, won out, and a new constitution was approved in 1961. The US wasn't too worried about this, as Gürsel quickly emphasized, Turkey remains faithful to its Western alliance. Now, former Prime Minister İsmet İnönü of the CHP was once again elected to restore freedom. Unsurprisingly, that didn't last very long.
Here's where the Grey Wolves come in.
Colonel Alparslan Türkeş attempted again to take power in 1963, but his coup attempt failed and he was put in jail. Comically, he was then released shortly afterward on the basis of a supposed lack of evidence. Now he was free to greatly affect Turkish politics in the coming years. In 1965, he founded the infamous National Action Party, short MHP, and more importantly, along.
It's just so strange how this guy, Menderes was not a freedom fighter himself. He comes from feudal roots, feudal landlord, massive landlord, wealthy family. It's just so odd that this guy just keeps coming back and is building this ultra nationalist fascist party. What an impressive story. You know, real rags the richest type shit. You know what I mean? It's just so odd how that surely the US has no involvement. Surely. I mean, what? That's crazy.
Along with it, its youth organization and fascist paramilitary wing, the notorious Bozkurtlar, known in English as the Grey Wolves. Its ideology, the superiority of the Turkish race. Quote, what is the source of this superiority? The Turkish blood. Its goal, Turan, a united Turk state from Eastern Europe to Xinjiang.
This is part of the reason why I've always made a shit ton of jokes. I hope this is a little bit more illuminating for many of you in this chat who never really quite understood why I would like have so much smoke for someone like Vosh, before the goblin porn stuff. Because you were like, what? I don't understand. Like, he's just pro-NATO and you're anti-NATO. It was additionally laughable, and you will find out exactly why in a brief moment. It is additionally laughable that that community also happened to claim, while being pro-NATO themselves, mind you, that I was anti-Kurdish, and I was a pan-Turanist, Turk supremacist, anti-Kurdish, Turkish guy. It was just odd. It was odd and weird and funny because, like, I do meme a lot about the Grey Wolves and shit like that, but it's pretty funny that they're saying that, like, my anti-NATO position makes me a fascist when NATO in Turkey, much like NATO in all of these other countries like Greece and Italy, is pro-fascist.
Quote, our struggle goes to the last man, to the last breath, to the last drop of blood.
Your points are really valid, but someone who watches you both for years, I don't think you disagree here. I think it's miscommunication from fans of clips. No, that motherfucker did literally say I'm anti-Kurd. Okay? He did. And he is also pro-NATO, so get the fuck out of here.
Our struggle continues until nationalist Turkey, until Turan is reached. The CIA and NATO-trained Turkish initiated the movement with the purpose to establish a nationalist movement that could counter the communist efforts domestically and.
This is pretty important. The Turanist movement is very important as an anti-communist measure, both inside of Turkey and also, as Bestie Marks correctly pointed out in the beginning of the fucking video, everywhere where the USSR existed, because there was a lot of Turkic nations under the banner of the USSR at this point, and they are trying to, America by way of Turkey is trying to instill separatist movements and nationalist movements by training, supporting militia movements. They still literally exist inside of Russian boundaries to this day, as a matter of fact. And there is still some level of involvement from the Turkish government with even Xinjiang, all the way to, because it spans all the way to what would be considered East Turkestan, Xinjiang, under the Chinese nation state. Yeah. So all the way to Uyghurs. Like, these are all Turkic people. Remember, half of my family's last name is literally Uyghur. Okay? Like, that's Cenk's last name. That's my mother's literal fucking last name before she married my father. So this is what is that sign? Hardly a serious fascist gesture, Lamau. I mean, it means different. The symbolism is important for Turkey. Obviously, it's laughable everywhere else. I even throw it up regularly.
Internationally, and the Grey Wolves would soon wreak havoc on left-wing activists. Naturally, whenever fascist paramilitaries are created, the eyes of the Yankee CIA defenders of democracy and freedom shine with excitement.
Then Jim Angleton appeared in August. He began recruiting fascists because he figured that the best way to control the communists was to hire fascists.
CIA officer Ray Klein said in an interview on Operation Gladio in Italy, quote, "It was not far-fetched that some far-right groups were recruited, because after all, they would be the only ones to warn us if there was a risk of a war against the communists in Italy." Former CIA agent Philip Agee, who wrote books revealing sensitive information, stated that, quote, "Paramilitary groups, directed by CIA officers, operated in the 60s throughout Europe, and perhaps no activity of the CIA could be as clearly linked to the possibility of internal subversion." Mehtap Söyler explains in her book how Western powers used Operation Gladio to promote Turanism in Turkey through Alparslan Türkeş as a founding member of the counter-guerrilla. In 1965, a new intelligence agency was formed with the help of the CIA, the National Intelligence Organization, or short, MIT, not to be confused with this MIT. The MIT soon penetrated, quote,
To add some nuance, there was a serfdom in Turkey. The progressive left-leaning people were co-opted by the ultra-nationalist-led coup because the coup was against the feudal lords and Islamist Menderes. That makes the story in Turkey much more complex, yes.
The entire fabric.
And Turks still hold, Turks, as a consequence of ultra-nationalist sentiment, still hold a massive, massive amount of, pre-AKP, the way that the army was seen is like the protectorate of Turkish democracy. And still to this day, many Turks see it as such, and will criticize Erdogan for genuinely eviscerating the influence of the Turkish military in general. However, obviously the Turkish military does, military shit all the time, but it does add a layer of complexity to the conversation for sure.
Of the Turkish society. Many MIT members and Grey Wolves, which one could barely distinguish at that point, would join the Gladio counter-guerrilla.
MIT is the Turkish CIA.
Counter-guerrilla were institutionally united, and from 1967 operated out of the secret CIA-sponsored Special Warfare Department in Ankara. The central goal of the department being, quote, in the case of a communist occupation or of a rebellion, to use guerrilla methods and all possible underground activities to bring an end to the occupation. The CIA was so successful in creating a massive web of Turkish secret services, even MIT officers would acknowledge they were dependent on Washington. In 2008, a court document during the so-called Ergenekon trials revealed that the MIT had funded and armed members of the Grey Wolves in order to carry out political assassinations, such as against Kurdish or Armenian liberation fighters. Toward the end of the 60s, MIT members would also cooperate with the Israeli Mossad to murder Palestinians. In Turkey, another economic recession worsened the situation dramatically. At the end of the decade, social unrest intensified, labor strikes, student riots, political assassinations, and so on. Turkey had adopted 5-year plans in the 60s, not the socialist ones, but state-directed capitalist ones, to develop industry through import substitution. This led to rapid growth of the working class, going from 2.2 million wage earners to almost 4 million by 1970, including 600,000 women who previously worked in agriculture or at home. Due to the more liberal constitution of 1961, worker organizing was made easier, hence trade union membership tripled to 1 million throughout the 60s. The increased labor organizing caused headaches among industry leaders.
Yeah, even though the origination, or not the origination, but like the labor unions were supposed to be co-opted, obviously in times of economic volatility, instability, labor unions still were like, okay, well, we're going to do what we're supposed to do, and became more revolutionary as a consequence of the economic uncertainty. And therefore, this created yet another problem for the labor unions, or for another problem in the eyes of the Turkish government against the labor unions.
In February of 1969, during the so-called Bloody Sunday, tens of thousands of left-wing students and workers marched on Taksim Square in Istanbul to protest against the arrival of the US 6th Fleet. Among the key leaders of that protest was a certain Deniz Gezmiş. More on him later.
Chad.
The Association for the Fight Against Communism had called for a counter-demonstration. During the rally, right-wing extremist groups, with the protection of law enforcement and with some of them controlled by the Turkish counter-guerrilla, attacked the protesting people with knives, chains, and sticks. 2 protesters were killed.
This is Bloody Sunday. That's crazy. Why would the police... What? How could this have happened?
And over 100 were injured, all under the eyes of the police, who merely attacked the left, but not their buddies from the right. The working class did not forget those who fell on Bloody Sunday. A year later, the state-affiliated Turkish Trade Union Confederation had requested an amendment to the trade union law which would have effectively led to the closure of the more left-wing DISK union. After the amendment went into effect, unions called for protests on June 13. 20,000 people were expected, but when 150,000 workers took to the streets of Istanbul, even the trade union leadership was shocked. The most brutal police repression, all the tanks and gunshots, couldn't stop the protesters. Only a state of emergency, which...
Turkey is still significantly more radical in comparison to America, by the way. Like May Day, in my lifetime, even when I was growing up, May Day was like... May Day still to this day, I think. Maybe not to this day, but like when I was growing up, May Day was a massive, massive fucking site of protests. Still, May 1st, internationally, that is the real Labor Day, which is ironic considering that it comes from the United States of America, and yet we don't have it here. We have a different Labor Day in the United States of America than May Day.
Was declared 3 days later, could bring this historic protest.
They suppressed May Day in Istanbul heavily this year. They didn't let people travel to Taksim. Yeah, nowadays you can't. Nowadays they don't even let you do it, I guess.
To an end. It was this massive worker struggle in June of 1970, which is now
Class consciousness yok ama nedense TR'de işçiler May Day'i çok seviyor, haklarını biliyorlar.
Considered among the largest of organized labor in Turkey's history, which Kaypakaya considered to be, quote, proof that the objective conditions of the revolution have become mature in Turkey. The ruling classes concurred and interpreted the two-day workers' uprising as the beginning of a systemic crisis of Turkish capitalism. Something big needed to be done quickly to save the system from the wrath of the people. The social unrest would lead into another major coup in 1971.
Yeah, May Day is a celebration for what happened in Chicago. How dumb is that the USA doesn't celebrate it? Is it dumb or is it deliberate?
Ushering in one of the bloodiest decades of recent Turkish history, where thousands would die at the hands of CIA-assisted right-wing terror. At the beginning of 1971, Turkish society was in mayhem. Turkey's second coup was only a matter of time. Labor strikes exploded everywhere, universities stopped working, and young left-wing activists robbed banks, attacked US targets, and created urban guerrillas. The dominant party at the time was the Justice Party, a descendant of the Democrat Party of Menderes. The Justice Party's Süleyman Demirel, who had been elected in 1965 as Turkey's youngest prime minister, was overwhelmed with the chaos, and the military apparatus didn't like that. Chief of the General Staff, Memduh Tamaç, demanded a strong government which will, quote, neutralize the current anarchical situation. After Demirel's refusal to grant the military more political influence in the anti-uprising struggles, the generals had enough. The tanks were deployed, and Tamac handed the prime minister a memorandum in March, meaning either you resign or we'll depose you. Demirel, not having a real choice here, resigned, and the military leaders took over, exhibiting that
leftist robbing banks just makes you a Stalinist. They were fucking Maoists. They were Stalinists. They were these guys were real Marxist-Leninists, 100%.
In the modern state, the gun has the last word. But the chaos didn't stop. By the end of April, martial law was declared once more. Strikes and union meetings were prohibited. Thousands of people, communists, trade unionists, left-leaning academics, and journalists, faced harsh sentences and suffered systematic torture. Left publications were banned and confiscated. The fascist ones were left untouched, of course.
That's
After
weird.
the People's Liberation Army of Turkey, short PHKO, abducted an Israeli consul in May, the government escalated their ruthless repression. The 1961 constitution was regarded as too permissive of left ideologies and was amended.
That's so strange because you hear Erdogan and all these other like Turkish people as a population are obviously anti-Israel by incredibly wide margins. Turkish government, on the other hand, has oftentimes collaborated with the Israeli government and Israeli authorities and Israeli espionage agencies.
Meanwhile, the infamous Ziverbey Villa in Istanbul served as a torture center, where the CIA trained specialists and the Grey Wolves in the MIT anti-counterguerilla interrogated countless people, employing physical and psychological torture. It's here where the term counterguerilla was mentioned for the first time to anyone who wasn't a member. A well-known journalist who was tortured there later wrote that they told him, quote, "We are the counterguerilla. Even the president of the republic cannot touch us." As repression and the contradictions within Turkish society intensified, and due to events in France, Vietnam, or China, a new wave of organizations emerged, and its leaders had one immediate goal: revolution. The communist movement was seriously weakened. The revisionist parties who had ossified in the hopes of changing Turkey through democratic reforms were crushed themselves. It was the military crackdown, and importantly, the great...
This is why I always say, no matter what happens in all of these countries, they don't just, they're never only focused on like the MLs or, you know, vanguard revolutionary parties. It is always a cross section, both in Italy and in Western Europe in general, wherever NATO operated. They literally gutted every aspect of left-leaning organization. This is precisely the reason why the Cold War was so unimaginably successful for capitalists, and the reason why so many people in Europe literally are, and in America especially, are just terrified of the word socialism and think that it's like, it means, you know, awful, it means something bad. It's just it's basically like a pejorative. It doesn't stop. It, depending on where you are looking at, depending on what country you are looking at, it doesn't just stop at trade unionists either. Sometimes it means like if you're a part of any kind of women's rights group, for example. Counter-guerrilla has threatened the CHP leader Ecevit, a prime minister of Turkey. Yeah, 7 assassination attempts, including one on U.S. soil, mind you, when he said he would go after the counter-guerrilla and counter-guerrilla and hold them accountable. There was an assassination attempt on his life. Not 1, 7 total assassination attempts on his life, including one on American soil. Here, I wanted to show you this. Wait, hold on. Where the fuck did he go? Here. Bülent Ecevit was subject, or not 7, sorry. 6 assassination attempts. All but one occurred in the 1970s. 5 happened in Turkey and 1 on U.S. soil. The most famous of which took place on 23rd of July, 1976 in New York City by a Greek Cypriot, and on the 29th of May, 1977 at Çiğli Airport. Mehmet İsvan, brother of the mayor of Istanbul, Ahmet İsvan, was injured in the attempt at Çiğli Airport. Various testimonies allege that the weapon used in the Çiğli Airport originated from the Special Warfare Department, Special Forces unit of the Turkish Army. Founded in 1952, formed out of the Army's Tactical Mobilization Group, Seferberlik Taktik Kurulu, and it was disbanded in 1992 with responsibility for special operations then taken over by the new Special Forces Command. They were also funded and trained by the USA. During the Cold War, the SWD cooperated closely with the CIA.
Great proletarian cultural revolution in China, which inspired a new upsurge in revolutionary organization. There were three notable organizations that were initiated by radical students in this period: the aforementioned THKO, the THKPC, and the Communist Party of Turkey Marxist-Leninist, short TKP-ML. If you are confused, don't worry, because there were 100 other left-wing organizations in Turkey. But it's important to keep these three in mind, particularly the last one. Founded by Ibrahim Kaypakaya in 1972, it accepted Mao's contributions as a higher stage in the development of Marxism. The party would follow Marxism-Leninism-Maoism and the strategy of waging revolution through protracted people's war. Kaypakaya had been banned from his school for his political activism. He later went to study physics in Istanbul and became known as a great theorist and organizer in the student movement of the late 60s, which was partially inspired by the 1968 events in France. Kaypakaya had split from another organization due to their rightist line, such as their chauvinist position on the Kurdish people, paying lip service to their struggle for self-determination, but ultimately remaining vague.
Hey, Jimmy, that asked the TAF leader at the time about the Special Warfare Department and what happens with the Ortulu Odenal that the TAF receives. The TAF leader did not deny the existence of the organization and said all of the expenditures are for good reasons. This was before the assassination attempts.
Or straight up opposing the formation of a separate Kurdish state. As one of the few original theoreticians of socialism in Turkey, Kaypakaya made fundamental theoretical contributions already at age 22. A leader from his former organization even assigned someone to go kill him, but that someone turned out to be a sympathizer of Kaypakaya and didn't do it. Kaypakaya stressed that the struggle against revisionism was essential in the fight against capitalism, not least because of how deep Turkish chauvinism penetrated the broader left in Turkey, and how it would hold the proletariat back from forming genuine unity among different nationalities and from developing revolutionary consciousness. To this day, Kemalism is a big problem within the so-called Turkish left, much in the same way chauvinism and opportunism plague the left in other countries. The Turkish left is known especially for being fractured into 1,000 pieces. And let's remember here that wrecking and splitting the left, or disseminating ideas to pacify it with the establishment, are still two key tools of the CIA and their counter-subversion partners around the world. Many among the Turkish left would rely on hopes to find help from progressive officers in the military, cozying up to a supposed anti-imperialist trend within the CHP, instead of formulating a definite, independent path toward revolution, breaking with bourgeois illusions, reformism, and Kemalism. Kaypakaya and the TKP-ML created the Liberation Army of the Workers and Peasants of Turkey, short TIKO, which formed guerrilla units in Dersim at first, now renamed to Tunceli by the Turkish state, where the aforementioned Dersim genocide took place, and which Kaypakaya considered as having the best conditions to start a revolutionary movement. The National Intelligence Organization, or the MIT, concluded in a report, quote, "Within the communist movement in Turkey, Ibrahim Kaypakaya's ideas are the..."
Do you think there's more of a chance of a communist revolution in Turkey, though? It seems like there's more revolutionaries over there than here. No. Fuck no. I don't think you guys understand, dude. Turkey's nationalism is not even... America, in many respects, doesn't have to have such strong nationalist opinions because America and its allegiance is more towards capitalism than any kind of national boundary. In Turkey, on the other hand, nationalism is on an entirely different spectrum. It's that's why I always say I understand the way that that's why I always say that I understand why Israel operates in the way that it does.
Most dangerous. The views he presents in his writings and the methods of struggle he advocates are, as we can safely say, the application of revolutionary communism to Turkey. The Turkish state knew what needed to be done with the utmost urgency. Kaypakaya had to be eliminated.
Bro, you said, is there a revolutionary potential for Turkey? Motherfucker, let me tell you something, okay? Turkish people do not even operate within the confines of a fucking bourgeois liberal democracy in the ways that are basically protective of oneself. As in, there's still a popular movement for AKP that is only shaken, that only took a massive blow this past election cycle and still were able to maintain the majority. So you're out of your fucking mind. These motherfuckers won't even vote for the CHP coalition. You know what I mean? And that isn't even necessarily a socialist one, obviously. That's not even a revolutionary one. That is literally a liberal one that is, yeah, there was a huge potential for revolution. It's just that everybody got hanged. including, this guy who, I don't know, it's just you're telling me to take my glasses off. I don't think we.
Among the most important student leaders
similar,
of the time was the Kurdish Deniz Gezmish, a founding member of the THKO, considered by many as Turkey's Che Guevara. He was repeatedly arrested and injured during his political activism. After Gezmish managed to escape from the hospital while under surveillance, he traveled to the Palestine Liberation Organization camps in Jordan to undergo guerrilla training. He and other THKO members were arrested after robbing 2 banks and kidnapping 4 US soldiers in Ankara. Gezmish and 17 others were sentenced to death in October of 1971. The sentence was presented to the parliament in 1972 and it was overwhelmingly approved. Alparslan Türkeş was among those who voted in favor of the death sentence. But his comrades would not give him up without putting up a fight. Among them, self-described anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist, firm supporter of Stalin and admirer of Che Guevara, Mahir Çayan, the leader of the THK-PC. In order to demand the freedom of Deniz Gezmish and his comrades and to prevent their execution, Çayan and 10 accomplices abducted 3 NATO technicians. But in March 1972, in the Kızıldere massacre, the group...
By the way, here's a fun little passive voice moment right here. 10 anarşist ölü olarak ele geçti, which directly translates to 10 anarchists captured, found dead, basically, okay? As in, like, passive voiced. They're passive voicing this. Anarşistler ölmeden önce 3 İngiliz'i beyinlerine kurşun sıkıp öldürdü. The only time where there's active voice here is anarchists, before they died, who knows how they died, took 3 British and used lead, like it's a colloquial term for like kurşun sıkıp, which means like put lead in the brains of the 3 British. The anarchists died. They not only just like murdered the 3 British people, but are literally saying like they put lead in their brains, okay? Which is crazy.
Technicians.
Your Turkish is pretty good for an American. Ne diyor lan bu gerizekalı bana?
But in March 1972, in the Kızıldere massacre, the group was spotted and surrounded by soldiers later revealed to be the Gladio counter-guerrilla forces. And in the resulting gunfire, almost everyone present, including the hostages, was killed. Çayan died at age 26. The operation was led by Fehmi Altınbilik, member of the counter-guerrilla through the Special Warfare Department. It's not the last time Fehmi would play a key role in the assault on revolutionaries. A month later, the president ordered the execution of 25-year-old Gezmish and his comrades. Before he was executed by hanging on May 6th in 1972, he requested to drink tea and listen to Joaquín Rodrigo's Concierto de Aranjuez. His last words were, "Long live a fully independent Turkey. Long live the great ideology of Marxism-Leninism. Long live the Turkish and Kurdish people's fight for independence. Damned be imperialism. Long live the workers and the villagers." After the destruction of the guerrillas of Gezmish and Çayan, the state now focused its forces on Kaypakaya Stiko, as opposed to Çayan's approach, which foresaw guerrilla units forming in the cities first before expanding into the countryside. The TKPML started in the rural areas. Aside from that, there were other differences between their strategies. Çayan's politicized military war strategy, or PASS, and the protracted People's War of the TKPML. But this examination will be part of another video on Marxist military theory. The THKO of Gezmish followed an approach closer to the Foucault theory going back to Che Guevara, and later further popularized by French writer Régis Debray, which put the guerrilla unit at the center of revolutionary change. Guerrillas were key for the TKPML as well. However, as the People's War strategy prescribed, the guerrilla is subordinate to the party. The goal is to ground the People's Army on the population's mass support. Politics is in command of the rifle, so to speak. So, Kaypakaya and his comrades, among them the Kurdish communist Ali Haydar Yildiz, went to the villages in Dersim, doing research on the terrain and the class composition in the
other reason why like communism is broadly seen as like an awful movement is because in Turkey, a lot of the communists, a lot of the socialists were directly Kurdish, of Kurdish lineage, and played significant roles in like emancipatory movements for Kurds, and therefore are like automatically branded terrorists from that front as well, because there was also it was also synonymous with an ethnic movement as well. So that's the other, like, ethnic separatist movement as well. So that's the other reason.
towns, organized actions against big landlords who tyrannized people, helping villagers with their agricultural work, knocking on doors and listening to their problems. This worked very well. Kaypakaya was well liked by the villagers. The Turkish forces knew about these young revolutionaries going around from town to town spreading their dangerous ideology, and the military commando launched a plan to move into the Dersim villages. Understanding these strategies and nip them in the bud was key for the CIA anti-counter-guerrilla. Vietnam had just shown them that it's not always the bigger military force which prevails. It's not easy for the superior military to fight against the People's War strategy, since it's very tough to beat an army that is directly supported by the surrounding population politically, as analyzed by the RAND Corporation, a US national security think tank. One tactic of the military personnel was to disguise themselves as revolutionaries and to knock on doors. If the villagers sympathized with them, they knew whom to keep an eye on and whom to terrorize. But fortunately for Kaypakaya and Ali Haydar, the families hid them very well at their places. The police and military terror against the population increased. Torture and beatings became part of everyday life in Dersim, even becoming a major issue in the Turkish parliament. The region was virtually surrounded by the military commandos. Head of the commando, the aforementioned counter-guerrilla member, Fehmi, who led the operation that killed Mahir Jayan. One early morning in January 1973, Kaypakaya and his comrades were staying in a village called Vartinik when they made an encounter with the enemy. As the Turkish soldiers approached, they tried to flee but were hit by bullets and pretended to be dead. Although the rest of the group escaped, Yildiz was unable to do so and eventually succumbed to his wounds. Kaypakaya escaped with multiple bullets in his body and managed to stay alive in the snowy mountains for a few days.
Silah kucağında, kanlar içinde vurulmuş yatıyor İbrahim yoldaş, İbrahim yoldaş. Yiğitler ölür mü 3-5 kurşunla doğrulmuş kalkıyor İbrahim yoldaş. Ali Haydar yerde bak yüzü boylu yiğitçe can verir yiğidin oğlu, yiğidin oğlu. Başı duman duman Munzur'a doğru tırmanmış gidiyor İbrahim yoldaş.
Kaypakaya was seeking a hiding place in a nearby village, but this time he was unlucky. He asked someone for directions, but the village resident was shocked at Kaypakaya's condition and took him back to their home. They notified a village teacher, but unfortunately, this teacher happened to be a reactionary. The region's mission command had already established contact with him, and he knew very well who Kaypakaya was. The military forces got wind of Kaypakaya's whereabouts and surrounded the village. The head of the command, Lieutenant Fehmi, ripped open the door and yelled, quote, "You are Ibrahim Kaypakaya, aren't you?" "If you know, why are you asking?" replied Kaypakaya in a razor-sharp voice. Then he was asked how he had escaped, Fehmi not being able to cope with the fact that he had slipped through his fingers. "I clenched my teeth and fled, as is necessary to escape such fascists as you," replied Kaypakaya. Despite being brutally tortured every day for over 3 months, he did not reveal any information about the TKPML's internal organization or the identities of his comrades or villagers who helped him. He said, for the revolution,
He says something super based.
Quote, "Give your life, but don't give your secrets." He died from torture on the night of May 18, 1973, at the age of 25. His last recorded words were, quote, "What I have done, I did for the sake of the Marxist-Leninist idea in which I sincerely believe, and I have absolutely no regrets as regards the outcome. I waged the struggle to this end, taking into account all possible consequences, and was arrested. I have no regrets. If one day I escape from your hands, I will work again in the same way. I will always work hard for the proletariat no matter what, as I believe in the liberation of the working people. I have put aside all of my personal interests and goals for the greater good of our people."
Halkımız arıyor seni her yerde işçiler ocakta köylüler dağda köylüler dağda.
Bestie Marx talks about Turkish socialism like it's only militant activism. There was a civil movement too, which was targeted by the Grey Wolves. He hasn't mentioned the Workers' Party or anything yet. There is, it wasn't just guerrilla movements. Like there was a civil side, there was a civil front as well, which in the cities were duking it out with these fascist paramilitaries, which was of course just as important. That collaboration extended. American fascism and like American aligned fascists would literally kill you in the fucking streets. and no repercussions whatsoever. No repercussions whatsoever. They had literally nothing. Like, fascists could just come, they would cut your fucking hair in the streets if they thought your hair was long. It extended beyond that. Like, it literally, it extended beyond just like someone who's a communist or whatever, but like suspected communists, people that they thought were hippies or socialists because they had long hair, would have fascist paramilitaries in the streets literally fucking hold you down and cut your hair.
Dökülen kanların kalmayacak yerde hesap soracağız İbrahim yolda.
The leading cadres of the three main guerrilla groups were thus wiped out by 1973, a huge win for the fascist state. As the counter-guerrilla continued to rapidly expand its operations, a new prime minister was elected in 1974, Bülent Ecevit of the CHP, who would soon order the invasion of Cyprus. In the same year, he said he was shocked to notice that there was a US-financed clandestine force operating in Turkey. The Turkish army general cautioned him against delving too deeply into the matter, as it pertained to the greatest state secrets. But Ecevit's suspicions proved to be utterly correct. I hope you're still here. Take a deep breath, because now we're gonna look at the most brutal sequence of years covered in this video. Considering the events in the early 70s, it's hard to believe that it got much worse toward the latter half of the decade, a period which many people describe as a civil war. In 1975, the Justice Party's Süleyman Demirel succeeded Ecevit as president. Remember that he was the guy who got couped in 1971. He now led a coalition with various right-wing parties, including Alparslan Türkeş's far-right MHP. The MHP now managed to infiltrate state security services directly, increasing the strength of the fascist death squads and exacerbating the ongoing repression of left-wingers. The coalition implemented so-called neoliberal policies, going along with many of the capitalist governments in the 70s. This did not exactly calm down the furious masses, as it further deepened the crisis. The government looked anything but stable. In these years, prime ministers switched more quickly than managers at Chelsea Football Club. Turkey had 10 different PMs in the 70s. But one thing remained stable and constant: the so-called deep state of Turkey, along with its CIA assistants.
This is really important. Deep state, derin devlet, is actually a Turkish invention, or the term itself is invented in Turkey. And it's really ironic because the deep state is I guess something that has been bastardized in America, and it's this notion that, like, I guess like some evil guys are trying to do woke and gay stuff. Like, that's what Americans think it is. But the deep state is basically just the American State Department enforcing its will through a parallel governmental structure, sometimes by way of fascist paramilitaries. But ultimately, it is a reinforcement mechanism of capitalism. You don't have a need for a deep state if your state is already capitalist. So in America, there is no fucking deep state because it's just the state, technically.
And its fascist militia detachments. The modern concept of the deep state is in fact something that predominantly came from an understanding of the secret network of military officers and their civilian partners in Turkey, and the involvement of the counter-guerrilla structure in the fight against communism. But the so-called deep state is nothing particularly spectacular. It just refers to the state bureaucracy which isn't visible to the public and which is an essential feature of any capitalist state apparatus. Liberals like to downplay this or frame it as a conspiracy theory in order to salvage the image of liberal democracy. But there is no conspiracy. It's just what's reproduced within capitalist class society. The modern state needs a stable bureaucracy in foreign policy, national security, lobbyists and corrupt officials tied to the private sector through 1,000 threads, through which it can systematically guard the interests of the wealthy. This is just what the bourgeois state is supposed to do. In 1976, a certain Recep Tayyip Erdogan entered politics by joining an anti-communist action group, the National Turkish Student Union, one of many right-wing organizations emerging at the time, who were soon to meet an opportunity to lash out in a big way. On International Workers' Day in 1977, over 500,000 protesters gathered at the Taksim Square in Istanbul. And then, all of a sudden, some people opened fire on the crowd. Masked snipers shot people from nearby buildings, such as the Intercontinental Hotel. The massive crowd panicked. The shooting lasted for about 20 minutes. Around 40 people were killed and about 200 injured. Over 500 protesters were detained by the police. During the whole 20 minutes, thousands of police officers who were on the scene just stood there and did not intervene. Who started the shooting? Opposition leader Bülent Ecevit suspected it was the counter-guerrilla. Quote, "Some organizations and forces within the state, but outside the control of the democratic state of law, have to be taken under control without losing time. The counter-guerrilla is running an offensive and has a finger in the May 1st incident."
This is like a real fucking I'm gonna blow up the CIA to 1,000 pieces moment. And it's not like Ecevit is like a revolutionary figure in and of itself. Neither was JFK, of course. But, you know, it's just so weird. There's always like I don't know, there's always just some chaos occurring, and it turns bloody, and then the police automatically defend the fascists because it's a conspiracy. This isn't a conspiracy. These guys were the counter-guerrilla, the counter-guerrillas were literally directly funded and trained by the CIA, and the snipers that were fucking shooting from the Intercontinental Hotel, which was suspiciously empty / you know, American owned, happened to be a staging ground for them. I don't know how that happened. The conspiracy in and of itself is that is basically that they conspired. Not that there was a conspiracy theory, that they conspired. They worked with the American government directly.
Leaders of trade unions stated that this was clearly a plan of the CIA. One of them said that there were Americans in the Intercontinental Hotel and that the hotel had been closed to the public on that day. 3 days before the incident, it was allegedly emptied and had stopped taking reservations. The hotel was owned by the ITT Corporation, which had close connections to the CIA and that had been involved in financing the coup against Salvador Allende in 1973 in Chile. According to a Turkish magazine, the MIT deputy chief was present on the day of the massacre. Ankara's deputy state attorney, Doğan Öz, concluded in his final report that the, quote, "military and civilian security services are behind all this work. The counter-guerrilla are subordinate to the Special Warfare Department." Shortly after releasing his report, Öz was assassinated. His killer, well-known member of the Grey Wolves, Ibrahim Çiftçi, who mocked the courts for not being able to touch him. He was right. Çiftçi was set free even after he confessed to the crime. He is now an official member of the MHP. Look at this guy's Twitter profile, looking healthy and fine.
Wait, what? How'd that happen? You mean to tell me that a fucking fascist hitman is still very much in operation in the Turkish government and is like a famous fucking, well, you know, is just like a normal fucking MHP, ultra-nationalist fascist party member? What? How the fuck did that happen, dude? That's so weird. Do you now understand why I say America or Turkey is a dog to the American state? This is why I say it, okay?
As if nothing ever happened. The Turkish state, of course, denied any involvement of the CIA and in the usual, most ridiculous manner, even blamed the left for the killings. Not a single perpetrator of the May Day massacre.
Oh, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Turkish politics, I just need to mention something here as well, by the way. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, okay? Turks will not see it. We don't serve ads in Turkey for the most part, I don't think. Americans will, however. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. One more thing. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. One more thing. The AKP formed a governing coalition with the MHP under the leadership of Bahçeli, and he is like that is a still the current governing coalition is the MHP and the AKP. So it's nationalists and the Islamists. Well, not full-blown Islamists, but you know, the populist fake fundies. There's like way more Islamist parties out there too, but
was ever caught and brought to justice. But this was just the beginning to all the massacres that followed in the next few years, such as the Beyazıt massacre of 1978 at the University of Istanbul, perpetrated by the Grey Wolves, in which 7 students were killed. Witnesses stated that the police didn't do anything against the perpetrators at the scene. The leader of the Istanbul Grey Wolves, and one of those responsible, was sentenced to prison for 11 years, but was released again 2 years later. After the 30-year statute of limitations expired, the mother of the shooter admitted that her son was involved and that he had been ordered by the police to commit the massacre. A few months later in the same year, another 7 university students in Ankara were brutally murdered by the Grey Wolves in the Bahçelievler massacre. Grey Wolves leader, Abdullah Çatlı, the drugs dealer and friend of the Istanbul police chief I mentioned at the beginning, was a key person involved in those killings. Çatlı was being paid by the MIT at the time in heroin. And then, in December 1978, the Grey Wolves would commit its most vicious massacre of the 70s. In Marash, a region which was hit especially hard
This is
in the
really fucked up.
2023 earthquakes, more than 100 Alevi Kurds and left-wingers were murdered primarily by the fascists. About 5,000 people lost their lives in the 1970s. Communists, trade unionists, intellectuals, workers, or their family members. Most of them at the hands of the far right. That's about 10 murders per day. Over 3,300 fascist attacks were counted in 1978 alone. The people of Turkey and Kurdistan will never forget this decade. At the end of the 70s, Supreme Court Justice Emin Değer documented evidence of cooperation between the Grey Wolves, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the counter-guerrilla, showing how the counter-guerrilla organization distributed weapons to various right-wing terrorist groups. The Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs in the late 70s said, quote, "The CIA is able to pick and choose in my intelligence service without let or hindrance." Following the Marash massacre, the state once again declared martial law in 14 provinces. Many more people would die due to fascist attacks, such as at prominent cafes in Istanbul, frequented by leftists. Ultimately, no matter how much they tried, no matter how many communists they killed and tortured, the state-supported fascists couldn't erase the light of the quickly growing revolutionary disposition of the masses. The ruling class had no other option than to resort to yet another military coup to restore quote-unquote law and order and smash the left in Turkey once and for all. The economic crisis in Turkey worsened dramatically as oil prices skyrocketed, bringing inflation to 3 digits. The balance between Ecevit's CHP and Demirel's Justice Party proved not dictatorial enough to put an end to the chaos in Turkey. So, the military generals met in 1979 to make a plan for another coup, using the pretext of restoring political unity. The most important military leader and organizer of the coup was a man called Kenan Evren. At the time of the coup in September 1980, Evren had been head of a certain organization. You guessed it. He was the chief of the Special Warfare Department and commander of the counter-guerrilla Secret Army. Evren had excellent relations with the US. In 1978, he had met with National Security Counsel Zbigniew Brzezinski, who allegedly told him that the coup was a good idea, since the US needed a stable Turkey. Quote, "For Turkey, as for Brazil, a military government would be the best solution." In his memoirs, Evren wrote that Demirel asked him to engage the Special Warfare Department to deal with the unrest. Evren also calmed the fears of Ecevit by allegedly telling him, quote, "There is nothing to..."
By the way, Zbigniew Brzezinski, famously Mika Brzezinski's dad, Mika, who is married to Joe in Morning Joe, also a bit of a yapper, who openly admitted that he goaded Islamist fundamentalist movements in Afghanistan against the communist government of Afghanistan that was like aligned with the USSR. This is in a defense of the Afghan government, mind you. I'm just, telling you how it is. And very openly flexed about it. And pre 9/11 famously told a French magazine or a French newspaper when asked, don't you think it's a problem to like arm and train a lot of these Islamist fundamentalists? To which he said, excuse me, what do you think is scarier, communism or a bunch of fucking Islamist fundamentalists with weapons? Post 9/11, he, I think, probably has a different opinion, but I guess America never lets a crisis go to waste. They fucking loved 9/11 too. They did a phenomenal job in advancing American interests post 9/11 too. So I guess, it kind of worked out well in the end for everybody.
Worry about. We will deal with it. In the late night of September 12, 1980, the armed forces began sending tanks to Ankara, occupying television, radio, and party buildings. Evren announced martial law and all political parties were banned. Strikes were prohibited, local governors were replaced by military personnel, leaving the country was made illegal, and 50 people were immediately executed. Within a short period of time, more than 500,000 people were detained, many of them tortured, and 1.7 million people were blacklisted. Many communist leaders were captured, then tortured, then murdered, such as Kurdish communist and second general secretary of the DKPML after Kaypakaya, Süleyman G.
By the way, do you get why? Like, someone was asking, like, so what's up with the communist movement in Turkey? Yeah, this is what's up. At this point, it's fucking Jover.
The police claimed he committed suicide, but an autopsy pretty much confirmed he was murdered and then thrown from the 6th floor. The repression against Kurdish people escalated. The Kurdish language was banned, those who spoke or sang in Kurdish were imprisoned, and In November 1978, in the province of Diyarbakir,
This is where like the communist movement fully forms into like an ethnic struggle in the eyes of the broader Turkish population.
Kurdistan Workers' Party, short PKK, was founded, initially with a Marxist-Leninist orientation to bring about a Kurdish state through a revolution. But there was also an ideological assault on communism, not just through the assassination of its brightest leaders, but also through the conscious attempt to rid Turkey of its working-class consciousness, such as renaming a left-wing stronghold in Istanbul from 1st of May neighborhood to Mustafa Kemal neighborhood. A man called Paul Hentze was the CIA station chief in Turkey at the time, and one of the best friends of Alparslan Türkeş. He encouraged Brzezinski to form the Nationalities Working Group, which promoted the use of Islamism as a means to challenge Soviet ideology in Central Asia. Think about this sort of stuff the next time someone says that the West promotes secular values in the world. Paul Hentze would...
So here's the other aspect of this. So this is like at the same time, this is happening at the same time as like we're targeting Wahhabis. We're beefing up Wahhabist prominence and Wahhabist influence in other parts, in other regions, and then that kind of Islamist fundamentalism becomes too damaging in our century. So America goes, oh, what can we do? We can promote a more tolerant Islamism. Fethullah Gülen is what America or the American State Department thought, in the most laughable ways possible, is the counterbalance to the scarier Salafist or the scarier Wahhabist movements that you saw become, in certain instances, too problematic for America to continue aligning with. That is ironically where the Fethullah Gülen attitude comes from. Like, that's where Fethullah Gülen and support for Fethullah Gülen comes from as far as the American State Department goes, as far as the CIA goes.
Later say something interesting in an interview about the coup.
Ulusal Güvenlik Konseyi'nden bir meslek memurunun beni aradığını hatırlıyorum. Ankara'daki çocuklar yaptılar gibi bir şey söyledi.
The working class was also assaulted in the economic sphere, under the pretext of, quote, revitalizing the economy. The head of the central bank was forcibly replaced because he was against the IMF, in order to complete the subjugation of Turkey to the global capitalist system, allowing foreign capital to pour in without any control, privatizing whatever could be privatized, making Turkey even more export dependent, thus giving multinational corporations ultimate free reign. The banker's press was more
Erdogan, by the way, also suspiciously advanced that completely. Like, the major reforms that he put in place, economic reforms that he put in place, were literally at the behest of this exact same interest. Some to remember, this is forcible extraction of this is creating, yes, dollar dependency, forcible extraction of whatever natural resource the country has, including its labor force, and putting you in a debtor's prison, basically, and forcing you to implement austerity measures every now and then. And here it is. This was the real interest of the West. Now, you might recognize that this is kind of how it goes everywhere that America or the Western world has interest in. You might even recognize that what is going on in Ukraine is of similar interest. Turkey had a lot of state-owned industry. All of it was, over the course of many decades, privatized.
Than ever before during this time. Coup leader Kenan Evren was now president of Turkey. Hundreds of laws were pushed through, such as guaranteeing impunity for the military junta leaders or to discipline society militarily, and a new constitution was put in place. However, while the military dictatorship proved to be an effective beast in suppressing the rapidly rising revolutionary sentiment with the utmost brutality, it ultimately failed in silencing the fierce resistance and breaking it completely. Enough was enough. In 1984, the PKK had announced a full-scale uprising and declared war on the Turkish state. After having played a key role in instigating the 1980 coup, Alparslan Türkeş was imprisoned by the High Command, and a general within the army even pushed for his execution by a firing squad. The aforementioned fascist employed by the CIA, Ruzi Nazar, intervened, and Türkeş was spared. Following the coup, in an attempt to distance itself from the collaboration with the far right...
How much of this do they teach in school? Wait, nothing, bro. What are you talking about? In Turkish school? Absolutely none of this is taught. What the fuck? Are you crazy? No, none of this shit is taught in Turkish school, bro. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. Also, as far as like the revolutionary potential of the PKK goes, it's not. It's gone. It's done. At this stage, as it exists currently, none of the major like guerrilla movements in Turkey are still foundationally or fundamentally revolutionary or Marxist-Leninist, and have basically turned into a less offensive version in the eyes of at least both fascists and capital owners, which is simply a nationalist or separatist movement. A similar prospect exists for Hamas as well. If you look at Palestinian liberation, and by the way, I'm not making a comparison to the treatment of Kurds under the Turkish government to the treatment of Palestinians under the Israeli occupation. Those are in two different planets. There's still a shit ton of injustice that Kurds face in Turkey, but it's not even remotely close. And I've often said, and I've made comparisons to like the American Black Liberation Movement, for example. If the Palestinians had the same like material conditions that Black people face in America right now, it would be seen as an objective improvement, like a dramatic improvement, an unimaginable improvement. Same goes for like if the Palestinians were integrated into Israeli society, and that they were treated like the Kurds are treated across the board in Turkey, they would literally, it would be considered world peace. Everyone would be celebrating the accomplishment. Yes, Kurds are still Turkish citizens. Yes, Kurds are 35 million people in the Middle East that are a massive ethnic minority in every fucking country that they're in. Iraq, Syria, parts of Iran. That entire region has a total of 35 million ethnic Kurds that do not have a state. They just have never had a state. And Armenia too, yes. And basically, there are separatist movements. There were obviously a lot of revolutionary socialist movements among the Kurdish population. There are still some revolutionary movements in the Kurdish population, in Rojava, for example. But ultimately, as I've said before, unfortunately, many of the Kurdish militias have turned into just simple weapons that America utilizes whenever they see fit. This is the unfortunate reality of all revolutionary movement. America first destroys the revolutionary potential, and then America first destroys the revolutionary potential of these actual ideologically committed movements by using fascists as fucking as cannon fodder, and just like kills them directly, and then turns around and uses whatever remains sometimes as a militia that they train, including but not limited to friend of the show, YPJ's brave warrior, Brace Belden. Like, he has talked about how, you know, American trainers were training the Kurdish militias in Syria.
A couple hundred gray.
Do I think Kurdistan should exist? Yes, I do. I am a believer that Kurdistan should exist. I believe that in order to maintain regional security, Kurdish people having autonomy and having a nation state would be just. I think that the only way to do that, however, without American intervention or involvement, so it doesn't turn into a fucking Israel-style situation, which it never really will, because like Kurds are unfortunately not exactly present in the diaspora in America. There isn't that same like kind of connection that America has developed with Israel, considering that it fucking made Israel into what it is. The fears, from my point of view, would be that it would be an American puppet state. The only way to develop a Kurdish nation state in that regard would be to go back to the same oppressive people who have slaughtered Kurds, including the Turkish government, not limited to the Turkish government, and try to create some sort of regional cooperation and develop a nation state for the Kurds. Having said that, however, I don't think that will happen, at least in my lifetime. I don't see that happening.
Wolves out of the 200,000 registered members were imprisoned. But now they were needed again in the escalating fight against the PKK. MIT members went to the prisons to make an attractive deal. In return for setting the Grey Wolves free and guaranteed income, they would help them fight against the Kurds. In the following fight against the PKK, tens of thousands of people died, while millions of Kurds were displaced from Turkey or Turkish Kurdistan. The counter-guerrilla would use one of its favorite tricks, which was to dress up as the enemy, in this case as PKK fighters, attack villages and commit abuse or executions in an attempt to weaken support for the enemy. Mosques were built in Alevi regions in order to replace Alevism with Sunni Islam. Kurdish language, political organizations, and newspapers, or the Newroz New Year celebrations were banned. The Kurdish identity was to be eliminated once and for all with the help of the counter-guerrilla and American helicopters, jets, and guns. In the usual hypocritical manner of the liberals, Bill Clinton would later state that, quote, Turkey is a shining example to the world of the virtues of cultural diversity, while sending arms to kill Kurds. One among many notable Kurdish fighters was member of the PKK Central Committee Mazlum Doğan. Doğan had been imprisoned in 1979, and then, on March 21st in 1982, at the age of 27, Mazlum Doğan protested against the Turkish government's repression of Kurds and use of torture in prisons by setting himself on fire, through burning his prison cell and subsequently hanging himself. His act coincided with the Newroz festival, an important celebration among Kurds, during which Newroz fires are traditionally lit. Doğan's actions marked the beginning of a series of hunger strikes and resistance actions by political prisoners in 1982. Doğan's legacy has been honored by many Kurdish activists, and he's become a symbol of the Kurdish resistance. This video is already long, but keep in mind that only a fraction of what really occurred was covered here. I nonetheless hope this gave you a general idea of what occurred, and I encourage you to read the analyses of Turkish and Kurdish Marxists, such as the selected works of Kaypakaya I have listed in the description. At this point, it is important to know that the anti-communist clandestine structures have not gone away. And why would they? The struggle against progressive ideas necessitates secrecy and the help of the most violent, reliable detachments of the capitalist ruling class, the fascists. Secrecy is crucial. Otherwise, the general population might sympathize too much with the people who fight against the most reactionary elements of society which are allied with the state. The Social Democrats of Germany, for instance, would muddy the waters for decades about their collaboration with the only reliable force in their crushing of the German communists in the German Revolution, the Freikorps, which then built the basis for the Nazi movement. The secrecy of Western interference through Gladio in Turkey was also perhaps an important factor in boosting the influence of pseudo-left Kemalism, since many on the so-called left underestimated the degree of counter-revolutionary power which was embedded within the state apparatus. Despite its genocidal chauvinist positions, Turkey's MHP is to this day a powerful political force. The MHP had secured President Erdogan's re-election through its alliance with his party in 2018. Connections between Erdogan's party and the Grey Wolves are abundant, which is no big shock since Erdogan's administration is genocidal and chauvinist itself. Erdogan himself, coming from the fascist anti-left uprising tradition, being a member of one of many anti-communist organizations in the 70s.
One of the funniest ironies is that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is notorious for suppressing free speech, which doesn't exist in America. It's not like, in Turkey, same shit. But he literally went to fucking jail for reading a poem and technically inciting a riot for demonstrating anti-Kemalist sentiment, only to fucking become the leader one day, this goddamn watermelon salesman, and then turning around and fucking suppressing speech even further, way more than anyone else at this point.
Supported by the US. The Grey Wolves not only exert great influence in Turkey today, with more than 18,500 members nationwide, it constitutes the largest far-right organization in Germany. In Germany, too, the Grey Wolves are not only tolerated, but their presence was actively encouraged by German right-wing politicians so that they could terrorize the left in Germany as well, while the activities of several Turkish or Kurdish radical left organizations is prohibited. When Alparslan Türkeş died peacefully from heart failure at the age of 80 in 1997, his funeral is said to have been attended by 500,000 people. Kılıçdaroğlu himself has formed an alliance with the İYİ Party, which is itself reactionary and which was formed as a result of a split from the fascist MHP.
Yeah.
And as I hope to show,
He is the woke liberal ultra-nationalist. İyi means good, by the way, in Turkish. This is Anıtkabir. It is kind of goated, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's the Ankara or the Turk in me, but this is the mausoleum of Atatürk. And you go there and you pay respects to the founding father, it's kind of cool. It is pretty cool. I don't know. I wish we had more shit like this in America. You know what I mean? I thought you hated brutalism. I do like this kind of shit, like mausoleums and things like that. I do appreciate it. I'm not like one of those no fun leftists in the sense that it's like, oh, this is actually instilling reactionary opinions by creating a cult of personality around a militant person who was like engaging in a bourgeois revolution and you know, suppress communism in the country, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Who cares, bro? It's cool. It looks cool. Shut the fuck up. I don't know why. I don't feel the same level of like, I don't feel the same level of longing or same perspective about DC monuments. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because like that is my least American value. I don't feel that way, but I do want to see like where Lenin is. You know what I mean? I think that's sick. The communist countries apparently, and I did not know this, I talked to Alexa about this, have a tradition of not cremating and specifically embalming their dead leaders, including Ho Chi Minh and Lenin, and I believe maybe even Mao. Is Mao also embalmed? That's kind of sick. It's a little weird, but also kind of sick. I go to a K through 12 charter school run by Turkish people who allegedly have ties to Gülenist, and our middle school principal was investigated and found to have ties with Turkish Gülenist. I hear that there are more schools like that and visited one part as a Turkish dance comp I was in. Do you know about any of this? What are Gülenists? Yes, it most likely is a Gülenist. If it's a Turkish charter school, it most likely is a Gülenist operation, 100%. Best Marks fails to mention the civil Kurdish liberation movements that existed within the left before even PKK existed. Not having a distinct civil liberation movement makes Kurdish people securing their rights very hard and keeps the reactionaries in power, which is deliberately done by the deep state too, in my opinion. No, it's not dissimilar to the way Hamas is used as a political tool by the Israeli state to be like, oh yeah, look, see, all Palestinians are like this. The distinction there, however, is that there is Kurdish liberation movements within civil society and also active Kurdish parties within that aren't getting fucking arrested left and right, of course, by claims that they have deep ties to the PKK and whatever. But yeah, in any case, this is a long story, but
force for minority.
But basically scratches the surface of my anger and resentment towards NATO and America in general.
Anti-proper left in Turkey. Turkish fascism has not gone away. To the contrary, its roots have grown deep into society, watered and consciously fostered by US imperialism. Following Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti's revelations about the secret NATO army, the public pressure became too great, and in December of 1990, President of the Operations Department and the head of the Turkish Special Forces issued a press statement in response to public pressure, acknowledging the presence of secret NATO troops in Turkey and explaining that the Special Warfare Department was responsible for directing the counter-guerrilla unit with the objective, quote, to organize resistance in the case of a communist occupation. They made sure to emphasize that all members of the Turkish Gladio were, quote, patriots. Those patriots were once again important in the escalating fight against the PKK in the 90s. In 1993, a parliamentary commission conducted an investigation on the counter-guerrilla, but the Speaker of the Parliament at the time was immediately contacted by a general to stop the investigation, and the State Security Court prosecutor ordered the police not to collaborate with the parliamentary commission in their investigation efforts. In the late 90s, in the Susurluk scandal aftermath, a report concluded that, quote, an execution squad was formed within the state, and that, quote, all parts of the state were aware of what was going on. The Turkish Human Rights Association concluded that there are, quote, around 3,500 crimes of the counter-guerrilla which have been committed with the support of the state and which are covered up until today by the state. The president of that association, Akın Birdal, was then shot by Turkish nationalists and just barely survived.
Here's the other aspect of it that makes me going back to Turkey a little bit more scary potentially is that people just suspiciously and mysteriously get killed by a fucking nationalist left and right. I don't know how it happens, but I'm not saying it's American involvement or deep state involvement, but it just always happened to be that way. It's weird, bro. It's weird as fuck. I don't know how. I don't know why, but any motherfucker that talks about this shit gets straight up murked by some fucking right-wing fascist dude. I don't know how. I don't know why. But it is definitely a thing that happens. It's weird. Yeah, that's the other aspect of it. Then you have the overt government suppression. Would Cenk have just as much of a risk heading to Turkey? Fuck no. So So what you're saying is I shouldn't go to Turkey? No, you guys are all fine. You're not Turkish. What the fuck are you talking about? Turkey is unimaginably fun for tourists. You're out of your mind if you think that anything bad is going to happen to you. No, Turkey is perfectly fine. Carter went. And yeah, Central Committee went with Carter. Y'all are so funny, dude. Go get your fucking hairline fixed. Do whatever you want to do. You're going to be fine. It's not going to hurt you. It'll be a little different if you're Turkish yourself.
Survived. In 1997, millions of people throughout Turkey switched off their lights at exactly 9 p.m. for 1 minute to protest the lack of transparency and the government's efforts to hide its connection to criminal organizations. About 100,000 workers marched in Ankara, demanding the truth about the state's collaboration with the CIA and the counter-guerrilla. To this day, the US has not acknowledged any responsibility for what happened in Turkey. In Turkey, only military dictatorship and fascism proved enough to suppress the rising proletarian movement. It's about maintaining the private property relation and US hegemony. The US doesn't give a single F about anything else. For all the feelings of sadness and despair that this story evokes, it's always important to remember that no matter how much they try, the ruling classes will never be able to defeat communism completely. They can only slow down the inevitable abolition of the system of genocide and exploitation and only delay the absolute self-determination of Kurdish, Armenian, and all oppressed peoples. No matter who wins in the election, the struggle will go on. This century of brutal repression has burned itself into the collective consciousness of the proletariat in Turkey and Kurdistan and will serve as a lesson for the new coming wave of revolutionary power that will avenge its immortalized martyrs.
Bro, someone in the chat said, imagine watching this video and not thinking that the US will backstab Kurds eventually. What do you mean eventually? This entire video is about the United States fucking over Kurdish revolutionaries inside of Turkey. And also on top of that, the United States literally to this day has a practice of arming, training, and riling up Kurdish militias only to use them against whoever they have, as a destabilizing force, basically, only to then turn around and be like, yeah, you can kill all of them, actually. Here they are. They'll just be like, all right, we're stepping out of the way. It's time for the Turkish military to come in and fucking slaughter everybody. Bro, I'm Zaza, and my white German coworker said he won't visit Turkey because he's scared of being thrown in jail. I had to tell him that I, as a Turkish citizen with Zaza roots, have a higher risk of getting thrown into jail than his White House. Yeah, that's so fucking funny. Thinking that something is going to happen to you as like a white Christian guy in Turkey. Yeah, dude, something will happen to you. You'll get, they'll lie to you about the price of shit. Not that it fucking matters, because the dollar conversion will help you. Yeah, you'll get fatter. Turkish food is bomb. Your hairline will improve if you're going there for that reason. But the notion that like something bad will happen to you is so laughable. It's not, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't know where to begin to describe it. You will definitely get ripped off though, for sure. That's a given.
The imperialist alliance with Turkish fascism managed to contain the flames of the 20th century, but the fire of liberation can never be extinguished.
Great video by Bestie Marks, by the way. Respect. Very cool. Very cool stuff. Anyway. Respect in Turkish, you mean? Respect aga, respect. Chat artık bu klasik memi anlayabilir.
Kemalizmi savunacağız.
Ya sen Kemalist
devrimi
ben
savunacağız.
komünistim. Hadi bakayım.
Bırak palavrayı.
Sen bırak palavrayı.
Sen döneksin.
Sensin
Döneksin.
dönek.
Döneksin.
Sen sıkı yönetim mahkemelerinde çıkıp dönekliğini ilan ettin mi?
Sen ne dedin? Sen
Evet.
12 Eylül geldiysin. Göreceksin.
Sen Abdülhamit'i savundun.
Savunmadım.
Sen Menderesleri savundun.
Savunmadım.
Sen savundun.
Terbiyesiz.
Evet. Bak.
Savunmadım. Çıkar göster.
Ben göstereceğim.
Ahlaksız adam.
Alçak. Puş.
Sen Abdülhamit'i savundun. Savunmadım. Çıkar göster. This is a television show, by the way. This guy's an MIT agent and a snitched on leftist. The guy is saying he's a dönek, which means he's like a turncoat. He's saying he has no class and no morals and a traitor. Push ne demek oluyor İngilizce bilmiyorum bile. Push'un İngilizce karşılığı bitch, I guess. Pushed would be little bitch, like a cunt maybe. Is that what it is? Pedincik is basically the Turkish LaRouche and is still in politics. Anyway, fun little aside here. Gay erkek demek mi? Oh no. Pushed a pimp who sells his wife? No, pezevenk, I think. Okay, people are giving me conflicting terms. Some people are saying it means a bastard. Someone is saying it is a gay man. It's like the soft F word. Çok vague bir şey. Tam dictionary anlamını bilmiyorum. It's funny because there is not like a direct American equivalent. That's why I was literally asking the Turks in the chat, like, what would you say is the closest equivalent in the English language? And they're all having conflicting opinions because there is no real like direct American equivalent to the term. Anyway, let's get back to the United States of America, where Trump is warning that Biden could lead us into World War III.
Take a look.
I've been a senator since I was 29 years old. Never left government. The fall. He decided to, look, I shouldn't get into this probably. Never forget, America's the strongest when we lead not only by our example of our power, but by the power of our example. You can clap for that. As President Lincoln said, we'll never forget lying around.
Bro, these compies are pretty funny. Like, they really cook his ass, bro. It's crazy how they cook his ass like this.
And that's him lying around, actually. They're trying to erase black history. We're going to write black history because it's American history. On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man.
Just checking this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Will not bring Israel, and will not bring down, will only bog down Israel and Gaza.
Yes, sir.
Is Steny here? Where's Steny Hoyer? Steny Hoyer.
I hear him in the back. He's over by the beer.
Well, Steny Hoyer lives on the western shore of Delaware in Maryland. The thing about, let me put it this way. I remember when I was vice president and things weren't going too well. My inherited economy was on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. Too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing. Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. Wages keep going up. Inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower.
So most days you see Joe struggling. Now Democrats are saying it. But State of the Union, we saw a very different, in my view, Joe. Maybe just Red Bull. I don't know. I'm not going to make any allegations, but it certainly was not the normal Biden. How significant an issue is this?
Look, we are...
Because I don't think he could sit here and have this conversation.
Right. We're at the most dangerous point in the history of our country because of the power of weaponry, nuclear weapons in particular. Weapons that are so powerful and I've seen the effects. And I had an uncle, a great professor at MIT for many years. We used to talk about nuclear a lot. He understood nuclear very well. And even then, that was many years ago.
N-word.
My father's brother, Dr. John Trump. And I think he was the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT. I think 41 years, very smart. We used to talk about nuclear. And he used to talk about the power of nuclear. And I'd say, Uncle John, you're not. Where a briefcase, the size of a regular briefcase, would do damage that I don't even want to discuss. And
he doesn't even want to discuss
in terms of the advancement of that technology, and it's very bad, very scary. And I will tell you, we have a chance of going into World War III because of our leader. So I don't want to get into what state he's in. You know, it's in one way, it's not something for me to talk about. I can tell you this. President Xi of China, Putin, Kim Jong-un, all of these leaders are at the top of their game. Mentally, they're at the top of their game. And they're dealing with somebody that's not at the top of his game. And honestly, he never was. He was never the brightest bulb. And everybody understands that. Everybody knows that. You look at his foreign policy over the years.
I think he's not wrong when he says Biden was never the brightest bulb. But it is pretty funny that he's the one saying it. Because it's like, if there's one guy who is objectively just as bad, if not worse, like, it's Donald Trump. Like, it's just so funny for him to be like, he's not the brightest bulb. I am.
It was always wrong. You look at all of the things, you look at his crime bill in the 1990s, how horrible that was to certain groups of people. He was never great at what he did. He did it because he was hale and hearty and well met. And I have a real problem. I love this country. I don't want to see this country get into a nuclear war and be so badly damaged. What we say won't matter. This won't matter. This place won't matter. Nothing will matter because practically nothing's going to be here anymore. The level of power, of power with the weapons and the weaponry, that's real weaponry. That's worse than the weaponry that we were talking about a little while ago. This is the ultimate, this is obliteration, maybe world obliteration. And we have a man that is not capable of even discussing it. He talked the other night about that nuclear doesn't matter so much. What matters is, think of this, global warming. The only global warming that matters to me is nuclear global warming, because that's the real deal. He said it's...
Oh, come on, bro. Yeah, global warming doesn't matter because I'm scared of a nuclear holocaust is crazy. I mean, the fears of a nuclear holocaust is definitely becoming more real by the moment. It's just that, you know, these two don't need to be conflicting interests, okay? The notion that, like, you can be fearful of one and not the other is really dumb.
An existential threat. He loves the words.
Yeah, record-breaking summer last year, looking to be the record-breaking summer this year, too. Oh, yeah. This was the hottest recorded, May was the hottest recorded month consistently. So, it's great.
Existential threat. That global warming is an existential threat.
Hassan Abi's like, yes, climate change, tax the people, more hell yeah, we make a difference. Wait, what? What are you saying? I didn't say any of those things. You just made up an entire different framework and got mad about it. Like, are you okay? Yesterday, Chad was like, damn, he used doom nuclear war. Today, Chad is like, nuclear war, lule, it's not happening, delulu, lule. Bro is literally, what is happening? Bro is just envisioning a chat and a streamer for himself and typing to that chat and streamer in the chat. Admitting to hate watching 2 consecutive days in a row is crazy. I mean, this guy's been following since 2020, so I don't think it's just been 2 consecutive days in a row of hate watching. This is my favorite type of chatter, though. It is my favorite type of conservative in general. Is not one that like gets mad at the things that are coming out of your mouth. It's one that just basically envisions what you are saying and then gets mad at this hypothetical that they've cultivated in their mind. It's like, bro, you're not mad at me. You're mad at your own imagination. This is what I like to call the girlfriend chatter. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I saw in a dream that you cheated on me and now it's your fucking problem. It's like, no, you dreamt it. Okay. Like, what do you mean? You're just making up a guy and getting mad at that guy and saying, I'm that guy. It's like, you made up the guy. It's funny that you think this person is a conservative when this is currently the average median American liberal. Nah, that's a conservative. Well, first of all, the average median American liberal is a conservative, but that guy is probably a Trump supporter in general because he's like mad about us making fun of Trump.
And he doesn't know why. What is it? It's weather. And I'm all for that. You know what? I'm in a certain way, in a very powerful way, I'm an environmentalist. I want clean air, I want clean water. But this is not the existential threat. Tomorrow, we could have a war that will be so devastating that you could never recover from it. Nobody can. The whole world won't be able to recover from it. And he's talking about something in 400 years from now. The oceans will rise by 1/8 of an inch. Look, we have a man that shouldn't be doing this job. He's not qualified. He's not mentally sharp enough. And I don't believe he was 20 years ago either. You know, they can show me clips. Take a look.
Wait.
Powerful way. I'm an environmentalist. I want clean air. I want clean water. But this is not the existential threat.
I'm an environmentalist.
Tomorrow,
bro, his EPA deregulations were so severe that even carbon polluters were like, dude, the gases that we're releasing in the and not engaging in like fracking, the normal carbon capture measures that we previously had in the process of fracking are so bad that like GE and other like fossil fuel industry backed titans had to come out and be like, we have to do something about the lack of regulation in this field. Under the Trump administration, the EPA deregulation was so fucking severe. Were so severe that even other fossil fuel backed industries had to come out and be like, we have to do something about this. Like, it's getting to a point where maybe it's a little scary.
We could have a war that will be so devastating that you could never recover from it. Nobody can. The whole world won't be able to recover from it. And he's talking about something in 400 years from now. The oceans will rise by 1/8 of an inch. Look, we have a man that shouldn't be doing this job. He's not qualified. He's not mentally sharp enough. And I don't believe he was 20 years ago either. You know, they can show me clips. Take a look at the clips of how he did 20 years ago.
He's also the #1 anti-renewables guy. He thinks electric vehicles are gay and hates them. He personally thinks windmills are ugly, and therefore he hates windmills and will say, like, they kill birds. They're killing birds. It's a birdicide, folks. We can't have these windmills. He's even gone so far as to say wind turbines cause cancer and any number of different insane shit. Like, he's out of his mind, dude. Like, it is the one area where Joe Biden, albeit not the environmental champion himself, his administration is lacking in many areas on that front too, is still seen as like a Greenpeace activist, okay? Donald Trump is so bad when it comes to the environment, so objectively bad that Joe Biden is basically a Greenpeace guy, okay? In comparison, it is the one area where there's no question who is like not even marginally better, like significantly better. Right off the bat, just having an EPA in general automatically puts you like as a federal agency, having the EPA have all of its appointments and have like competent people working there instead of like a polluter billionaire that he put there to just specifically gut it, puts Biden in the positive category on that front.
His level of hatred for me is incredible. But all I'm trying to do is lay out the facts. Lay out the facts. We have to have somebody that's sharp and strong. And Viktor Orban, who's a very strong kind of a guy, I guess. They call him a strong man. Oh, Trump likes, I don't like strong men or hate strong men. He's leading a country. He's a strong leader. He's the prime minister of Hungary. He said the only way we're going to solve the problems of the world, you got to bring Trump back. China was afraid of him. Russia was afraid of him. Look, I ended the Russian...
China was afraid of Viktor Orban. Russia was afraid of Viktor Orban. These are two countries that Viktor Orban is literally directly at odds with the European Union over. What the fuck is he saying? Oh, he means himself. Okay. I thought he was still talking about... He said he. So I assumed he wasn't talking about himself in the third person. Okay, my bad. I misunderstood. It's like, he's serving 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour, folks. Everyone is afraid of it. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. He's serving the 3-minute ad breaks, but he's also telling you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, folks. That's right. Twitch Prime. Many people have Amazon Prime accounts. They can connect it to their Twitch accounts, but they don't. They could. And then there's the gifters. George Soros gifting 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer be afraid of the top of the hour.
Pipeline, Nord Stream 2. Before I came in, even you, nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. I said, they're building Nord Stream 2. Everyone said, what is that? It's the biggest pipeline in the world going to Germany. So we're protecting Germany, and Germany's paying billions of dollars.
Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 before me.
A month to Russia for energy. And I also said it's bad for Germany because if they ever do end up with a war, which they have many times, they'll turn off the juice and Germany doesn't have a chance. That's when I gave Angela Merkel a white flag. Do you remember? I sent over a white flag at a table. She said, what is it? That's the flag of surrender. So we need a president that's sharp and that's respected. And we're closer to World War III. Now,
Lily the Chaos God, StepOp69, Miss Susie B, many different names, but it's all the same name. George Soros.
You take a look at what's happened in the last few days. Putin is now talking about nuclear weapons for the first time. I mean, he's talking about them all the time because Ukraine is now talking about hitting Russia. And Biden doesn't know what the hell to say. But all of these things, they're going to end up leading to World War III. I'll get the Ukrainian situation settled, and I'll get it settled fast. It would have never happened. The other thing that would have never happened is the October 7th attack of Israel. Would have never happened. And you know what else? I'll add something else that wouldn't have happened. Inflation. We have the worst inflation maybe in the history of our country. Far worse than they report.
There's 1.4%.
Because when you add interest rates and when you add energy prices, look at the energy. By the way, gasoline prices are going way up again. When you add all of this in, I think it's the worst inflation we've ever had. And our country has become, Sean, a failing nation.
You say declining nation.
I say declining or failing.
So let me go back to the foreign policy.
I say a lot of things about it, but it's whatever I say about it, it's real bad.
About that. But let me stay focused for just a second, if I may, on the issue of we have war in Europe, we have war in the Middle East. And we have the Iranians, according to reports, even the IAEA, may be very close to nuclear weapons. That should scare everybody.
Yeah, how'd that happen, bro? How'd that happen? How did that happen? How? No, actually, how? Who caused it? Who could be responsible? One of the two people in this room is directly responsible. I wonder who that guy is. Is it Sean Hannity, who doesn't even burp in the microphone, apparently, and therefore is better than me as a broadcaster, according to some? I can't seem to put my finger on who destroyed the signature foreign policy achievement of the previous administration, the Obama administration.
They're crazy enough that I think they would use them. And
there's nothing funnier than being like, Iran, they're crazy, man. They'll definitely use their nukes. Meanwhile, we're talking about Russia. We're talking about Israel, which also has nukes. Okay? Like, the only nation that's crazy enough to use nukes on a civilian population is us, motherfucker. We're the only ones who used it. The fuck do you mean? Oh, everyone else is crazy enough to use it.
Precarious situation, more dangerous, I think, than at any point.
Most dangerous time in the history of our country.
I would agree. And so my question to you is, if you are elected and you are the next president, the 47th president, how do you begin the process of restoring world order? Now, one other thing. I never thought in my lifetime I would listen to a president.
I know we hate Trump, but isn't he right about the fact that he's more mentally capable of handling World War III than Biden is? No. Like, just because he has more of his mental faculties in order in comparison to Biden, which is not a very high bar to clear, doesn't mean that he's going to handle World War III in a better way. Like, the shit that he is saying as far as October 7 is hilarious because October 7 is Donald Trump, okay? His administration's actions, and I've said this so many times, and I guess I have to repeat it. His administration's actions, as far as like it's dealing with Israel, is directly responsible for October 7. Like directly, okay? Just like the Iran nuclearization. He is directly responsible for it. You couldn't be more wrong on that. I already ran the top of the hour ad break, okay? Oh, it's because Arabs are predisposed to hate Jews genetically. Yeah.
Of our country, the leader of the free world, literally
shut down the CIA. Yes, he's more capable, bro. Wait, what? Dude, that's crazy. It's not like the CIA is more competent now under the Biden regime anyway. The CIA's decline is just a byproduct, I think, of everything being outsourced.
A country that was attacked by radical Islamic terrorists that will support your defense, but we won't support you fighting back after the Iranians fired weapons into their country. Right. To me, that was a surrender in the war on terror, or trying to lecture Israel, you can't go to Rafah, you can't do this. Okay, excuse me, how would we act if we lost what would be, by population extrapolated out, 40,000 Americans in a day?
So,
dude, I love how the Israel stuff since October 7 has been devastating. But it has been pretty revealing because like so many of these like edgy accounts that love Donald Trump, so many of these like edgy accounts on Twitter, for example, were still unconditional dick riders of Israel, with the exception of like some of the Nazis like Nick Fuentes, who just like hate Israel because they hate Jews, that like they kept trying to be edgy while defending Israel, and it just doesn't work. And it's the same for these guys. These guys are like, America first, America first. Meanwhile, it seems it seems people being like, oh, actually, Israel first, America is maybe second. Who knows? How dare Biden even remotely criticize Israel? Ridiculous.
So, number one, they have to finish the job. Israel has to finish that job. They have to finish it quickly, strongly, and they have to get back to life again because it's taking too long. They have to finish the job.
You're saying go in, win, and finish.
You gotta win. Gotta win.
Huh. Interesting. I thought he told Habib that he was gonna end it.
The attack on October 7th, and it's getting more and more demeaned. They're demeaning it. I have people now telling me they don't think the attack ever happened. And take a look. You watch the news reports
I have the
where
50
people that
minutes
are
of video.
protesting. Sure, I know you do, and so do I. But here's the thing. You watch these people on television, and then just like you have Holocaust deniers also.
Bro, there is literally no difference between him and Biden on this, okay? Which, by the way, is significantly worse for Biden, in my opinion, because the expectation is that Trump is going to be this fucking fascist asshole. So the fact that him and Brandon are completely aligned on this issue is insane. Like, absolutely insane. They're so aligned on this issue. That they're having a hard time being like, what would you do different than Biden? What would you do different than Biden in this situation? I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't get mad at Israel ever. I would say you're doing great. Go forward into Rafah. Okay, Brandon on accident was like, we'll do a red line. He hasn't necessarily actually enforced the red line. So fundamentally, there is no difference.
They say the Holocaust never took. It's the exact same people. They're saying it never happened. AOC +3.
Who? What? Oh my God, he's so woke. He's saying AOC +3 are Holocaust deniers. Bro's gonna lose out on his base if he keeps chirping like this, okay? He's about to lose out on his base if he keeps chirping like this about the Holocaust. AOC +3, they deny the Holocaust. They deny October 7. Oh yeah, I love this one. I'll write the theory and I'll do the praxis. He already is, I'll read the replies. Did we just lose? I'm on the fence with my vote for Trump. I might stay home. I'm so sick of this Israel first bullshit. It's amazing how literally not a single word he said. Michigander Groiper. It's amazing how literally not a single word he said was America first in the slightest. This is so sad. Oh man, didn't know the rhetoric was this bad. This is why I'm an uncommitted voter, says classic Groip. America first, Christ is king. Why does this guy fucking follow me? All the fucking alcoholic dads who say stuff like friend. Yeah, hate watcher, 100%. Great website, Elon. Things are going great. This is great. America first post. I didn't even know this was are these real comments? What the fuck's going on? Hello, this is Twitter. Of course these are real comments.
You know, Israel was the most powerful lobby in the country 15 years ago. Today, between Tlaib and AOC and all of these people, what they're doing.
Wait, what? Is he saying it's bad that the Israeli lobby is no longer as powerful? Which, by the way, it's still a pretty consequential lobby.
Israel, they don't have the backing that they once had.
You'll give it to them.
Yeah, I'm good. But they don't.
Wait, what? Wait.
15 years ago. Today, between Tlaib and AOC and all of these people, what they're doing, Israel, they don't have the backing that they once had.
You'll give it to them.
Yeah, I'm good. But they don't have the backing. Even Schumer has become like a Palestinian.
What? Yo! What does that mean, bro? Even Schumer, he's become like a Palestinian. And that's a bad word, okay? A P word. I'm no longer censoring myself. I'm saying it. It's not the P word. I will put back AIPAC and restore it to its former glory. I will make sure that Israel has the most powerful lobby in America once again. Yeah, I have it on good authority. Chuck Schumer said the Shahada. I think he just means like Schumer has become Hamas, but he doesn't know Hamas, so he just says Palestinian because he's that ride or die for Zionism. That in his mind, it's like Hamas, Palestine, same thing.
Chuck Schumer, Jewish, always strong for Israel. He's become like a Palestinian.
Called for elections in the middle of a war.
Yeah, it's a very bad thing. It's a very sad thing, and it's a very dangerous thing. But if you look, so many people I watch on your show.
I'm not even joking when I say this conversation, like even slight criticism of Israel, would cause such a rupture in the motherfucking Trump camp. Like unimaginable rupture. Both the Groypers and the fucking actual anti-Semites who personally hate Jews and hate Israel for that reason, all the way down to like the average MAGA conservative who maybe has like a little bit of anti-Semitism, but like doesn't really understand the situation at all, but thinks it's like kind of wild that we're giving so many tax dollars to Israel. Like if Democrats turned around and were like, what are we doing here? What's going on? What's going on here? What's happening? We should maybe dial this back, this Israel support, this unconditional support to Israel back a little bit. And then Trump and the MAGA train would turn around and be like, no, we love Israel. How dare you? How dare you criticize Israel? I'm Israel high, folks. They'd be chirping like that. You could so easily exploit that like obvious contradiction. You could just be like, what do you mean? I thought you said America first. What's happening here? You know? What's that about? Still relevant? Oh.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
It's my favorite video. I'm afraid I think people think that this is like he said this unironically or something.
Where they're going in
the middle of a war.
For Israel, he's become like a Palestinian. Chuck Schumer, Jewish, always strong for Israel. He's become like a Palestinian.
Called for elections in the middle of a war.
Yeah, it's a very bad thing. It's a very sad thing, and it's a very dangerous thing. But if you look, so many people I watch on your show where they're going and interviewing these people that are protesting just recently at Columbia and the different places. They say, we don't believe October 7th ever happened. And
this is such a funny thing to lie about. No, he's not saying strong for a Jew. He's saying Chuck Schumer is Jewish and has always been a strong supporter of Israel. I don't think anyone says October 7th didn't happen. He should instead be saying like, people are celebrating October 7th, folks. That's what he should be saying. Even that is like super marginal, but who cares? I don't think I've ever seen a person who doesn't believe that October 7th happened. I'm not even like, it's too early for October 7th denial. You know what I mean? Maybe like 10 years down the line. Okay, with the way that like mania works, let's say 5 years down the line. Back in the day, it used to take 10 years for people to start denying that it ever happened at all. But like, I have not seen, we're too close to October 7th for there to be October 7th deniers.
they may believe that, you know, they may actually believe that happened recently at Columbia and the different places. They say, we don't believe October 7th ever happened.
Is that what they're saying? Is that what they're saying at Columbia and other places? We don't believe that October 7th happened. October 7th never happened is what they're saying, folks. There are no hostages in Gaza.
And they may believe that, you know, they may actually believe that, but they have to get the job done. They have to get in there and they have to get it done.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Colombian students were dancing in their dorm rooftops on October 7th.
We just have breaking news, as I mentioned in my open tonight, and I want to get your reaction to the fact that the appeals court has now stopped your Georgia case, election case, while appeal on Willis's disqualification is pending. This is on the heels of...
I'm so mad. I'm so mad about this. Boo. Boo.
Florida Judge Eileen Cannon looking into whether or not the prosecutor, Jack Smith, the special prosecutor, was pointed in an inappropriate way, which would render the case and the indictments out completely. That is going to take place in fairly short order. A lot can change in a couple of days with only 152 days out of an election.
and what we call him deranged Jack Smith, because you look at his career, he's been overturned by the Supreme Court unanimously, so many other things. He goes too far.
Let me ask you this. You had said something during the trial in New York. Mother Teresa couldn't beat these charges was one thing that you said, and you turned out to be right. And secondly, you were asked about the possibility that Judge Merchan might send you to jail. You said something that really kind of got my attention. What did you say? That it didn't faze you in the sense that if that's what it takes, you don't have to be doing this. You could be playing golf every day and you probably wouldn't be charged with anything.
That's not true. I would say that a big part of the consideration for Trump running again was because of the possible criminal elements, okay? Like, no, this is very similar to Benjamin Netanyahu in many ways, okay? It was definitely one of those things where he was like, I'm so fucking cooked.
Well, I think I say it about almost all of these cases that are brought against me. They are doing it for the purposes of hurting a political opponent of Biden and trying to get him to win, and he's the worst president in the history of our country.
I was thinking this reminds me so much of what you'd hear from Bibis in Israel. Yes. Also, please tell me that you're an Israeli chatter with the name Cenk 2028. I don't know, probably not, but that would be, yes, I am an Israeli chatter. Oh my God, we did it. It's global. It's global. Cenk 2028 is global. We've done it, folks. We've done it. Yes. It's universal. It's officially universal. Oh, that makes me so happy. Don't care. Voting Cenk. The new Cenk order. One united front for Cenk.
But in the case that you're talking about, I said very strongly that I'm very proud to fight for our Constitution. And if that's what it takes, everybody said, this is such a minor thing. You don't go to jail for this, all of them. But you don't understand what we're dealing against, Sean. We're dealing against a system that is so corrupt. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. I did nothing wrong in any of these things.
I've done nothing wrong. The only thing I've done wrong is I've loved my country too much. I fought the deep state too much, folks. That's what happened.
I did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong at all. And
you know, here's another parallel. Here's another parallel to Benjamin Netanyahu. Aside from all of the fucking right-wing fascism, cult of personality nonsense, Benjamin Netanyahu, for all of his fucking failures and all of his corruption, is also indicted on the silliest charges possible, which is like, you know, collaborating with like newspapers and shit. Hilarious. Donald Trump has done a metric ton of evil and awful corrupt things, only indicted technically for his relationship with the National Enquirer. It's the same. It is literally the same, dude. Think about it. The hush money shit was like National Enquirer. It's great.
When you look at the analysts, whether it's Greg Jarrett or Andy McCarthy or Jonathan Turley or your friend, the great one, Mark Levin, Dershowitz.
The great one.
They said, there's no case here. Judge Jeanine was so incredible 2 weeks ago. She was unbelievable. Angry. She was angry. And you know why they're angry? Because they love our country and they see what's happening. It's totally unconstitutional what they've done. And if you look at the statements made by the people I just mentioned, and I'm not friends with any, I mean, I think they respect what I've done. They might respect me. They might not respect me. But they said there's no case. It shouldn't have been brought. And the way the judge charged the jury, told the jury, gave jury instructions, nobody's ever heard anything like that.
It was basically, when you break it down, a records-keeping issue on a misdemeanor whose statute of limitations had run out, that they upcharged into a felony on a federal election, and that raises another issue of appeal. What will be your
appeal? By the way, when you say records-keeping, you know what the record-keeping was? They charged an election, if you look, a lawyer's fee. A legal fee, and you call it a legal expense. It's known. You call a legal fee a legal expense. The bookkeeper, who I never spoke to, correctly wrote a legal expense for a lawyer that was paid.
We have a similar case. Hillary Clinton funneled money to a law firm, and that law firm hired an op research firm, and that op research firm hired a guy by Christopher Steele.
Yes!
That became the basis of what I described as
the Steele dossier, folks. They said there's a piss tape. There's no piss tape, believe me. Russia.
The dirty Russian misinformation dossier that became the basis of not one but 4 FISA applications, and it all turned out not to be true. So in that case, well, nobody was charged. Nobody was charged with top secret classified information. Her home wasn't raided on her server. Deleted subpoenaed emails, 30,000 of them. We didn't hear a bleach bit. Then you have all the people that signed off on those warrants. Nothing happens to them. Joe Biden, 4 locations.
Dude, there's so much lore that you have to immediately be able to deploy at any given moment. Okay, one of them is very silly. It has to do with bribery using champagne bottles and cigars and shit. But the media ones are actually pretty crazy. We basically got a full picture, WhatsApp text, recorded calls, and all of how capitalist media interacts with power. Bibi made the owners of Walla billions in return. They ran an insane North Korea-esque pro-Bibi operation. In fact, Bibi's nickname in Walla was literally Kim. Yeah, I mean, I feel like all things considered, you should be going to jail for way worse shit, like being a war criminal. Oh, Missile Crisis 2.0 incoming? Yeah. Breaking news. CBS reports that 4 Russian warships will arrive in Havana, Cuba next week. Hell yeah. It's over. Let's go.
Top secret documents. Nobody raided his house. That, I guess we've added a new word to our lexicon, and that is lawfare, or weaponization of justice. That's right. My question to you is, and people are saying,
what were you saying about us Europeans getting nuked? Okay, well, I spoke too soon. And as is the case with Russia stuff, whenever I say something, the exact opposite happens. So I saved you guys. Thank you, EU. I mean, you're welcome, Europeans. I saved you. We are the ones. Well, I won't say it. I won't say it now because the opposite will happen. Okay. I was unaware that Cuba and Russia were still allied, especially given Russia's anti-communist leadership. What is this about? I mean, it's not done on ideological boundaries. I think it's just like an opposition to American imperialism.
Actually, because of an interview we did together. You said, I would be dictator for the day and just to secure the border and drill for oil. I thought it was tongue-in-cheek. I was sitting there with you. However...
Say the opposite instead? Nah. I'm saving the EU by destroying America. I'm not saying it.
My question is a very serious one. You know, people are claiming you want retribution. People are claiming you want what has happened to you done to Democrats. Would you do that ever?
Look, what's happened to me has never happened in this country before. And it has to stop because...
Wait a minute. I want to hear that again. It has to stop.
Well, it does have to stop because we're not going to have a country.
And if you're
anymore.
elected, what does that mean? Define that.
Look, what I've gone through, nobody's ever gone through. I'm a very legitimate person. I built a great business. I have been under siege. Nobody's ever seen anything like this in this country. Now, in other countries, in other third world countries, or banana republics, as they say, a banana republic.
Bro literally said he'd be dictator for a day. What are we talking about? What do you mean he wants to stop it? Also, he ran on lock her up. It's not our fault that he's lame as hell and didn't actually follow through on the promise of fucking jailing Hillary Clinton. So every time they bring up the Clinton shit, it's just an L for him. He said he's going to get Hillary Clinton arrested. Apparently, there were subsequent investigations that showed so much wrongdoing, and this dumb fuck couldn't even arrest her. Imagine how much cooler it would be if Hillary Clinton was jailed. It would have been awesome.
Look, we've become a banana republic. At the border, we've become a banana republic. With so many other elements of our country, we've become a banana republic. You take a look at what's happening with inflation. That's a banana republic inflation, what we have. I think it could be as high as 50% if you add everything in. When you start adding energy prices in, when you start adding interest rates, which have gone from 2% to 9 and 10%.
He looks like his face is melting off trying to fight it by leaning like an ice cream cone. Yeah, I think it's Ozempic. He has lost a lot of weight and kind of looks like shit, honestly. He's like sweating all the time. His hair looks like dog shit. Very disrespectful, folks.
But focus on those that want people to believe that you want retribution, that you will use the system of justice to go after your political enemies.
So, number one, they're wrong. It has to stop because otherwise we're not going to have a country. Look, when this election is over, based on what they've done, I would have every right to go after them. And it's easy because it's Joe Biden. And you see all the criminality, all of the money that's going into the family and him, all of this money from China, from Russia, from Ukraine. During one of the interviews, I said, what about the $3.5 million paid to the Biden family from the mayor of Moscow's wife? What about that? And Chris Wallace defended him, said, you can't ask that question. Well, then it turned out to be a big deal long after that debate. That was one of the debates. And it turned out to be a big deal. And Chris Wallace said, we can't go there because we don't know that it should turn out to be true. Millions and millions of dollars. Now,
By the way, he had dinner with her at the Cafe Milano. And he said to America he never once talked to his son, brother, or anybody about their foreign business deal.
Well, he said it, and then you found out it was absolutely untrue. Everything he says is untrue. There's never been a president like this. Look, he is a horrible president. He's destroying our country at the border. He's allowing millions of people to come in from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, which is a step above, a big step above a mental institution. He's allowing terrorists to flood into our country. And the numbers are probably 16, 17, or 18 million people. You're going to have over 20 million people, I think, I believe, and a lot of other people do too, by the time he hopefully gets out. November 5th, Election Day, will be the most, and by the way, it starts on September 22nd. It starts earlier because of early voting. But November 5th will go down.
Damn, bro. My man is like talking about early voting and shit. That's got to be desperation. Because if you recall, in 2020, he was like, don't participate in mail-in ballots. Now he's talking about early voting and shit. Yo, dumbass realized perhaps they're shitting on the institutions, specifically talking about how the election is rigged leading up to the election, actually depressed voter turnout.
As the most important election in the history.
Yeah, he's about to start talking about like mail-in ballot registration. It should be universal
of our country. It's going to be the most important day and period in the history of our country.
Will you pledge to restore equal justice, equal application of our laws, end this practice of weaponization? Is that a promise you're going to make?
You have to do it, but it's awful.
Yeah. It is funny that Hannity is like, come on, you're not going to be a dictator. Say it. Say you're not going to be a dictator. You're not going to be a dictator, right? Come on, just say it. Just please. Like, not that he gives a shit if Trump's a dictator or not. He's just like, he recognizes that that is definitely off-putting to a lot of people in the margins that may vote for him otherwise. And he's just like, please, just come on. Dispel the rumors that you're going to be a dictator for the day like you said you would. Come on. You're scaring the hose.
Look, I know you want me to say something.
No, I don't want you to say. I'm asking.
But I don't want to look naive.
I don't want
what they've done to the Republican Party, they want to arrest on no crime. They want to arrest the person that won the nomination in a landslide. There was nobody even close in a landslide. The person that got millions of votes, more votes than any other sitting president in history in the last election. The person that won an election that he wasn't expected to win against Hillary Clinton in 2016. They want to arrest that person on no crime. They want to arrest, there was no crime. There was no criminality, there was no crime. And you can go back to all of these legal scholars. They can't believe what's happening. Some of them don't even like me, and they're saying this is a very, very dangerous thing that's happening. No, we can't let this happen. And I will do everything in my power not to let. But there's tremendous criminality here. What they're doing to me, if it's going to continue, we're really not going to have much of a country left. It is weaponization. You call it lawfare, you call it, some people call it just warfare. But it is weaponization of the election. And we're talking about, I think, the most important election in the history of our country. This will go down, I believe, as the most important election in the history of our country. We can't have this stuff go on.
Oh,
because
God.
You know what? When Biden goes...
Oh, happy birthday to me, dude. Israel's Netanyahu set to address U.S. Congress on July 24th, AP source says. Dude, the real birthday present would be if he gets arrested on my birthday. Totally unrelated to what you're currently talking about, but seeing people talk about Hamas rejecting the ceasefire proposal that Israel already said they wouldn't accept under any circumstances, making me feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills. Yeah, because people are stupid, okay? And at a certain point, you have to understand that people are just stupid and they want to be smart. They want to seem smart. And what do they do in an effort to seem smart? They just repeat whatever the fuck they hear in the news, okay? They oftentimes just read the headline and repeat it. Now, the issue is the headline oftentimes does not give you the clearer picture of the story. And the reality is that this has been a concerted effort by the Biden administration to build a narrative that it's actually not Israel that is spoiling their own supposed ceasefire agreement. It's actually Hamas that is spoiling it. So that's the situation. That's why people are repeating that shit.
Goes out, everyone says bye-bye, and then he gets indicted.
It's a good thing you only read the headline then. Yeah. Famously, I only read the headline. I never actually have like people in Israel, Knesset members, actual scholars, academics, investigative reporters that are doing phenomenal coverage, or read entire articles written on investigative reporting. It's just something that I never do. I only read the headline and then see reporting from the ground. That's pretty funny. I have reported from the ground when it comes to the UCLA encampments. The very same person whose idiotic drama farming YouTube video that you're reiterating personally admitted that he was simply joking when he said reporting from the ground. And also Twitter. There you go. The NPCs, baby. Straight up NPC, motherfucker. Just not even saying anything, just saying Twitter. Your arguments are literally devolving right in front of our eyes. Devolving right in front of our eyes. Once again, oh yeah, maybe I should go and report from the ground. Maybe I should go to Nazi Germany and have the Nazi show me a concentration camp and be like, oh, things are really good here. And maybe some select Jews that the Nazis have decided I can interview or whatever. Anyway, you absolutely can enter Israel, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, no, totally, dude. Let me just go there right now. Yeah. Please come to Israel. We will treat you very well. I promise. Yeah. I mean, I can go to Israel. I don't know if I could leave, but even beyond that, do I want to go to Israel is another question. It's like, again, during World War II, going to Nazi Germany and hearing what the Nazis have to say during World War II about the camps that they had. He's like, come on, pull a Red Cross, bro. Pull a Red Cross. What are you doing? Go to the one camp that they have. Pull a Red Cross. It's chill. Go through 12 checkpoints to go on Elon Levy's podcast. Yeah, it'll be sick. You have to read the very bottom of the New York Times investigation in the Israel Torture Center to find the most horrifying discoveries, including systemic rape and with a metal rod. Yeah, guided tour of Auschwitz in 1944. Come on, dude. It'll be sick. Then your opinion will change on Israel. You understand me? By force, maybe. Red Cross went to the concentration camps and found it acceptable. Yeah, no shit. That's the argument. That is directly what I was joking about. Then maybe you can actually do on-the-ground reporting from people who leave the conflict. You don't need to go through checkpoints because you don't live in the territory that isn't in Israel's jurisdiction. Yeah. Yeah, territory that isn't in Israel's jurisdiction is a wonderful way to describe fucking the West Bank. It isn't, but that hasn't stopped Israel from occupying it with a military force. Territory, more like territory. Dude, look at the front page of the New York Times. This is who we're inviting to speak at the Congress. 40 years on, Biden seeks to echo Reagan's legacy of American leadership. That's awesome. Zelensky shares an emotional moment with a U.S. veteran. Luckily, Zelensky is sharing a moment with a good veteran of World War II this time, okay? And not a bad veteran of World War II like when he was in Canada. He got it right this time. Okay, listen. Yeah, why are you chatting with the Houthis instead of Tel Aviv DJs and pizza shop owners? As an Israeli, your accent is on point. Thank you. Israeli strike kills dozens at school complex where civilians sought shelter. Mama, Israeli strike sets off chaos at Gaza hospital. The aftermath of an Israeli strike that killed dozens at a school complex in central Gaza where thousands of Palestinians were sheltering. And who are we welcoming into American Congress with open arms? Oh yeah, that's right. The guy who's responsible for these atrocities. America invites Adolf Hitler to speak at Congress. He has many things, many sights to show us. Wait, what the fuck? Mitch McConnell, we cannot repeat the mistakes of the 1930s. Wait, what? Oh, he must be talking about Russia, right? When he says that, bro, when Mitch McConnell says we must not repeat the mistakes of the 1930s, he means we have to align with the good guys this time and not the fucking bad guys in the USSR. He's like, we made a big mistake in the 1930s when the business plot failed. Okay. FDR was a communist and a pussy. He should have done what is necessary for American interests, which is align with the good guys and not the bad guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. Of course, America's heard much less from our disgraced isolationists after the attack on Pearl Harbor. No, he's just saying, like, America needs to fucking fight Russia directly, I assume. Germany's not a close ally and trading partner, but it was caught flat-footed by the rise of the new axis of authoritarians made up of Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. So, too, were the advanced European powers who once united to defeat the Nazis. We are the Nazis, bro. What are you saying? For a second, the way that this article is headlined, you might think there is a growing fascist momentum in this country, which there is. That's not what Mitch McConnell is talking about, because that would be shitting on his own constituents. Not that he's running for re-election, but it doesn't matter. Oh, here at home, we face problems of our own. Some vocal corners of the American right are trying to resurrect the discredited brand of pre-war isolationism and deny the basic value of allegiance systems that has kept the post-war peace. This dangerous proposition rivals the American left's long-standing allergy to military spending and its potential to make America less safe. It should not take another catastrophic attack like Pearl Harbor to wake today's isolationists from the delusion that regional conflicts have no consequence for the world's most powerful and prosperous nation. With global powers comes global interests and global responsibilities. Yeah, he's saying, don't be isolationist. Attack now. It's time for a three-front war, okay? He's saying it's time for a three-front war with the axis of evil. New York Times, Nevada Republican county clerk of 20 years recalled by Trumper petition. Who's he even talking about? Even liberals are pro-military industrial complex? Yeah, I don't even know who he's referencing here, because, like, the Democratic Party as it stands is, like, super pro-Israel, just as pro-Israel as the Republican Party is. For that dumb D chatter, foreign nationals can touristically enter the West Bank. However, if you are associated with anti-Israel orgs or positions, they'll often deny you entry to the West Bank or Israel in general. Most famous case of this is when they blocked Chomsky from giving a lecture at Birzeit University. Yeah. No doubt Hassan is on at least a few of Israel's lists. I mean, I am anti-Semite of the week on stopantisemitism.org, so who knows? Yeah, where is that chatter? He was like, come to Israel. It's so beautiful here. You will see the conflict from my eyes. Yeah. I should go to the old city so I can get my fucking shit pushed in by some of the most inbred fundamentalist hicks. As an Israeli, your accent is not on point. Bitch, you know we have the power of social media and the internet, right? Like, I listen to Daniel Hagari on a daily fucking basis. The fuck do you mean my Israeli accent is not on point? Because of hostile attacks and defensive necessity, there are no checkpoints between Israeli cities. No reports about the missiles launched from these same sites towards cities. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Some bathtub rockets were quickly intercepted by my tax dollars. Listen, brother, if you're Israeli, you should be kissing my fucking feet every goddamn day. Okay? Every goddamn day. My tax dollars is literally fucking defending your nation state and allowing you to keep doing apartheid. But it's not an apartheid. Why would you say this? It is a security necessity. Terror babies. To the time without OVO, can you link any source about not being allowed to enter Israel? You're a Twitch streamer. Noam Chomsky denied entry into the West Bank. You could have just Googled it, but listening to an Israeli speaker does not make your weird French accent anywhere close to the Israeli accent. I really want to hear what you sound like, because there's only two different versions of this, okay? Either you just sound like me, okay? Oh, West Bank and Israel is very different. Oh, got it. There's two different versions of this. Either you're going to sound like me, okay? Or you're going to sound like, this is the accent. The West Bank accent sounds like a guy from Brooklyn. No, he's not talking about the West Bank accent. He's saying Oh, I didn't mean you couldn't go into the West Bank. I just meant that you couldn't go into Israel. Also, no, it doesn't sound like the French accent. Why would it be different? That's your argument? You got it? You can enter Israel? What's more to say? Brother, I am not going to Nazi Germany, okay? I hope you understand this. And I mean this with all sincerity and with all disrespect. I've met wonderful people online that live in Israel right now, okay? They're great. And it would be wonderful to go visit them one day when Israel and Palestinians can, live side by side in harmony under a secular, solitary nation state with equal rights for all citizens. Okay? That does not mean you can't say you can't come to Israel when you can. Brother, I'm not going to Israel so you can fucking execute me, okay? Stop fucking demanding that I go to Israel. Stop demanding that I go to Nazi Germany. What the fuck? Yes, it does. Don't say you can't come. You can come. Yeah, when Israel's not an ethno state, maybe I'll feel a little bit more secure as an outspoken critic of the ethno state. Yeah, this is like a gray wolf trying to get you to go to Turkey. Yeah, come, baby. You keep saying I should go to Israel. It's gonna start making me feel a little less secure, okay? He's like, you sound like a chatter that's like, hey, are you gonna happen to be at this specific location for a march? Please, I would like to find out. My claim was you can come if you want to. You said you can't because a streamer can't go into the West Bank. Those are different points. No, I have no assurances of being able to be safe and secure if I were to ever go to Israel regardless. And why the fuck would I just go to Israel? Of course, I would like to go to the West Bank and see the occupied territory, except that doesn't matter to you. You're just trying to have a semantics argument while simultaneously repeating that I should go to Israel and that no harm will come to me. Yeah. He's like, you want to do on-the-ground reporting? Come to Israel, please. Please come to Israel. Professor Norman Finkelstein, an American Jewish scholar known for his trenchant criticism of Israeli policy, was detained and interrogated by Israel security forces Shin Bet for 24 hours at Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport, denied entry into Israel, and deported back to Amsterdam, where he had been lecturing. Please come to Israel. It's like, dude, this straight up is identical. This straight up is identical to like fucking telling a dude who's not like a black American, but let's say they're like half black from Europe, being like, hey, why don't you go to the Jim Crow South and check it out? It's like, yeah, I'm wearing a Klan robe while I say that, but like, why don't you do that? Why don't you just go? You'll be fine. Just feel it out. Like, no, I'm good, man. I think I'm good. Can you go anywhere you want in America, fill the paperwork, do the necessary checks, just like you can't go anywhere that isn't saved without permission? Oh, what happened? So now you're saying you may before you were saying no, everyone is welcome in Israel. Now you're like, oh, well, the necessary permissions might not be there. What happened? Come on, bro. Come to Israel. It's fine. We love guys named Hassan. We are big fans. Please. Nothing bad will happen to you. This brief back and forth has convinced me further that I definitely do not feel more safe now. Yeah, everyone is welcome in Israel. Not everyone is welcome in the West Bank for security purposes. Oh, okay. Except for Norm Finkelstein, who was apparently not welcome in Israel either for security purposes. Just say you don't want to go to Israel because Tel Aviv is too gay for your faux ass. Yeah. Listen. There's a valid reason why Norm Finkelstein was not allowed into Israel. By the way, both of those people that Israel detained and refused entry both into the West Bank and also into Israel are Jewish people. That's the other side of the story. Like, I feel like that complicates things even further. If outspoken anti-Zionist American Jews are being held up, I feel like a Turkish American Muslim outspoken anti-Zionist is probably going to have even less of a good time. You know what I mean? Like, bro, I've seen what Israel does to Palestinian citizens of Israel. Okay, get the fuck out of here. He's like, please come to Israel. Isn't it odd that Cuxtony is granted security clearance to the West Bank? Surely has nothing to do with his opinions or rhetoric. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's not. Anyway, What? I swear, die and be put in a joint. The Israeli will smoke you like there is no tomorrow. Come to Israel. I don't think it's the same chatter. The Israeli government has cited security concerns and Finkelstein's alleged support for Hezbollah, a Lebanese militant group that Israel considers a terrorist organization, as reasons for his ban. Oh, okay. In 2008, he was denied entry to Israel and detained at Ben Gurion Airport for several hours before being deported. The official reason given was that he posed a security threat. Did you read anything about him, or did you read a headline again? Brother, considering that I was literally yesterday showing speeches from Hassan Nasrallah, it seems to me like I would probably get a similar, if not worse, welcome than Norm Finkelstein for the security concerns that you just mentioned. This is the funniest part about ultra-Zionists, is that he thinks this is a valid argument. To the rest of the world, this is not a valid argument. This only is a valid argument in the hug box that you have cultivated for yourself online. So when you present this as a valid argument, okay, well, just a regular Zionist, ultra-Zionist, doesn't matter. Ultra-nationalist regardless. Zionism is a fascist ideology. You are a fascist. This is the problem. You think that this is a valid reason. I do not. I think this is a ridiculous reason to deny entry into to an academic into Israel. Ironic, because I would, under similar circumstances, be denied entry into Israel regardless, proving my fucking point. You're literally a Twitch streamer. You're not a political person. You'd be fine in Israel. Yeah, I'd be fine in Israel because at the top of the hour, there would be no 3-minute ad break because I'd be fucking jailed, okay? There'd be no stream. There would be no more streaming. There would be no more 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. Wait, did this chatter seriously do you know who Norm Finkelstein is when they're the ones who just learned about him? Yes. What security concerns was Chomsky about to do a suicide vest building workshop at Berzit? Yes. Noam Chomsky, who was like 98 at the time, 10 years ago, 14 years ago, presented a genuine security threat. You are just using Israel's past statements and actions to justify your beliefs about what they would say and do to you? Yeah, I know, which is pretty crazy of me to do. Palestinian citizen of Israel. I mean, we covered this already. This is a person living in Israel proper. Hassan will 100% get detained at the airport if he tries to go to Israel. I'm willing to bet money on that. People have been turned back for less, and Hassan is like enemy number 4 among the Zionist freaks. His name is on all the Zionist websites. Yeah. I can't believe that guy tried to, for this entire time, throughout the past 30 minutes, unironically try to be like, come to Israel. You won't die. I promise. Come to Israel. You will not. You will be allowed to enter the country. Come to Israel. It's super chill. As though, even if it was true, which it isn't, and I did go to Israel, what the fuck would I see there? You know what I mean? Like, you think my opinion would change? So he conceded to your points. You'd be locked up for security concerns, moving the goalposts like a loser. Exactly. Yeah, I think they forgot that they wrote my uncle's name on a missile and launched it into Gaza. Weird tourism motto. You will not die. We promise. To be fair, he said you couldn't come to Israel. He didn't state if you could leave or not. That is true. He never said I'd be able to leave. Or he never said I would be detained and then deported back. He's like, bro, once you get a taste of this falafel, okay, once you go to one of our 11 different restaurants called Pizza Party, okay, and you listen to the worst techno music you've ever heard, your mind will expand dramatically. All of a sudden, you will be like, damn, dude, this genocide shit, it ain't nothing to me. Have you ever had sabra hummus? Yeah. You'll be fucked even though you're an American? Well, I don't know. I mean, considering that an American citizen was sniped in the West Bank very famously by the Israeli occupying force and then lied about, you know, I don't think being an American saves you in that situation. Another American was bulldozed, Rachel Corrie. I think it's pretty funny that this chatter, I want to believe that he legitimately thinks that I would not, I would be perfectly fine traveling to Israel. Like, in his mind, this is like all new information for him. He's like, what? He's going to be an anti-Zionist now. Anyway, as a Palestinian American, I've had multiple family members denied entry when landing in Israel at the Ben Gurion airport and forced to go back to America. Also, when it was my first time visiting my family in the West Bank at 16 with my siblings, The IDF got there right after and drove around and sprayed tear gas all over my family's village. We were standing by my grandma. Yeah, but you're Palestinian, so you're not a human in the eyes of that Israeli dude who's like, come to Israel. It's a, sorry, he would say, you are a, how you say, a security concern.
It's pretty interesting.
Let's hear some migrants owning Fox News.
That the timing of all of this, certainly you could imagine that there were probably some polls that showed the White House and the Biden campaign that they must do more. President Trump is way up ahead on them on the issue of immigration. So Biden's crackdown goes into effect when the border is overwhelmed. And that is defined as a week where illegal crossings average 2,500 per day. And we continue, though, to see scenes like this one.
Is there a report for that claim, or are we just going by word of mouth? If it did happen, I'm sorry for your suffering. That isn't justified in any way. Brother, I'm telling you, he has no idea. This is the first time he's hearing of what happens to Palestinians and their families in the West Bank. He's like, what? This dude is going to read the B'Tselem article about how Israel is an apartheid, and his eyes are going to open. I know it. I believe it. This shit happens to Palestinian citizens of Israel all the time. Just today, example, the police told the village of Ras Jaraba they must demolish their entire village by the end of the year. The 90 families in the village had their lands forcibly confiscated in 1969 and are now evicted by the authorities for the expansion of Dimona. Yesterday, Al-Araqib was demolished for the 226th time, just a few tenths this time, but the state is persistent in crushing Palestinian hope. What? Israel would never do that. Not my first time. Don't support the government's actions. I also don't agree blindly with claims that are not backed. Okay, you don't support the government's actions. Do you agree that Israel is an apartheid, currently occupying illegally territory that is under international? Oh, there you go. Well, then you are a defender. It's like, dude, you're in Nazi Germany going, well, I don't agree with Hitler the whole way. You know what I mean? I think his mistreatment of gay people is a little too much for my, for my taste. Like, there you go. That's it. The major problem right there, right then and there, is still the apartheid and the ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? So saying that you don't believe what is literally the truth, there's no argument here. There's no conversation to be had. That's why you keep repeating like, oh, they were a security threat. Like Noam Chomsky was a security threat. Norm Finkelstein was a security threat. Yeah, I don't agree with Israel. I don't agree with the current government. I'm not blind. Yeah, but you're blindly backing the notion that Israel is not maintaining an apartheid, which is ridiculous. Yeah, what actions of the government do you have a problem with then? I would love to investigate further. If not, the apartheid. Ask Chatter why Palestinians aren't allowed to build in the West Bank and East Jerusalem for that matter. Generally curious about the security reasons. Palestinians can't have schools, homes, or water wells because they are water wells of terror. Can I have a conversation? No. I want to know what he has to say. I want to know what he's going to say about the disagreements that he has. Maybe he's a liberal Zionist and he'll say, oh, it's really fucked up what they're doing in the West Bank. But also, if you were to call it out, then I would be totally in support of the government and defend it. Mr. Yair Lapid over here being like, oh, dude, I can't believe the ICC is trying to... I can't believe the ICC is coming after Netanyahu. I do believe Palestinians deserve a land of their own that isn't related to Israel with full entry into Israel and their holy sites. They are human too. Wait, why would it be full entry into Israel and their holy sites if they have their own land that isn't related to Israel? So Jerusalem is gone, right? Like East Jerusalem, no longer, not even a thing. That's just Israel. But at least they will let them in. Is that what you're saying? I don't agree with murderous intent of terror groups. Many in the government are stupid. Threats of nukes, not doing deals, not allowing media. Well, the things that you don't agree with surely have seemingly helped shape your opinion of the apartheid regime, considering that you don't believe it's an apartheid when it is. So clearly it's working. It has also trapped you in this neat little box where you think you are actually somehow engaging in political discourse when in fact, your opinions are not exactly outside of the overarching goals of fascist Zionism. Every liberal Zionist sounds like every liberal American imperialist. Nah, liberal American imperialist still like liberal American imperialists, because our violence is like depersonalized to a certain degree because it's happening over there, have like a different attitude than liberal Zionists do. Liberal Zionists have that like immediate like I will feel the negative consequences of allowing an Arab into my in and around myself. So they have like a bigger fear. It's still chauvinism all the way. You're correct about that. But because of the proximity that Israelis have to the quote unquote conflict, which is just ethnic cleansing, they oftentimes will come across like way more fucking unhinged. Anyway, please kill yourself, Hassan. Aw, don't ban that guy so quickly. Plagiarism 22. Following since August 5th, 2022. Another October 7 Lieber, maybe? Let's see. These are my favorite types of chatters. Never mind. He just hasn't chatted at all. His first thing was, please kill yourself, Hassan. I'm going to unban him. This guy stopped talking. I don't know what happened.
This is America. See the red lights? That's Border Patrol. Straight. No. San Diego. See the lights? San Diego. Okay, thank you.
Bill Melugin will never forget that moment. Right? You got about 8 million have crossed the border illegally since Biden took office. The new order would allow at least 1.8 million, however, 1.8 million into the country every year.
Bill Melugin is live in Jacumba, California with more. Hi, Bill.
Dana, good morning to you. It was business as usual out here last night. President Biden's executive order took effect at midnight Eastern, 9 p.m. local, so we drove around all the hot spots out here as the sun was setting. We did not see any sort of migrant rush trying to get in before that executive order took effect. We'll show you what we did see. Take a look. This was at sunset, 30 minutes before midnight Eastern. All we saw was this little group of mostly Chinese and Vietnamese illegal immigrants who had come across. But once midnight hit, they were still being processed. And it's not like an alarm went off and all these Border Patrol agents came out and started blocking everybody. The agents just did their jobs, processed them, and took them away. We'll show you what we saw earlier in the afternoon out here, though. Take a look at this. This was a bigger group of predominantly Middle Eastern men who crossed illegally here in Jacumba. Several of them, those special interest aliens we're talking about, meaning they were coming from countries that DHS has concerns about for potential national security or terrorism issues. They're supposed to get a...
That's crazy, dude. This is so 2002 right now. That's awesome. That literally is just 2002. That's so sick. Straight up. Special interest aliens, you know, terrorism concerns. Yeah, dude. Look at these terrorists, bro. Watch out. God, I wish this guy would keep fucking chirping.
Additional vetting.
That made me
several
sad.
guys from Jordan, Egypt, and Turkey. Take a listen.
Jordan.
Yeah. Why'd you come to Egypt? Why'd you come to America?
For a job.
For a job?
Yeah.
You know it's illegal to cross the border like this, right?
Yeah.
You don't care?
Yes, I'm okay.
Hi, guys. Where are you guys from?
Egypt.
What country? Egypt? Where are you from? What country?
I am from Turkey.
Turkey?
Yeah.
Turkey. I am from Turkey. Yo, my people. Oh, they're Kurdish. He said Biji America.
Where are you from?
From Egypt.
Egypt.
Okay.
Egypt. Guys, we got some pretty stunning data from our CBP contacts. Since October 1st here in San Diego sectors, there's been about 260,000 illegal immigrants apprehended by Border Patrol. We're told
at least these fucking Turks didn't come in and immediately start chirping about how there's no security at the border. It's not so funny when you find out they're coming to your house. Yeah, dude. That's how immigration works. Oh, dude, he got banned immediately. Account created January 8th, 2019, fully suspended off the platform. June 6, 2024. That took like fucking 35 seconds, bro. I guess it turns out you can't tell a streamer even politely to kill themselves. Like Twitch works pretty fast on that, it seems. You ripping calling on mate. Yeah, mate.
Of that number, 78% of them have been released into the United States. And we're told that's primarily because a lot of the people crossing here are coming from countries where it is very difficult to deport people. They're not afraid of deportation. You heard that Jordanian guy tell me when I asked him, you don't care about crossing illegally? He says, yes, I don't care. We'll send it back to you.
Well, there's good reason for that. They're not, they have common sense, and they're looking at this and picking it up for what it is. Thank you, Bill.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our
if I heard, you won't be laughing. Didn't my message go through? My bad. I'll say that I respect your claims, and although our viewpoints are different, it is impressive that you have this community, and I hope to hear about you in the future. Maybe even from Israeli news. We will never fully agree, but I hope as you do that the bloodshed stops with an agreement from my incredibly stupid government. Yeah, I mean, I hope that one day Israel will no longer be in apartheid, and then I'll come visit. Okay, I'll come visit you and listen to the techno music and even bob my head along.
Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in New York, and I want to get right to it tonight. One of Donald Trump's vice presidential contenders, Congressman Byron Donalds, he made some comments that has a lot of you talking and a lot of Democrats fired up. I'm going to speak with him live in just a couple of minutes. But
I don't want to think that chatter meant that in like a mean way, but it still comes across as a threat. Like, one day I hope I'll hear from you in Israeli news. Like, I don't think he meant it as a threat.
Here are the original remarks. They were made as a part of a pitch to black voters in Philadelphia, and I want you to hear it in its full context. Listen.
I grew up with my mom. My dad and my mom, things didn't work out. As an adult, I look at my father and I say, bro, I don't know what happened, but you my father and I love you. Wow. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Wow. But I'm going to tell you this. Growing up, the one thing I knew I wanted to do, and this is not about my father, this is about what I wanted to do, is I wanted to be a father to myself. Wow. And so one of the things that's actually happening in our culture, which you're now starting to see in our politics, is the reinvigoration of black families with younger black men and black women. And that is also helping to breed the revival of a black middle class in America. You see, during Jim Crow, the black family was together. That's right. During Jim Crow, more black people were...
Yeah, things were so much better, dude. It's like, how come he gets to say that, but when I say it, people say I'm a white supremacist. Things were so much better during Jim Crow. Interesting statement.
Not just conservative, because black people are always a bit conservative-minded, but more black people voted conservatively. And then H.E.W., Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are. What's happened in America the last 10 years, and I say it because it's my contemporaries, it's Wesley's contemporaries, you're starting to see more black people be married in homes, raising kids. It's when you home with your wife raising your kids, and then you look at the world, you're saying, now wait a minute, time out. This does not look right. How can I get something to my kids? It goes back to the conversation of generational wealth. Not just having a job, generational wealth.
Now, we should note that many Democrats who jumped on Donalds today claimed that he said that blacks were, quote, better off. As you heard there,
the best part about the shit take is that he has a wife, white wife, lol. He would have been maidenless in his picture perfect past. Yeah, I don't really understand how that works out in the Jim Crow South. Like how do you maintain your interracial relationship? How do you maintain this nuclear family that you want to defend in the Jim Crow South when you have a white wife?
He didn't use those exact words in the clip. But the congressman joins me now to talk about that. Congressman, thank you for being here. I want to just focus on really the substance of what you were saying or trying to say in that clip. What did you mean by black families were more together during Jim Crow?
Frankly, what that is about the empirical fact that before the Great Society, before Lyndon Johnson's policy.
I wonder if anything happened after Jim Crow that like gutted black neighborhoods and black communities and further continued America's white supremacist agenda. Like we should ask Byron what he thinks about the war on drugs, for example. Just like was there a thing that happened that continued that exact same white supremacist attitude? It's like, oh, there's an empirical fact that like the black nuclear family was intact during Jim Crow. Yeah, dude, when a black person wasn't being lynched, I guess, for existing in a white space.
There was more Black families united. The marriage rate in Black America was significantly higher before the Great Society. The period of time that coincides with that, obviously, is Jim Crow era, and then after.
He's too green to fucking make the Thomas Sowell argument. Like, he's not even doing a good job. This is, by the way, a classic trope, like a super classic Black conservative weapon in the arsenal, which is welfare destroyed Black families. That's like what he's trying to get to. But because he's too fucking stupid, he said, oh, things were better during Jim Crow. And of course, everyone is immediately going to be like, what the fuck are you saying? The real way to say that is by masking it with pro-capitalist, anti-social safety net rhetoric. You know, the whole, what's the guy's name again? The dude that worked with Reagan and Nixon in the 60s. You could say the N-word, and then, you know, you couldn't say the N-word no more. So you started saying, you know, welfare queens and whatnot. Lee Atwater, yeah. Like, he hasn't gotten the memo, I think. He hasn't read enough Black conservative literature. I could clap him. Yes.
To the Great Society, the marriage rate in the Black community plummeted significantly. The Great Society is a part of that reason, not completely, but it's definitely a part of that. And what you're seeing right now in America is a reform.
It's like, dude, this is almost as insane as saying, like, I mean, this is even more unhinged than what Byron is saying, but it's like saying during chattel slavery, the shelter rate for Black Americans was 100%. It's like not all that different from what's his face, Ben Carson, being like, a lot of African Americans came here on boats as immigrants, as undocumented immigrants. It's so stupid. Yeah. Every Black person was housed during during chattel slavery. Every Black person had a job during chattel slavery. Things were great. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
Formation of Black families in America. That's a good thing, not only for the Black community and for Black families, but it's also a good thing for the country.
So what was the point of tying together the Black family and Jim Crow specifically? I mean, Jim Crow, as you know, was a period of racial segregation, of racial terror. Why would you make that connection?
All I was doing was referring to the time periods when you talk about the historical timelines in America and coinciding with Black families and what the marriage rate in Black families are.
Oh shit, my bad. We just misunderstood. Yeah, like just like Taylor Swift said, she wishes she could go back to the 1830s, but without all the races. That's what he was saying. He was saying, dude. He was saying he wishes he could go back to the Jim Crow era without the racism. That's what it is. Shit. Are you always eating, Big Mac? I'm not even eating right now. What the fuck's wrong with you?
The overarching point is obviously talking about what polling did.
I'm drinking water, dude. What the fuck? It's just water.
Shows today that about 20-25% of the Black vote, depending on what poll you're looking at, is leaning towards supporting Republicans and supporting President Trump. The corollary to that is that when you're in a family unit, husband and wife, living together, working together, thriving together, you're raising your kids, your thought process is now talking about building generational wealth. What am I leaving to my children? What kind of communities do I want my children to come up in? What are the educational opportunities? What's going on with the economy? How does, and then to a broader level, how does foreign policy and all these other public policy issues flow into that? And so when you compare the terrible agenda of Joe Biden and what that's done to families in America, coinciding with the fact that you are seeing a reformation of Black families in America today, which is an absolutely wonderful thing and needs to continue. My view is it also coincides with a more conservative leaning and a more conservative mindset politically in those families.
One thing I really want to just get you to address is there were a lot of people who heard what you had to say, and a lot of them are offended by the idea that you would repeat Jim Crow 3 times in your comments as if to suggest that that was a time period because that Black families were, in your words, together, because, in your words, Black people were not just more conservative, they voted more conservatively. That's a good thing. I mean, it sounds like nostalgia. Do you regret using that time frame as
Bro said it 3 times trying to summon him. Yeah, he thought it was like a Beetlejuice method. If he says it 3 times, you can go back to the prosperous time for American black folk, the Jim Crow era.
as a reference?
Nobody ever made nostalgia. That was never the point. It wasn't even about that. So where now I'm going to get my backup is I didn't say that. I didn't even insinuate that. That is where the media and yes, Hakeem Jeffries and a lot of other people are taking
What
it.
exactly didn't you
No,
insinuate?
back up.
I'm just
So I
trying to
wanna-
understand
I
what
wanna
you're
tell you,
saying. What didn't you
premise of your-
insinuate?
The premise of your question, I did not insinuate. That is what people are trying to weave into what I said. What I said is crystal clear. It's on my social media. Go to @ByronDonalds on X. You can see the full clip. Abby, I appreciate you playing the full clip. What you are dealing with right now is a political environment where now anything I might say or any major surrogate might say is going to be twisted into the lens of race. That was never the point, not the idea
I just want
whatsoever.
to, just to
So
clarify my questioning of you.
Sure.
I understand that this idea that you said it was better. You didn't use the words better, but when you talk about that time period, you're suggesting that because the black family was together, they were better off than they are now.
See, this is the problem, Abby.
So are you
suggested
saying that that's not the
Abby.
case? That the black family was not better
No,
off
I did
when
not
they
say
were,
that,
in your
Abby.
words, together?
Abby, let me put it to you like
Jim
this.
Crow era.
Yeah, my comments on Jim Crow are being twisted into being about race. I don't understand. I simply was saying, okay, things were much better for Jewish people, in and around the 40s and the lead up to the 1940s in Germany. Okay. A lot of people found a shared purpose, a sense of community. Like, what do you mean? What? Why are you saying this is? Why are you saying that this has anything to do with the Holocaust, even though I did bring that up by name? What do you mean? Why would you bring up the fact that I kept saying Jim Crow?
Let's agree on something. I am, obviously one of the better communicators in the Republican Party. I know how to put words together.
Wait, that makes it worse, dude. That means that you had intention behind it. Like it wasn't a oopsie. That literally makes it worse. He's like, listen, Abby, I know what the fuck I'm saying. That's why I said Jim Crow era was better for black people 3 times, okay? For the family. For the black family, of course. That's awesome.
Do it very, very often. So I'm not going to say something that I do not agree with. What America is seeing right now, especially black America, is the gaslighting that unfortunately does happen in politics.
Oh,
Where
now he's vaguely pointing the finger at woke culture.
My comments and you want to weave your own political viewpoint into what I said.
I
said is very clear.
I asked you to explain
hold on now.
because I wanted
Go
to.
ahead.
What I want to undo is understand what you're saying.
For the record, if you're wondering why the fuck are we talking about Representative Byron Donalds, it's not just because he's like said some unhinged shit. It's also because why is he saying unhinged shit? Now, under normal circumstances, you would go, well, he's saying unhinged shit because he is a black conservative, he's a black Republican. This is kind of the modus operandi. This is it's to, traffic white supremacist talking points with a black face. And give permission to be able to say things that like white politicians would get probably a little penalized for, you know what I mean? Because like things were great for blacks during Jim Crow coming out of Trump's mouth is now that I think about it, is something he probably will say, but is going to be understandably criticized as white supremacist sentiment. Now, but beyond the reasons, Byron is on the short list. Okay. He is one of Trump's VP picks. That is why this is getting more media coverage than it normally would.
Saying here, because if you're making a comparison, you're saying the black family was together then, they're not together now. And
listen, Abby, I think you need to understand, I am trying to become the vice president as a black man to the Republican Party. The modern Republican Party, very different than the Abraham Lincoln Republican Party. So for that reason, I have to say some of the most white supremacist things you've ever heard in your entire life. You know how like Barack Obama had to bring Joe Biden on board so that white people who were terrified of a Kenyan Muslim man becoming president with a middle name Hussein would feel comfortable because there was an old racist guy next to him, like an old racist white guy. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. It's just I have to, right now, as I stand here, I look black. I am black. And that's very scary for a lot of people who would otherwise vote for Donald Trump because they're white supremacists. So I need to effectively communicate to them that I'm black, but also a white supremacist myself.
And you're using that to try to say that things are bad now. Well, first of all, let me just to set the table here. By pretty much every available measure, black families, black individuals in this country are better off today than they were during Jim Crow. Would you agree with that?
Abby, of course I would. I'm not making that point, and this is the problem. What the Democrats, what Hakeem Jeffries did on the House floor, what Jamie Harrison, what the president of the NAACP, what the Biden campaign, because they're the ones who started this, it was really the Biden campaigns who were trying to cherry pick everything. They're trying to twist my words into saying something. I never said that. What I was talking about was specifically black families.
You don't have to go as far back as Obama. It's the same thing with Biden and Kamala. Yes, a role reversal of the Obama-Brandon camp with the Biden-Kamala camp.
Families. And the point that black families being together is a great thing for the black community. And you do have to acknowledge.
It's cool because like Abby Phillips literally played the whole clip and like tried to contextualize it to a degree that I think is like almost carrying water for Byron Donalds.
Acknowledge the empirical fact that before Lyndon Johnson's policies and the welfare state.
That's the issue. Do you understand, chatters? He didn't do the classic Thomas Sowell black conservative take of masking the quiet part. Things were better for black people under Jim Crow. Normally that's the quiet part. You're not supposed to say that out loud. Thomas Sowell, will say it's the welfare state that destroyed the black community. Okay? Thomas Sowell and Clarence Thomas love saying not the quiet part out loud, but the other part. He unfortunately telegraphed the racist part of that argument. He swapped it, and now he's kind of stuck. And I don't know why he's not. Big man, are you drinking from a disposable plastic bottle? Yes, bro. I hate the environment. I'm trying to kill more turtles. Oh, fuck. Don't tell that other guy from earlier today that I'm trying to kill more turtles. I'm trying to save the turtles, actually. I promise.
That was created in the United States. I'm not talking about good, bad, or indifferent.
But what about
black families were, black marriage rates were significantly higher.
Well, what
They're
about other
rising
things that
again
might
in
have,
America. That's a good thing. We should celebrate
other things that may have contributed to the, maybe the decline in marriage rates, which, by the way, is not unique to black families. That's happening actually across racial groups. But what about other things? I mean, what about redlining? Do you think that had an effect on the black family? What about mass incarceration? What about the war on drugs, which was pushed by a Republican president whose advisor said it was specifically to target black people? What about all of those things?
Look, if you want to talk about redlining and a lot of the other policies that were put forward, quite frankly, by the Democrat Party, if you're going to go back to Jim Crow, because Jim Crow was Democrat policies.
Well,
that's what that was.
I know that you know this.
Don't cut me off when I'm trying to make the point.
Let me just, I have to correct a factual point here. I know that you know that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party of today are ideologically not what they were during Jim Crow. You know that, Congressman. So to suggest that, the Democrats of 1920 are the same ideologically as the Democrats of today is inaccurate. So just, you can continue, but I wanted to...
That's not totally true, Abby, and I think if we want to have that conversation about the policy positions between Republicans and Democrats, we can have that conversation, but
one of the other
Abby,
things,
do you want to have a conversation?
One of the other things,
I'm trying to understand how you want this
brought it
interview to
up,
go.
because since you brought it up on the conservative thing, the other thing that you said was black people voted more conservatively. Were you talking about them voting for Republicans?
In part, yeah, because...
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the Jim Crow era, I don't think black people were voting conservatively. I don't think black people were voting at all. That's an odd take in and of itself.
Because that's just an empirical fact. That's what we know. That did happen. And the only corollary that I am making is that when families are together And now you're trying to find a way for you to build wealth within your family unit. You're thinking about public policy in a myriad of ways. Because at the end of the day, you want your children to be able to stand on your shoulders. I was very, very fortunate. My mother was able to build a platform for me to be able to stand on and to be able to achieve. Same for my sisters. I'm a very blessed individual because of that. My only point is that when you have a family unit, husband and wife living together, striving together, grinding together, raising children together, you start thinking about public policy in a myriad of ways. And my belief is that dynamic allows people to start thinking about public policy in a much more conservative way as opposed to a much more progressive way. That's my point.
That might be, I mean, I think you're a Republican, so you're entitled to that opinion. But I think what people are taking issue with is you made a couple of statements of fact. And one of the things I was asking you about whether you were talking about Black people voting for Republicans. You know, in the time period that you're talking about, the LBJ time period, they started voting for Democrats. And the reason is because of civil rights, because a Democratic president was passing bills that gave them rights. The Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1965, the Housing Fairness Act. So do you acknowledge that when Democrats Black voters vote for Democrats, it's actually because there's a history there. There's a reason that they voted for Democrats in that time period, not because they were just getting welfare money.
Abby, let me be clear. I don't deny that. I think it's also important for the record to be clear that you had the vast majority of Democrats in the Senate were filibustering the 64 Civil Rights Act led by Robert Byrd, who, by the way, was a mentor to Joe Biden when he went into the United States Senate. So if we're going to...
This is the long way to do the whole, this is the long way to do the party realignment never happened. And also that actually Democrats are the real racists still. Oh, he did it already? He said that already? Oh, I missed it. I was pissing. Yeah, no Southern, no shift.
We're going to talk about the history. Let's talk about it clearly.
Abby had to help him with the welfare thing? Yeah.
Completely. Republicans have been the ones who were pushing not just the 64 Civil Rights Act, but the other 4 Civil Rights Acts that occurred before 1964.
Look,
that's the history of the country.
I'm not denying
that.
Southern Democrats
Abby,
who
can I finish my point?
Again,
all I'm asking is to finish my point.
On the facts here, there were Southern Democrats who opposed these civil rights bills. But a majority of them voted for it. It was also led by a Democratic president. So you acknowledge that Southern Democrats were recruited into the Republican Party in the time period after that. So when you talk about this, you just have to acknowledge that there's been a switch happening in the two parties. It's not the same today as it was during Jim Crow. And so when you say that Black people voted conservatively, that actually doesn't really tell us anything. It just tells us that they voted for the Republican Party, which is a different thing than it is for today.
Are we also going to acknowledge that how the 64 Civil Rights Act actually got through the U.S. Senate was because of also the leadership of Senator Everett Dirksen, who was the minority Republican leader in the United States Senate at that time.
Absolutely.
You have to acknowledge that. So I think if we're going to talk about this, we have to acknowledge all of the history that went along with it. And I think that's a good thing. We should have that historical conversation.
I wasn't suggesting that congressional Republicans necessarily were the stumbling block for any of this legislation. All I'm saying is that when you ask, why do Black people vote for Democrats, you have to acknowledge that that is one of the main reasons. I want to just ask one other thing, though, Congressman. It's striking to me that this conversation about the family, about who is the recipient of government benefits, about who was affected by Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society, why is it that that conversation only happens to Black people?
Great question. Are you perhaps saying that it's the same as the culture argument, by the way? Is there something in the mind of the Black American that somehow the welfare apparatus targets differently than the white American? Is there something in the Black mind that you're implying is different than the white mind that is impacted by rap music? Because racists love saying, no, it's just a culture. It's just a culture thing. It's a cultural difference. That's why Black people are violent or whatever the fuck. And it's like, well, more white people listen to rap music than Black people. What's that about?
White people are on welfare, when white people are recipients of these programs too, when white people have broken families as well, why is this a message that is always directed at Black Americans?
I didn't say that at all. I think that's what you're insinuating. But let me.
I mean, that's what you did. You were.
No, he did say that. You said exactly verbatim those words. Fuck you mean you didn't say that? You literally did. Like, you used exactly those words, man.
You were trying to recruit Black voters
Abby,
for
if you're
President Trump.
am I allowed to answer the question? Let me step into that. Okay, a couple of things. Yes, Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, if you look at the empirical data, was destructive in part, and I said even in my comments yesterday in Philadelphia, in part to Black families throughout the United States of America. You also had some of the very damaging policies around the criminal justice system. The 94 crime bill, which was authored by Joe Biden and brought.
He's like, the crime panic that Democrats capitulated to was a direct consequence of, by the way, this is such a perfect study. The crime panic was created directly by the Republican Party, and the Democrats went along with it willingly, including the crime bill that Joe Brandon supported and authored. Okay, now that's really interesting because it feels to me like we are going through that same exact panic right now with the border bill. It feels like Democratic capitulation to right-wing framing on issues because they don't really give a shit about any real policies or the outcome is genuinely devastating for the material conditions of all the people that it targets. And beyond that, Republicans can stand and posture as though you are responsible for it. How odd. How interesting.
By Joe Biden. Yes, you had the war on drugs that was also very damaging to Black communities. All those things have contributed to that. And where we are.
The crime bill wasn't, and crime panic was not just the Republican Party freaking out. Many white liberals absolutely went along with that narrative in the 90s. No, I agree. I know. And that is exactly what's happening with the immigration shit right now. That is exactly what's going on with immigration. White liberals are fucking panicking. And instead of the other side saying, hey, you got to be reasonable. What the fuck are you doing? What are you saying right now about these immigrants like being responsible for so much crime or whatever? And addressing the actual truth of the matter, liberals are leaning into it.
Today in America is trying to have the economic policies and the public policies so that all people can thrive. And if you're actually going to compare economic policies and public policies between the 45th president and the 46th president, it's without question they were better under the 45th.
Well, look, I mean,
so if you're going to examine today,
hold on,
but Abby, if you're going to examine today in America and where we're going as Americans, then you have to have the right set of economic policies and the right set of public policies. I mean, Abby, you've been interrupting me the entire interview. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
I'm going to interrupt you on the facts, Congressman. The Black unemployment rate was the lowest in American history under Joe Biden just last year. The poverty rate for Black people is the lowest under Joe Biden. So you cannot say empirically for Black people that from a financial level, things were better under Trump. There are other ways that you can make this case, but you cannot say that.
Actually, let me respond to that. Because the economic reality is that even though unemployment might be lower, wages adjusted for inflation, which is the true measure of getting ahead in America, that has been bad under Joe Biden. It was significant.
Wow. Republicans become so fucking woke. This guy is a real Marxist-Leninist over here when Joe Biden is the president. It's crazy.
Better under Donald Trump because we did not have massive inflation and people were making more money, which means you're taking more money home, which means you can begin to prepare for your family, which means you can start to prepare and begin thinking about ideas of getting assets, accumulating assets, and generating wealth. Joe Biden's economy, Bidenomics, like he likes to call it, I know they don't using the word anymore, that's been destructive of so many families in our country, including Black families in our country. That is the empirical economic fact that we have to acknowledge before this election
inflation,
cycle.
I 100% agree with you, is a problem for all families, including maybe even especially Black families. But you also cannot ignore that there are a lot of statistics that suggest that Black Americans are doing well under Joe Biden, better than they were doing under Donald Trump. I want to ask you one last thing, because I know that this is actually happening as we're talking. We've learned that you are on the list, obviously, for VP candidates, and that you've received some vetting materials from the Trump campaign to be potentially a VP. Can you confirm that? And is there anything more you can tell us about how that process is going?
Well, I'm not going to confirm that right now. I had a conversation with the Trump campaign about that, and I'm going to leave that very private because they're going to go through their deliberations. President Trump's going to make a decision. I will say prices in America have been up over 20% since Joe Biden has taken office. That's hurting everybody. When prices are up 20%, trust me, Abby, going to the supermarket, going to the gas station, everybody is struggling. That is a fact. And that is why so many Americans, especially Americans who are minorities in this country, are leaving Joe Biden and the Democrats and looking towards Donald Trump and the Republicans.
All right. Congressman Byron Donalds, we appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Senate has failed now to advance a bill to protect access to contraception, and Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced they will vote on IVF protections next week.
Rapper 50 Cent says he sees black men identifying with Trump. They're losing Curtis Jackson.
Speak in the Senate, but on Capitol Hill today, it was a rapper who got a lot of attention. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins us. Nicole, you got a chance to catch up with 50 Cent. What did 50 have to say?
Well, 50 or 50, depending on how you refer to him. I mean, look, he was up here for a specific reason. He was accompanied by civil rights attorney Ben Crump, and he really wanted to advocate for a generational wealth when it comes to African Americans in particular. He has a number of companies, including one that involves spirits, and so he wants to see an increase in minority representation. You know, he felt that he didn't get a fair shake when he first started his business, and wants to expand opportunities again for people of color. So that was the nature of his visit. But in that context, I did ask him about the election, because the Biden administration has done a lot of work in this space. But at the
Why people never really miss the opportunity to say 50 when talking about 50 Cent? Does 50 Cent even say 50 Cent?
same time, 50 Cent has made comments in the past, including back in 2020, where he suggested that people vote for then President Trump, although he later walked those comments back. So I asked him what he's thinking about the upcoming election. Take a listen. I mean, we're heading into another election, so have you made a decision about who you're going to support?
I'm not sure how to answer that question, to be honest with you.
Have you made a decision?
I haven't.
What do you see as the significance of African American men in this election for both of you?
I see them identifying with Trump.
Why do you say that?
Because they got RICO charges.
And I don't know if he was referencing the case down in Georgia, where we, of course, know that former President Trump has been charged and is facing RICO charges in that state. But that aside, you know, what is significant about his comments is that, again, back in 2020, his then support briefly of former President Trump got a lot of attention, and being a major figure like
I think that was a joke, man.
that, you know, that can be influential when it comes to the African American vote. And so similarly, we know both campaigns are really trying to advocate for the black vote. We have seen the president's support slip among African American voters. The issue even garnering a lot of attention here on Capitol Hill in a separate issue with leader Hakeem Jeffries and Byron Donalds, kind of now in an internal beef, because Byron Donalds made some comments at a campaign event just yesterday suggesting that African Americans were better under Jim Crow, to which Hakeem Jeffries replied on the House floor today that is an outlandish statement and ignorant. So that being said, you know, this is all about both sides really trying to advocate and make their case to African American voters. But as you can see, there are a number of different perspectives.
Prosecutor. Dude, I swear to God, there's no better way to show that, like, most of our institutions are, you know, pretty fucking white than having a real news article crafted around 50 Cent making a joke, and simultaneously being like, well, are black people actually siding with Donald Trump because he has a RICO charge? Yeah, dude, black people are like, oh yeah, he's going to prison, does just like me. Come on, dude. Yeah, Hunter Biden. I'm not doing the Hunter Biden.
Tonight we're learning more
bits.
information.
We're going to talk about racism in America, alive and well, folks. Lauren Boebert, a Colorado Republican, making the White House look good. Oh my God, he's trying to fuck, dude. What movie did you guys see? Listen. Shooters shoot. Okay? Shooters fucking shoot. Sometimes you got to say some stuff.
About an incident at Baraboo High School's graduation between a parent and the district superintendent on Friday. Our Jalen Banks joins us now with video of that incident and response from the district. Jalen?
Eric, in the video, you can see a parent approach the stage, grab the superintendent, Rainey Briggs, and move him out of the frame before what is believed to be the parent's daughter being able to shake the hand of the superintendent. The video continues, and you can hear Briggs say, "Get off me." You can see individuals take the stage, escorting him off, and multiple people moving the parent off the stage as well. And comments on social media say the parent did this in protest of how the superintendent and the district handled bullying incidents related to his daughter. In a statement from the district, they say, "Our primary focus remains on celebrating the achievements of our graduates."
So wait, what was it? Was it because he's black, or was it because he thinks that, like, I thought it was because he's racist. This is from the same school that had those students doing a Nazi salute? Wait, what? Same school district, this disgusting photo happened, and America needs to get on the German grindstone when it comes to denazification. Yeah, Germany didn't really denazify. A MAGA parent ruined a high school graduation ceremony after assaulting the black superintendent to prevent his daughter from shaking hands with a black man. Bro, are people actually this racist? Like, this kind of shocks me. Like, I mean, I know people are racist, but, like, this is, like, fucking comical. You know what I mean? It's like it feels like, how do I describe it? How do I use the right terms here? Like, there's something off about it. Normally it's just like, when you're that racist, you just do like hate crimes and stuff. You don't just like strap up and stop this one handshake. Bro, people get killed just for being black. There isn't a bar that can't be cleared. No, that's what but like that part is the regular modus operandi. But there's something almost like comical about the fear that this man has. If it is directly a consequence of him straight up being like, "No, a black man can't touch my daughter's hand."
They continue with, "We want to ensure that the significance of this milestone and the hard work of our students are not overshadowed by this unfortunate event. The evening celebrated their accomplishments, and we are incredibly proud of each of them. Now, the incident is still under investigation right now, and I'm still working to learn if the parent is facing any criminal charges or consequences for his actions. As soon as I learn and we learn here at News 3, we will update it online at channel3000.com.
Now at
This is from 5 years ago. It's the same school board. Baraboo.
10, it is a prom night photo to remember for all the wrong reasons. Teens appearing to make hateful gestures, including the Nazi salute.
Now, this photo of Baraboo.
Yeah, this shit was crazy, bro. Trump was like, the Trump era really got people going wild with it. You know what I mean? They were just like straight up like, yeah, no consequences, YOLO. And to be fair, what consequences came out of this? Like, I'm sure all those guys are still working at their parents' car dealership. You know what I mean?
High school students spread across social media, and tonight it's getting international reaction.
That school district is discussing next steps. New at 10.
This town has like 1,000 people, mind you. Yeah, all of them are Nazis, it seems. 1,000 people, every single one is a fucking Nazi.
Nikki Mitchell was at tonight's school board meeting and has reaction from that community.
Several residents expressed outrage and concern over this photo, and they recommended certain action that they hope the school board will take. The photo posted Sunday evening shows a group of junior boys posing for a prom photo last spring in front of the Sauk County Courthouse. The caption reads #BarabooProud. Many of the teens have their arms raised in what looks like a Nazi salute. It has sparked outrage among some people living in the small community.
I grew up knowing that Nazism was wrong, and I don't see how they could get this far in their education and not know that.
Greg Sakura told the board that his father was shot by a young German boy during the war.
This photo is a demonstration of an absolutely despicable attitude.
One teen in the photo didn't raise his arm. He said he was unaware of what was happening.
If I knew what was happening, I would have not been in that photo at that time because I don't believe that is right.
A group of people met at the Sauk County Courthouse today to take a different photo, one with the symbol for love.
This is not representative of the Baraboo community.
Karen DeSanto is the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club of West Central Wisconsin. She says she's worried about the boys seen in that photo, and she told the board they are going to need support.
As we all make terrific mistakes. We are not perfect. So it's our job as adults to guide the kids into the best way that they can manage it.
A few community members said that they hope the district will provide additional education on the Holocaust. The district did not take any action tonight, but it did say that it's investigating this photo. Reporting in Baraboo, Ricky Mitchell, today's TMJ4.
I want to know more details about this parent. Like, I want to know what he claims was the bullying that his daughter withstood. Was it anti-white racism? Is that what he's going to say? Because I feel like he's going to be anti-white racism. Do we have the actual audio in the video itself?
Oh, excuse me. Where's Brendan?
You better get up
Where's
off me,
Brendan?
man.
Where's Brendan?
Get away from me, bro.
No, don't.
Hey, no, hey, you need to get, hey,
Walk away.
you gotta go. I want to get off. Out right now. I don't care. Get off the street.
Yeah, he hit him with a strictly dickly when he first walked up. This is not scrumdiddlyocious behavior, sir. You better get away from my daughter.
Oh, excuse me.
You need to stay away from my daughter, please. Hat too tight with the Oakley on it. You know my guy's at least at level 250 races. Yeah. The Oakley is just like immediate clap, dude. It's basically the modern version of the clan robe. Sir, you're about to witness my strictly dickly. Oakley dokley, neighbor. Witness my strictly dickly.
Where's Brendan?
That's my daughter.
You better get up off
Where's
me,
Brendan?
man.
Where's Brendan?
Get away from me.
I can't tell. I can't make out what he's saying. That's my daughter.
Where's Brendan?
That's my daughter.
You better get up off
Where's
me,
Brendan?
man.
Where's
Get away from me, bro.
No, don't.
Hey, hey, you need to get, hey,
Walk away. Walk away.
You gotta go. I get off. Out right now. I don't care. Get off the street.
I love that she still flips the tassel. She's like, well, I still graduated. You know what I mean? That's funny. She's like, listen, let's not get my dad's clear-cut white supremacist beliefs get in the way of me graduating from this fucking high school, okay? There's another version of the video where the subtitles have him saying, I don't want you touching her.
Get off. Out right now. I don't care. Get off.
Yeah, he says, I don't want you touching her. So they found the parent. Yo, what's up with the fucking, what is that?
Where's Brendan?
Stop linking the fucking guy. I don't care.
Who's up? All right, let's keep going with these great grads.
The where's Brandon being said is them asking about where my brother was. My brother works as the cop for the school. I can tell you what I know. Bro, I know. Their fucking school logo is very unfortunate. The Thunderbird with like, is that lightning bolts? What's happening? With the spread eagle? Okay. It might be like a Native American thing, to be fair. Cope? Nah. This is the least Nazi Wisconsin town. I'm not even joking. I'm just saying, like, nah, dog, this ain't Native American at all. Bro, they do have the double lightning bolts. What's happening here, bro? This high school's got some weird shit going on. I guess it's the Thunderbird. That's why those are thunder. I read from the students at the front of the crowd that this dad was saying absolutely unhinged shit. The mascot name is Stormfront. Stop. You're wrong. That's not. School logo looks exactly like this Nazi symbol. Oh, that's funny. That's crazy. It's funny you should say that because it's not happening right now. Okay? Sucks to suck. You know what is happening? The 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. That's what's happening, bitch. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. 10 minutes late sometimes. If you no longer want to see them, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month, bitch. Oakley dokley, neighbor. Neighborino. Mavs are getting cooked. What do? We have to save. Oh, shit. Somebody on MSNBC. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Joyanne Reed cooked them.
Last question.
Which creates better people.
Last question, and then I'm going to let you go. Last question. We're out of time,
Sure,
but I'm going to give you one more question. During Jim Crow, could your family have existed? You are in an interracial marriage. Your wife is a white conservative activist. Could your family have existed at all during Jim Crow?
No, it could not, Joy, and we all know that. But that's why I am blessed to live in America today as opposed to America during that time. But we cannot ignore the realities of not having fathers in homes. That is important for Black people today and all people today as we move forward for a better America.
We are out of time. What I'm grateful for is that we do not live in the Jim Crow era and that fathers do not face the threat of lynching.
I'm very grateful of that.
Perhaps don't bring up Jim Crow when you're trying to make that example. Representative Byron Donalds, thank you for being here, and we'll be right back. Last question.
God damn. She cooked his ass, bro. Yeah, we got to get back to the Jim Crow to bring families together is just like such a weird fucking take.
And now to a
Dude, this has been like a meta. I feel like people have been talking about this shit. The returning grocery cart, which is like weird. I think this is an indication that society is devolving. Why? Because this is like a Reddit argument.
Controversy gaining a lot of traction online. A video posted by a woman who unapologetically says she never returns her shopping cart is sparking quite a debate about whether you should always corral that cart. Eva Pilgrim is here with more on that. Her excuse, though, is interesting. It's worth a listen in
Let
the
me
debate.
just tell you, this has caused all kinds of fights in the back office this morning. This social media video making many people really think, is it our social responsibility to return the cart at the store? And what do you do when you have your kids in tow?
You return your cart? Yes, bro. I'm not a fucking savage. Yes. What a question. Like, yes. Okay. I'm not a fucking animal. Yes, I return my shopping cart. We are a part of a civilized society. Okay.
What do you leave? The kids or the cart? Well, people are sounding off.
It's the debate that has people divided. Do you return your grocery cart to a corral in the parking lot or leave it near your parking spot?
I'm not returning my shopping cart, and you can judge me all you want.
Clinical and forensic psychologist Dr. Leslie Dobson raising eyebrows after posting this video on May 30th. The video getting nearly 12 million views.
I'm not getting my groceries into my car, getting my children into the car, and then leaving them in the car to go return the cart.
The mom of two says she first heard the debate.
Dude, here's a phenomenal way to do that. Fucking return the cart with your children. I know it sounds crazy. But just return the cart with your fucking children instead of, locking your children in the car and not turning it on and keeping the windows up or some shit.
On the radio, and based off conversations she's had in her field, says she made this video with the intent to raise awareness of moms and children being unaware of their surroundings.
I wanted to make the video to empower people to say, trust your instinct. It's okay if you don't feel safe to not return your shopping cart.
Thousands reacting online. The reactions on both sides of the aisle split. Some saying not returning a cart is rude. Others agreeing with Dobson, saying they wouldn't leave their kids in the car alone either.
People who don't return their shopping cart are benefiting from everybody else doing the nice thing, which is returning their cart. Because if
my other pet peeve, and this is like specific to flying, is when people don't fucking take their, how you put your bags and shit in a bucket, like your items in like a little bucket in a tray. I fucking hate when people don't pack their trays into the tray stack at the edge of the conveyor belt. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? What are you doing? You are a bunch of fucking animals, okay? Like, put the goddamn... I literally will sit there every time and put like 8 bins in a fucking row into the goddamn tray. It pisses me off so much. Like, it's even less work than the motherfucking cart situation. Ugh. People who don't put carts back have pets that die sooner.
if nobody returned their carts, then it would be chaos. I think that's also why this resonates. It's sort of like, I'm doing the nice thing and you're not sort of doing your part.
People didn't watch the whole thing, but now it's turned into such an important conversation. And I'm so happy that
Yeah, it's become an important conversation about how I'm a piece of shit.
people are talking about this.
Okay, so Dobson has actually gotten a lot of really hateful messages, but she says she's also gotten a lot of private messages from other moms saying they feel the same as she does. I mean,
the kids in the car is one thing.
Yes.
I get that, but the rest of us need to put the cart away.
And the minute we say anything, now we're going to get all the reactions as well.
I will say lots of people have a feeling about this. People are never just down the middle. It's always one side or the other.
Dude, I love the media. So, like, one, what are we watching here? The media is sunk to new depths, new lows. We are now officially covering the fucking age-old Reddit debate as though it's a matter of real news. It's a TikTok rage bait, man. But not only that, but also on top of that, the endless fucking centrism, even on an issue like this, just stop fence sitting. Stop fucking fence sitting, man. Oh, one thing's for certain. People really do have an opinion on this. Like, you didn't even do any coverage on it. This is the stuff they fenced it the hardest on. It's just so weird. Yeah, the shopping cart theory is like a famous 4chan, famous Reddit, age-old Reddit debate. It's the litmus test for a polite society or whatever. The economy is too bad for this. This is a good economy type news story. True.
Side of the aisle or the other.
Yeah,
you can see my little footpath. So I'm just like.
The Nigel Farage voters. Oh, I was gonna watch how.
And who will you be voting for?
I don't.
As a black woman, I would say, like, for citizens, and as a black woman,
This is asking Harvard students who they're voting for in 2024.
I would not. I would be fearful under presidency.
I can't even begin to list the reasons. It's that extensive.
Can I get 3 of them?
If anything, Bernie, come out of retirement. AOC, let's do this. Let's get in the game.
I'm here at Harvard University. Harvard University is one of the most prestigious universities here in the United States of America. The average cost of tuition here is up to $75,000, and these students should be some of the smartest kids in the world here. So today we're going to be asking them who they're going to be voting for in 2024. Right now, it looks like we have an election between Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and we may have a few outsiders such as RFK Jr. This is an election special here on my channel that we'll be doing up until the election time. So if you want to see more of these, subscribe. But now we're going to go ask students who they're going to be voting for in 2024. Who will you be voting for?
We'll have to wait and see. It's a little down the line.
Okay.
Just kidding. I'm voting for Biden. If it's a Biden-Trump matchup, then I'd be voting for Biden. Yeah.
What would make you want to vote for Joe Biden versus a person like Donald Trump?
I can't even begin to list the reasons. It's that extensive.
Can I get 3 of them?
Sure. He aligns with my values more. He's more pro-democracy, and I think he's a better person.
Okay. And with policies, anything like that?
He aligns with my policies generally across the board.
What are your policies?
All right, this is where we're hitting past the minute point. I got to run.
Can't think of one policy. Oh God, is this like a rage bait channel? Is that what it is? Like, he's like, oh my God, this shit's gonna make me act up. It's just gonna make me look like I'm functionally defending Joe Biden here. Oh God, I'm such a fucking reactionary. I swear to God, as soon as I hear somebody fucking trying to do some dumb shit, like a gotcha, trying to do a dumbass gotcha, it's like, ay.
Like
sorry.
10 more seconds.
All right, I'm sorry, but I'm cutting this short. I gotta.
Who do you think would be best to become the future?
It's just like so fucking annoying, dude. Liberals, just like learn your fucking talking points better. God damn. Like, how are you gonna fucking sit there and be like, I don't know. Like, really? You don't know? You have not one idea? Just literally say he is not going to refuse to fucking put actual members, actual fucking people in the federal agencies into positions of power. Donald Trump refuses to do that. Just say that. Like, one thing. Say abortion. Like, he's not going to do a federal mandate on an abortion ban across the board. Normal people don't learn talking points. No, it's not even a talking point. The point is like, do you actually have no opinion on this matter? Like, you're just going vote blue no matter who?
Future leader of America in this year and with elections.
In terms of this election, I will be personally voting for Joe Biden.
And why so?
Look at the rest of the videos on their channel. Wait, why? I'll just look at the rest of the videos on his channel. Nick Shirley. Inside New York City's most dangerous migrant hood. I took migrants to visit Joe Biden. I investigated America's college protests. I investigated the Mexico migrant crisis. I investigated the New York City. Oh, God. Oh, this guy sucks. Why is it that these guys literally all go from like, I was doing pranks to like turning into these fucking right-wing freaks now? Tyler Oliveira Why I quit YouTube to serve a mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. Oh my Lord. How I pranked my way into a Netflix show. Fake audition prank for Lil Nas X music video. And now he's like, here's what's going on. Immigrants are raping all the white women. We are under attack. I tracked down illegal immigrants in New York City. Oh, why? Oh my God, dude, what the fuck is going? Dude, this needs to be studied, bro. YouTube pranker to like right-wing agitator pipeline. Holy shit.
I think in terms of just keeping the rule of law and the state of our constitutional democracy, he's the best option.
What do you guys? Also, that's like a valid reason. Okay. The fuck do you mean? Like, if that's the reason why they want to vote for Joe Brandon, that's the reason why they want to vote for him. Okay. The idea that like, what about individual policies? Like, shut the fuck up. Okay. That's a solid answer. The fuck do you want? It's annoying.
Just think about the current state of America.
Am I allowed to swear on here?
Yep.
It's dog shit. America's completely shit right now. I ain't gonna lie. Like, low key, I'm trying to go to Europe, probably move to the Netherlands or something. Either way, everything's just going to shit at this point.
Who will you be voting for in 2024?
Respectfully, I'm not voting.
You're not gonna be voting?
I will remain neutral.
Who would you think would be better to help America, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Like I said, I remain neutral. I got no opinion on the matter.
But you say you want to like leave the United States, so if you can make it better, who do you think can make it better?
But honestly, I have zero idea on that topic.
And what about you, man? Who do you think will make the country better?
Personally, I would think Mr. Donald Trump himself. It seems like people only like him just because, or people only dislike him just because he'll like say like a thing or two, like that people like think is like pretty rude. But I mean, besides that, I feel like he ran the country a little more better than Joe Biden.
And what do the majority of the kids here in Harvard believe in?
I mean, most of them are lean towards the left.
And who will you be voting?
Wow, no follow-up questions for that guy. Yeah, he was like, oh, it seems more better that Trump will do more better job. And he's like, oh, good for me. Moving on. Why don't you grill that fucking guy and be like, oh, do you have any policy opinions? What are some of the policy alignments that you have with Donald Trump? What happened? Yeah, which policies? Also, I don't think any of those motherfuckers are Harvard students. I feel like he's just randomly around campus.
Voting for?
I don't feel comfortable disclosing that information, if that's okay.
And who do you think the majority of these kids are going to be voting for here at Harvard?
I mean, probably Democratic candidates. So, yeah.
So we have between Trump or Biden. Do you think they're going to be going for Biden then?
For sure, yeah.
Who are you going to be voting for?
Biden.
And why so?
Voted for him last year. I don't agree with like some of Trump's policies, so that's why.
Okay. What policies would it be that you don't agree with?
Some environmental stuff. I hated like the what was it, the Willow Act or whatever. Yeah.
What do you think about America right now?
Like the whole country?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a tough question. I don't know if I have like any opinion about the whole country.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the current state of America, from protests, from elections to...
Okay, now I'm beginning to believe this guy doesn't know anything either. He's just there to like cut reactionary content, because like the Willow Project approval did not happen under Donald Trump. It happened under Joe Brandon. So if he was at least a little bit better, like if he was a little bit better, oh my God, why am I giving this motherfucker pointers? Okay, I swear to God, he's in. I can sense that he's just starting this grift, so he doesn't even know anything. But like you could so easily turn around and be like, oh really, the Willow Act. Well, that pipeline drilling actually was under the Biden administration, not the Trump one. So doesn't that mean you shouldn't vote for Joe Biden? Is what you would say if you were a more knowledgeable right-wing shithead, but you're not a knowledgeable right-wing shithead. You're just a shithead. Oh, fuck. I forgot to react to Greg do shit.
Inflation to the border crisis.
Well, I feel like civic engagement and like advocacy and like protesting is a big part of our country and our history. And I feel like this is just an example of like our whole history. So.
Okay. And who do you think would be best to control the situation or get America back into control with this year at the elections?
I don't know.
Who do you think would be best between Donald Trump, Joe Biden, or any other candidates?
I mean, I don't really have an opinion. I feel like politics are super complicated. I mean, I'm only 18. This is my first year. Like, this is why I'm here, to like learn more. But I think everything's super complicated. I don't have like too much of an informed opinion yet.
Okay, cool. And what are you studying here?
I'm studying government and ethnicity migration rights.
So this should be pretty important for you to know.
I know. Yeah, that's why I'm here to learn more. I'm here to learn more.
Bro, she's a freshman. Chill the fuck out. Jesus Christ.
You're a smart man. We're going to ask you a tough question. It's simple. Who will you be voting for in 2024?
It's a good question. Definitely not Donald Trump. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that Joe Biden has done, and I don't agree with Joe Biden as a person, but it might be a situation where you're picking the better of two evils, so probably Joe Biden if it comes down to it.
And what are you guys studying? And remember this girl's face, because at the end of this video,
That motherfucker's not voting. Okay, let me tell you. That dude is not voting. He's like, lesser of two evils, maybe if it comes down to it. Nope. No shot, okay?
She gives a very interesting response. With what's going on in the Middle East, and this year we're going to have elections in 2024, who do you think will be best to resolve this conflict?
Unfortunately, neither. You're dealing with either an alt-right extremist candidate or a closeted centrist of a Democrat that really isn't going to do anything because he's in bed with giving billions of funding and not allowing any sort of sanctions on that. So it's really tough. I mean, in our city, in our country right now, we have a really political system. If anybody remembers, Joe Biden was in 4th place after the New Hampshire primaries in 2020.
This guy's 100% a massive Bernie fan. Oh my God. He's still talking about the 2020 primaries. Oh my God. Maybe even a fan of mine. Okay.
And then all the other candidates except Bernie dropped out, backed Joe Biden, and all of a sudden he was the #1 front runner. And in 2016, when we tried to bring a progressive candidate once again with Bernie Sanders, we ran into super delegates that Hillary was already going to win and was already ahead. But
this guy has nothing going on in his mind, okay? He's just like inside of his brain right now. You got a fucking coin going back and forth, hitting both walls, okay? Just keys are jiggling in front of his eyes. Okay, he's like, like, okay. I thought you could just like, I thought I could just ask a couple questions to you and then make you look stupid.
before we even got to California for the primaries. So when you're dealing with such a distorted scale of choices, either alt-right or kind of pretty much moderate Republican, maybe slightly left with Biden, you're not really going to get a lot done. So I definitely think that neither candidate is going to provide much hope for this situation, and what we're doing right now and whatnot across the country is the best way to sort of seek attention and activism and whatnot.
He was talking about Joe Biden being in bed with other countries. Do you think the politicians are currently trying to fund this crisis that's going on? And
like, even the way he's asking this question, what are you saying? You think the politicians are currently trying to fund the crisis that's going on in the Middle East? Oh my God, this dude has the brain power of an 11-year-old. 1 million people watch this, bro. You think politicians are like giving money to the Middle East? What's that about? Like, sometimes these questions are pre-prepared, okay? This time, he's just literally asking. He's like, I don't really know anything. I don't know anything that's going on. Can you tell me what's happening? Like, he's like a chatter that comes in here and is like, hey, I'm new to this stuff. What's going on with this Israel shit? Who are the good guys? What the fuck?
The Middle East.
That's how easy it is to be a right-wing grifter. By the way, I never want to hear from any of these dumb motherfuckers ever again, okay? Hassan, you're a grifter. Hassan, you're a grifter. You know how easy it is to be a right-wing grifter? You literally have to have nothing going on up here to succeed, okay? Nothing. You can just wing it. This guy has no interest whatsoever. He just saw something that hit the algo, and he's just like, the Israel stuff, right? That's a thing.
Sure.
I don't even think it's a question if the military is funding it. There is obviously like $90 billion that has already been passed by Congress to go over there. And I think the rhetoric is that the military-industrial complex.
Bro is just a Mormon too. That's a huge buff in the influencer space. No joke. So many are Mormon. I thought he was memeing. He like actually is an honest to God Mormon.
This is protecting the United States or protecting the interests of Israel, but I fundamentally do not trust the agenda of the military-industrial complex.
Okay. If it gets down to Donald Trump and Joe Biden, who will you guys support?
There'll be a third party.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to support who I always support, Vermin Supreme, the #1 political candidate that offers everybody a free pony, that if we're already going to throw away a vote to once again pretty much a centrist Democratic candidate that isn't doing anything. Where was all the police reform, Mr. Biden? Where was all the stuff you promised in 2020? Marijuana is legal in 30 to 40 states, but at this point, still.
Bro, every time this guy's talking, I can only see the DVD pause screen just like bouncing from one corner to the next. Inevitably, it's going to hit the corner, okay? You're just watching that shit.
No federal grip on that. And when it comes to the minimum wage, when it comes to a lot of issues where inflation is kicking the living shit out of us, like $8 for eggs and whatnot, and we can't get a raise on the $7.85 national minimum wage, he's not doing anything. He's a puppet up there, and he's a puppet for other people that are already comfortable and settled and just trying to get their corporate backers happy, you know? So neither of them. If anything, Bernie, come out of retirement, AOC, let's do this. Let's get in the game.
And also here in the United States, we received over 8 million, potentially up to 16 million migrants. What do you guys think about the migrant crisis that's going on here in America?
I support open borders.
You support open borders?
Oh, hell yeah.
And why do you guys support open borders?
This isn't our country. This country was founded on genocide and culture and taking it from indigenous people. Whoever the wants to come here should be able to come here. Why did we get to come here? Why did my ancestors?
I'm sure he has like at least some take on this. This is like, he's like, oh, what? Open borders? Hold on.
Get to come here. They were actually fleeing oppression of the UK. So it's just like the cycle repeats itself until it doesn't. Like, this isn't our country. This is Turtle Island, and it belongs to indigenous people. And it wouldn't have been the United States of America if it wasn't for culture. And genocide.
A lot of the people that are coming out of the country, we don't know who they are, and they change their names once they cross the border. You guys have any issues with that?
I mean, we don't know who's in this country.
Yo, he's so bad. Oh God. Okay, I can't watch the rest of this. This is so bad, bro. This is the immigrants that are coming in. They're scary. They changed their names. I heard the immigrants changed their name. He's a Mormon. He claims to have been here when Jesus instant transmitted like Goku here to fight off the natives. That's canon in the Book of Mormon. Oh my God. Oh God. This kind of shit makes me want to do like a right-wing grift. So fucking bad. Oh, just do it right, man. Do it right. Even Tyler Oliveira at least like aligns with people who are just like straight up fascists who will do the talking points for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you know how many shooters and serial killers and people in this country that are incredibly violent?
How many politicians are rapists who literally run our country and are here to keep us safe? And how many cops have been brutally hitting students, young children? Like videos of children looking out the window, watching their friends get beat by adult grown men. What the?
Okay, she's hyper specific about her grievances. I don't know where she's coming from. Like, she just keeps like, there's not to say that she's incorrect, but I just kind of don't understand what's going on here.
What do you guys think will be the solution to all this?
To what? The solution to what? All this, just in general, you know what I mean? Just like things are happening, I think. What's happening? What is the solution to it? To what? What do you fucking mean? Here you go. Booger. Fuck. You have crazy eye boogers. What's happening? Feeding her boogers? She likes it.
A spiritual revolution where people truly understand that we're all connected and that they are connected to their own bodies, because you wouldn't be able to violate the body of another person if you were connected to your own humanity and your own body. And so it's like a psychological heart spiritual revolution where we have to unprogram the psychology that we prioritize profit over humanity, over connection. And in this capitalist culture where profit is the main priority, we're not going to be able to achieve that.
America's primarily a Christian country. Do you think more people need to start believing in Jesus and following his teachings?
Jesus is also a patriarch.
Oh my God. Oh my Lord, bro. This guy's crazy.
Story that has been co-opted by mainstream religion.
A ton of white people. Yeah. His literal name was Yeshua. Like, that's not even his name, you know?
It's not about institutional religious indoctrination of people trying to control them. It's about a genuine connection to, like, the spirit and godliness and nature.
So many lives in this chat is so discouraging, shaking my head. Brother, I mean, the things that they're saying come across as radical, but you can absolutely make a liberal argument for it too. I mean, they're like, they're kind of hippied up a little bit.
And the body. Like,
you mean?
we were just talking about this morning, this genocide couldn't happen if it wasn't for the level of true disembodiment, which is also perpetuated by the prison industrial complex.
There's very little dialectical materialism happening in these conversations for the most
Medical
part.
industrial complex, capitalism, I mean, the whole 9 yards. People aren't in their bodies, or they wouldn't be able to pretend like this isn't happening.
Do you think there is a current leader who could potentially become president that could solve these issues?
No.
It's about community.
No, it's not. It's not going to be a top-down revolution.
There's no savior.
Because in hierarchy and in the current political system, everyone will be corrupted by money.
Money is the root of all evil?
It's not money, it's capitalism. Money is just a tool. Capitalism is a psychology and a consciousness.
Would we be better underneath socialism?
Bro, this is like trying to have an argument with a pigeon, okay? You're trying to have a conversation with a different species, okay? This dude does not have the processing power to even understand any of the things that you're saying. He is not retaining information, okay? I mean, there is no clear indication that this dude is not retaining this information whatsoever. Is from the fact that he doesn't respond to any of the things you're saying, and he just keeps repeating like whatever the next question is in his mind. Do you think money is the root of all evil? Like, that's not what. Oh my god. She can't stand on top of me with ease like she used to, so she's just uncomfy. Baby, my baby. Kaya, get out of there. Don't go down there.
Socialism is a political system. Communism is a political system. Capitalism is an economic system. So people get very confused when you talk about dismantling capitalism. That has nothing to do with communism. It has nothing to do with socialism. This is political versus economic systems. And if we want to change an economic system, then we will have the imagination to form a political system that's actually about community and supporting the planet.
Okay, we should have not let her cook too hard. Okay.
And so, what do you do here?
She cooked a little too hard.
At Harvard.
I'm in the trades.
Here we've talked to a lot of people here at Harvard, and we're talking to people about America and the elections that are going to be coming up. And most people say that everyone here, that the majority here are left-leaning. And why do you think that is so?
It's a good question. Well, schools look more liberal. Colleges tend to be more liberal.
Who will you be voting for?
Oh, I'll be voting Democrat.
Because you will be voting Democrat, is there anything you'd like to see change from Joe Biden if he does win?
Well, help the students out a bit more financially. I could see that as a good thing.
And coming into 2024, who will you be voting for?
2024, Biden and Kamala Harris.
And with the elections coming up here in 2024, who will you guys be supporting?
No one.
I'm going to vote because I'm going to exercise my right, but I'm not particularly excited about any of the choices.
If you had a vote today, who would you be voting for?
Unfortunately, Joe Biden again.
Joe Biden again?
Yeah.
Why do you think so many of the college students here in Boston and at Harvard want to vote for Joe Biden? We haven't heard anybody that wants to vote for Donald Trump yet.
I think there's a lot of reasons.
That he's the lesser of two evils?
Yeah. I agree.
And do you guys agree with the policies of Joe Biden of open borders with all the migrants that came in here?
Dude, this is so... Dude, I'm sorry. Dude, again, I have to reiterate, 1 million views on this. Okay? 1 million views. You do not have to be good at your job to appeal to the brainlets on the right. You do not have to know anything. You do not even have to communicate clearly. You just go, the what about open borders and the migrant rape of the migrants? What's that? Can you explain? Back in the day, getting rejected by Harvard was considered a tragedy. Now getting rejected is a blessing. If this is a reflection of America coming out of Harvard, we're doomed. So we learned most Harvard students don't know anything about politics. Remember this, just because you can retain information from a book does not mean you have common sense. Wow! $75,000 a year and they haven't learned crap. I think Harvard has lowered their admission standards hugely.
To America. What do you think about the current economy of America?
I think it's right in the pisser.
Yeah, it's no good.
I think he's right in the piss
for
out.
Trump because of that.
So you will be voting for Donald Trump?
Of course, yeah.
And what makes you want to vote for Donald Trump versus Joe Biden? The majority of people here in Boston are all saying Joe Biden.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go Sox, dude. Fucking let's go. Finally, a real Harvard Yard guy. Real Harvard guy, you know.
You know what?
Yeah, he's rocking the classic Harvard student look. To be fair, YouTube comments are a Fourth Reich congregation regardless of the video. True.
All the corrupt people right now hate him so bad. I think you have to vote for him. That's they hate him so bad, and they're the people, the enemy of my enemy.
Do you think it's a sign when someone starts to get persecuted as much as Donald Trump and
Oh my God. There ain't no fucking way he's about to say what oh my God.
as much as people like Abraham Lincoln or MLK, that they're actually the right guy?
Yes, exactly right. Perfect.
Yeah, you know who else was persecuted? Adolf Hitler. The fuck? Like, what do you mean, dude? What the fuck? He said Trump, Lincoln, MLK, the three goats. They're the same IQ, vibing. Yeah. I have no opinions. I just look at someone going to jail and I think, well, you know, must be on the right side. Like, that's not a good basis, man.
Perfect. Very well said.
And we've been talking to a lot of people here in the streets of Boston, Harvard, and a lot of them are saying they're going to be voting for Joe Biden. But do you think there's going to be a lot more people that are going to be like coming out of the closet that are secretly supporting Donald Trump here in Massachusetts?
I think that's very true. That's a true statement. I think that's very true overall.
What makes you want
I think this guy thinks it's a true statement. He's made that clear.
to vote for Donald Trump versus Joe Biden?
Like I said, I had this feeling the last administration was doing better. I think we've lost focus. He's in courts right now. We're really not focused on economy, immigration, basic jobs, just something for the people. We're in the middle of wars right now, all types of stuff going on.
What's up with the music, dude? He put the strings on, bro. He's like, cue the music. Let's talk. This guy's spitting. A lot's happening right now, dude. We got fucking wars, dude. We got wars in every corner. No wars under Trump, dude.
Just feel.
I love another classic Harvard student. I love all the classic Harvard students he interviewed for this.
Feels different.
Do you think other countries fear Joe Biden as president?
I don't think so at all. Unfortunately, no.
Think he's losing the respect of Americans and other countries while he's in office?
Yeah, I think there's a sense of weakness and stuff like that. And I don't think people want to bash him for his old age. I think people really realize they feel bad. And we have a sign of weakness all over the world and within the U.S.
Who are you guys going to be voting for in 2024?
I'm going to have to go with Trump. Trump.
And why so?
Because who else do we have?
Y'all not trusting Biden?
I missed my stimulus check.
You missed your stimmy? What makes you guys want to vote for Donald Trump?
I feel like it wasn't better, honestly, but it was like just more comfortable when it was Trump, kind of, in a way.
What about you, man?
I like his hair. Yeah.
And what are you guys studying?
Government.
Government. What about you?
Sociology.
Sociology. All right, well, you're studying government. And studying government, who do you think would be the best person to be in the president's seat?
Oh, I'm not answering that question on the internet.
Why not? That's what you're studying, though, right?
It is what I'm studying, and I have opinions.
Okay, and
Yeah.
what's your opinion on America right now?
America is a mess at the moment. Everybody's very polarized for a good reason. I'll say I don't want a racist in our presidency at all. So.
And what would make that person you're referring to as a racist?
Racist comments, actions, policies that they support, things that they endorse, anything like that.
And what do you guys like about Joe Biden? We've been talking to a lot of students here, and what makes you guys lean more towards Joe Biden here at Harvard?
They didn't say they want Joe Biden. Why'd you assume that?
I think it's more of a lesser of two evils type situation. I think both candidates have done a lot of very bad things, but I think in terms of...
He's actually five-brain, but dumbing down his questions for the common man to understand. Yeah, totally. You just know he edits his own videos. I don't think he knows how to edit his own videos. And no, he's not dumbing down the questions for the common man to understand. He's just dumb, dude. That's why he keeps repeating like talking points, but not well. Like he's just like, so what do you think about the current economical and political state of society? He's hitting the fucking Jaden Smith 14-year-old line.
Trying to choose between the two candidates that are most likely going to make it to the final vote, I think that it would be a better option to choose Joe Biden just because he is a lesser of two evils.
Okay, and do you guys feel safer underneath Joe Biden, especially with the wars that are going on? Who do you think would pose as a bigger threat to other countries as president?
Oh, man. Oh, I guess this is good to know that this is the median voter. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about the wars going on, dude. Think about how many of the wars that are going on that Joe Biden is doing. It's like, all things considered, okay, the Joe Brandon administration absolutely could have been more of a peacemaker when it came to its dealings with Ukraine, tried to navigate the situation better, and certainly with Israel, which is like way more direct because Israel is the offending party in the circumstance. Russia was the offending party in the Russian invasion. There are more limitations on how to deal with that versus Israel, where we could just like cut that shit down immediately. Having said that, however, the one thing Joe Brandon did do was pull out of Afghanistan, which I defended him on vociferously. Okay, he got owned on that shit nonstop. And it's like, all things considered, if it wasn't for, I guess, what he refused to do with Israel, especially, the idea that like, all these wars are going on, man, that shit's crazy, Joe Brandon did it, is like ridiculous. Technically, a lot of the things that liberals love to talk about was how he's ending the drone war, which, by the way, is kind of a laughable notion post October 7. But there's never a moment where America's not in war, you know? That's just kind of how it is. You're just paying attention to it because I guess Joe Brandon is in charge.
By bigger threat, like what do you mean?
The withdrawal was Trump's idea, yes, but if you think that even for a fucking remote question, even if you for a remote moment think that he would have demonstrated the political courage to actually pull out, you are out of your mind. I don't think Donald Trump would have pulled out. I don't think he would have done it. He's too much of a room reader. I think Biden's dementia and the fact that his son got brain cancer from Afghanistan and the fact that he had, I think the fact that Brandon had already had withstood personal consequences most likely is the reason why he continued to pull out. He continued the actual pullout strategy. Trump would have never done that. I definitely think he would. That's blatantly biased law. You think Donald Trump would have pulled out of Afghanistan? I think you're wrong. No, I don't think he would have pulled out of Afghanistan. No shot. I mean, we know he didn't pull out. He could have. Bro, why was the pullout seen as a negative by so many normies? I don't understand that because we're fucking bloodthirsty. American media is bloodthirsty. $52 billion a year went into Afghanistan. That's $52 billion in fucking resources that were cycling through the military industrial complex. That's someone's got to pay for that. Okay. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? $52 billion a year. Are you insane? Imagine lasering that off the budget from Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing. Are you fucking nuts? It had to go somewhere. Luckily, Russia invaded Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like directly, we took those funds and we're like, oh, thank God, bro. Thank fucking Christ.
Like, people would have more fear.
As president?
Yeah, show more respect.
As a black woman, I would say, like, for citizens and as a black woman, I would be fearful under Donald Trump's presidency. Whereas Joe Biden, I don't think that he has it out for POC people at all. I know Donald Trump has great ties with, like, certain major countries, and Joe Biden also has great ties with certain major countries. It really just depends on the state of the world when they are presidents.
What could Joe Biden or Donald Trump do to unify America?
Oh, that's a great question. They will both have to lean more towards the center because both of them are a little bit extreme, a little bit understand.
Wait, what? Who's extreme?
Okay.
What the fuck is Joe Biden? How? Oh my God! Classic Harvard government learner. These institutions are just like baking people with neoliberalism. I swear to fucking God, bro. What the fuck are they teaching these kids, man? Biden is too extreme to unify the country. The fuck? I think she means they're both right wing extreme. Fuck no. I don't think that's what she means at all. Oh God.
Oh, that's a great question. extreme. A little bit's an understatement. They're both very extreme at the moment, and I think Joe Biden's doing a good job of trying to lean towards the center and appeal to both sides, whereas Donald Trump is just very...
Yeah, how's that doing? How's that going for him? Not great, it seems. But to be fair, I feel like Americans just like don't really vote on policies anyway. They just vote along party boundaries. They vote because of who their parents voted for. Oh my Lord.
Like, he could have his own ideology at this point, you know what I mean? So that's the break they both need to just...
No, the real break is the ad break at the top of the hour. Let's be for real. That's dividing Americans right now between the boundaries of those who have the capacity to subscribe for $5 and it's going to be $6, or for free with a Twitch Prime, versus those who have not. Now, in order to bridge the haves versus the have-nots gap, you can, of course, get gifted a sub if you're lucky, right? If you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. Having said that, however, if you're not lucky, you got to make your own luck by subscribing. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Is bombing 15,000 children not extreme? That's not what she means. And no, from the perspective of the American voter, I don't think so. Americans don't give a fuck about dead children, bro. What are you talking about?
Just lean towards the center.
What do you guys think about the current economy, and do you think there's a way that we can get down this inflation?
I honestly think the economy is in shambles. The U.S. is in trillions of dollars in debt to other countries.
Oh my God!
I think
it's not. No, that's not true. Oh my God! What the fuck? You're a sociology major. What are you doing? Sociology is basically just fucking Marxism with liberal aesthetics planted on top of it. What the fuck is happening to me? What is happening at Harvard? It's literally just like liberal aesthetics slapped on to a Marxian perspective, Marxian analysis. What the fuck are they teaching at Harvard, bro? Yeah, no econ. Who gives a shit? No econ. Even if, like, I'm not like an econ Andy at all. Econ is incredibly right wing anyway, but that's not even what I'm talking about. It's like, the idea that like America's in so much debt, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. First of all, it's not trillions of dollars of debt to foreign nations. Most of that debt is to Americans. Okay, that's number one. And number two, it doesn't fucking matter. Yikes. Like, what are we gonna do? America's gonna default? Is that what you think is gonna happen? Yeah, we're just gonna default. We are the economy. We're the global economy. Okay, if we default, it's over. Anyway, it's like everything is done. It's done. It's done. Everything that you know about the world as it is gone. Throw it in the fucking trash. Okay, unless you're just like, oh, like, this is the type of shit that people cook up in right-wing think tanks, man. What is happening here? This is literally like, oh, the debt clock. We're in too much debt. We got to balance the budget. Like, what? You are like an 18-year-old sociology major at Harvard. What the fuck? Why are you talking like a Heritage Foundation plan? What the fuck is happening? You're talking like a fucking 12-term U.S. Congress member from Iowa with an R next to his name. Like, we're going to balance the budget right now. The debt is out of control.
Inflation is just like an after effect of all of us being in debt. I do think that inflation will continue to go up unless we make major changes or unless we plan how we're going to pay these people back. I think that inflation will continue to go up because the U.S. really does not have the money to sustain the way we are living right now.
Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you...
What? What the fuck? Wait, what? She's confusing our debt with inflation. I mean, it's just like, I don't think she understands the argument that she's making, but it's fine. She's just like, I'm in it for the vibes, and I think it's better that we do austerity, because that's what I've heard. Yeah, America is gonna go on foreclosure, folks. What is this?
Your pronouns? I'm with your block. Her, him, they, them. Fuck it. Everybody get shot. What is your pronouns? I'm with your block. Her, him, they, them. Fuck it. Everybody get shot.
That's hilarious. The in-house bickering about national debt has brainwashed people into thinking there's some balance sheet that America's defaulting on payments for every year. Yeah, that's not how this stuff works at all. All right, Greg Douchit made a video on me. For those of you who don't know, Greg Douchit, very famous fitness influencer, and we have to watch it because I was like reacting to I think it was like Fresh and Fit versus like fat people, or I don't even remember. It was a Jubilee video that I was reacting to that he was a part of, and I made fun of him, and I think it got to him, and he's mad. And It's going to be awesome. You're a fucking hypocrite, Hassan Abbey is the title of the video. Let's take a look.
One side of your face is like this and the other side's like that. It's not as attractive. And so if you walk up to a woman with lots of confidence and say, hey, baby, I'm very confident, you're not getting laid.
I thought this guy was at least a little bit more sensible. Gilbert Godfrey on Anavar over here.
I mean, all I'm pointing out is what he's saying. If you guys want to shit on me and Myron, go ahead. But your hero that's doing this is doing the exact same thing.
I'm so excited. I rarely ever get, I always get like fucking random dickheads to be like Hassan Sucks videos. And as a fan of Greg, as you can probably tell from me doing his voice perfectly, as someone who's watched a lot of his fucking videos, I think it's dope. I think it's sick. It's not as cool as like Alex Jones, obviously, doing a video on me, but like, you know, this does get me excited.
Coach Greg, in today's video, I'm reacting to Hassanabi Productions, who's reacting to Coach Greg and Myron saying that obesity isn't a choice. That if you're obese, it's not your fault. We should feel bad for you. Boo-hoo. He's going to make fun of me, put me down, insult me, attack my character. All because I give you an actual opinion, my true, authentic opinion on the...
Yeah, he's attacking me for my opinions. Yeah, you can have stupid ass opinions, big dog. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm attacking you for your opinions because they're stupid and wrong. Oh, he's mad. Oh, this is awesome.
The fact that obesity is in fact a choice, and that I feel disgusted when looking at people who weigh 600 pounds. I can't believe what I'm seeing. And so just because I have these emotions and I admit to them, well, that makes me a bad person. Because I'm not...
I mean, kind of. Like, this argument is so stupid. Yeah, you can... This is not a good defense against someone being like, no, your opinions are bad and wrong, and here's why. You can't just be like, oh, well, you're just attacking me for having opinions. You're calling me a bad guy. It's like, yeah, okay, what if you were fucking racist? Not saying that he is, okay? Like, you can make that same exact fucking bullshit argument against that too, you know? What if someone was on there being like, black people are genetically inferior to white people, and then I said, that's wrong and racist. There is no fucking evidence whatsoever that black people are genetically inferior to white people. You could just still turn around and have this exact same take and be like, oh, attacking me for my arguments. What is going on? It's like, yeah, no, address the points that I'm making, that I was making towards the points that you were making.
Virtue signaling. I'm not pretending that it doesn't happen. And so because
now he's making inferences as to like all the other people are secretly pretending that obesity is not a choice, okay? That obesity is not up to the individual. How much you want to bet this person is not going to show the entire scope of the argument that I make on how obesity technically is not a choice? You can try and overcome it. There is going to be a lot of hurdles to clear. Obviously, I myself was a former fatty. I still struggle with weight on a regular basis, as you guys know, which, you know, I addressed in many different points throughout the video react that I was doing that was like really long. I actually stopped watching the whole thing because I was like fucking annoyed. Jeff Nippert, friend of the show, has a phenomenal video on this, how obesity is not a choice, and goes through the details in the most scientific ways possible, and he's completely correct. Okay? This does not mean that it is not unhealthy to be especially chronically obese. Of course, in many instances, it is going to be unhealthy. Having said that, however, let's continue.
I have the balls and Myron has the balls to say what we actually think. We get hated on.
This is, by the way, this is dumb guy shit, to be fair. I expected more from Greg Douchette, because like he's doing the dumb guy argument. He's doing the dumb guy argument. Oh, you're attacking me for my opinions. No, I'm not. I'm also addressing why you're wrong. Let's continue.
Shit on. You're a bad person. And so people, they're professional victims. They're crybabies. They're lazy. They don't have the testicular fortitude to stick to losing weight. And they want us to feel sorry for them.
The irony,
it's not your
by the way, for the record, the irony, many people make fun of me in my community for this all the time because I know how much work it takes to maintain a physique such as Greg's, even with, you know, additional medical help. I will always put respect on people that, you know, regardless of their point of view, look a certain way, right? I think that working out is ultimately a difficult journey. It can be very fun. I highly recommend it to everyone, as you guys know. Having said that, however, the irony is that, like, despite my disagreements with Greg, and I guess like my fandom of Greg, the amount of work that he's put into his body is part of the reason why I do have some level of respect for him.
Fault, you have PCOS. Nothing you could do about it. It's impossible to lose weight. So let's get into the video and see what comes up.
I thought this guy was at least a little bit more sensible. Gilbert Godfrey on Anavar over here.
You know, and I thought this guy, he's talking about Coach Greg, thought this Gilbert Godfrey on Anavar would be more sensible. Not on Anavar.
I don't have an opinion on Greg beyond the fact that he's a funny meme, but the fact that he's over here laughing at this dumb Myron actually is like kind of...
I'm a dumb meme now? Really? A dumb meme?
Wait, I mean, wait, is he mad at that? What? He is. Like, what? Bro, come on. You do. Also, I love that he posted the Gilbert Godfrey on Anavar point because, and then he tried to own me by being like, I'm not on Anavar. Yeah, dude, I don't know what fucking steroids you use, dude. I just think it's funny that you sound like Gilbert Godfrey. Oh, he's so good. Hey, this is great. I'm a dumb meme now.
Meme. Last I checked, I have 2+ million followers. You have 200-something thousand followers. I almost have a...
He's cooking Hasanabe Productions. Bro's coming after a fan channel. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, he said, oh, excuse me. Yeah, Hasanabe Productions. Suck my dick, dude. I know. He's right. He's right. You fucking suck, Hasanabe Productions, with your 200,000 fucking subscribers. You're flexing your body so much throughout this vid. I love it because I'm riled up, dude. This is fucking sick.
1 billion views on YouTube, doing exceptionally well, both financially, spiritually, socially, physically, everything. How am I a meme?
Greg Douchey literally spends most of his time shitting on people that do an unimaginable amount of steroids and then die.
What I do is educate people on the dangers of using performance-enhancing drugs. I admittedly was on them at abusive doses for 10 years. Since that time, for the last 5 years...
Dude, he's so mad. It's true. Dude, if we look at his videos, hold on. Let's see. If we look at his videos, let's look at the shorts. Sam Sulek is endangering himself. Chris Bumstead has a dad bod. Liver King back on. Steroids. Steroids ruined him. That's what I was mentioning. I mean, it's fine.
Years I've stopped. And so to me, that would be equivalent to saying I was, for example, 400 pounds. I was morbidly obese for 10 years. I was overeating. I was doing everything wrong. And then one day I woke up and said, this is stupid. And I stopped doing it. And so do I not have the right to speak out against people who have...
Wait, isn't he right though? Yeah, no, I think he his videos are I mean, they're good, they're funny. Like, I don't think he's doing like, you know, God's honest truth, honest to God work or whatever, you know what I mean? He stopped abusive doses. Yeah, I'm glad he stopped abusive doses. No, he does not have the right to speak out against anyone's lifestyle. The fuck? I mean, bro, what are you talking about? We're doing commentary. Of course, everyone does that shit. Anyway, let's continue.
Done the same mistakes as I have. If somebody was 400 pounds, lost half their body weight, now 200 pounds, and say, hey guys, I used to eat a lot of burgers, fries, chips, donuts, didn't do cardio, but one day I realized this is not healthy and I stopped and now I did all the healthy things. Could that person not have an opinion that is valid? Because how is it any different for me?
You can be a gearhead and simultaneously shit on people who are super fat.
And so I'm a gearhead. Really? I'm on doctor prescribed, actually an endocrinologist and extra hormones, 140 milligrams of testosterone. I'm not on...
Oh no! He mad I called him a gearhead. Hey yo! Bro, I don't have an issue with gear. What do you mean? You don't know that about me. I love steroids. I don't know why he felt so insecure here. Excuse me. I want to interview him. Is he ever in LA? I would love to go to the gym with him.
On other performance enhancing drugs. I'm not even on peptides, growth hormones, SARMs, and so on. And so am I literally a gearhead, or was I formerly on abusive doses? It would be calling somebody who's currently 200 pounds, formerly was 400, saying they're a fat piece of shit. Really? The guy's 200 pounds, his abs used to be 400 pounds, lost 30 pounds. You're calling him fat piece.
Coach Greg
Who do
exposed
you
to
think's
Jeff
the
Nippard.
corniest fitness person?
Find like corny.
Lame.
Lame.
So who do you think is the lamest?
Lame isn't a word I use. I can't give it meaning.
Annoying.
Annoying. Jeff Nippard. Annoying.
Why?
Yo!
His voice.
They're saying his voice.
Bro, that's crazy that he has the audacity to say anyone else's voice is annoying. Yo, chill. Yo, put some respect on Jeff's name, okay? Bradley, don't laugh at him. What are you doing? Also, this is a joke for the fucking 8 Greg Douchit fans that are in here that are going to clip this and be like, see, he's really upset. He's being serious. I'm not being serious at all. I think this is very funny, and I'm glad you made a video, Greg.
This is annoying?
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy disrespectful. Whoa.
It's like I see how he is on camera and I see how he is behind the scenes, and it's a different person when somebody else is like mean off camera, like some of the messages that we had, the choice of words he's used, things he said to my partner.
Whoa. Okay, Jeff off camera, I'll be honest, like I've never actually hung out with him in person, but like we talk off camera. We talk in the DMs. He's a really nice guy. What the fuck? Yo.
Like it's just
Who do you think's the corniest fitness person?
find like
I would be shocked.
Shit. That's what you're doing to me. Literally the same thing.
You got to this peak physical form and you're still gonna die before the fat guy dies.
I'm 48.
Wait, I wasn't even talking about Greg at that point. What the fuck? Why is he clipping me out of context, dummy? I don't think I was talking about Greg. I can't remember. It was a while ago. But I think I was talking about like how gearheads who fucking shit on fat people. I was talking about, I think I might have said it in the same time frame, so it's understandably confusing, especially for someone who thinks my fan channel is me. But I'm pretty sure that I was referencing when a lot of like gearheads, like these fucking, dudes who are on an unimaginable amount of steroids will like shit on fat people, and like they're probably gonna die before the fat person dies. So technically it's more so an argument about like how the aesthetics don't necessarily mean everything, and he knows that better than anybody else because he constantly talks about all these like steroid people that use steroids then go and die at an early age.
Am I literally going to die before the fat guy dies? I do.
I'm not talking to him at all. I don't think. It would be more akin to like something that him and I would probably agree on, which is like the Trend Twins. You know what I mean? Also, damn, bro, you look kind of old for 48. Jesus Christ.
7 hours of cardio a week. I go to the gym 2 or 3 days. I do full body workouts. I eat exceptionally healthy. I get my blood work done regularly. And aside from getting freaking pneumonia, but I mean, I was in fact having asthma throughout my life. And if it weren't for the fact that I do so much cardio, perhaps I would be in worse shape after all.
At least they got there by eating delicious treats.
It sounds like somebody that's never turned a page in my cookbook. Literally, I'm eating protein ice cream.
Bro, I'm not talking to you, big dog. I'm talking to fucking people. Oh my God. All right. I'm skipping the fucking
blood sugar. It's 3
He's doing
sugar. Instead
he's
of
doing promo for his cookbook.
Sam, eat some more after doing cardio.
Be normal. It's very frustrating. And I say this as a man who struggled with weight his entire life.
And so, dude, all you have to do is get my cookbook. Code Greg, 15% off.
Oh my God, bro. Come on.
Liz with the ladies is going to help you in every aspect of your life.
You think fat people don't know they're fat?
Greg!
Of course they know they're fat.
Give me something
better than your fucking bullshit ass cookbook. Come on now. These motherfucking ads in here. What the hell is this? Shill. Dumbass.
I don't agree with that. Eric Janicki literally looked at the guy and said, isn't this guy healthy? Doesn't he look healthy? I'm like, no, he's fat. He's obese. What are you talking about?
I've definitely felt disgusted looking at my own body and looking at other fat bodies in my life. A lot of the disgust I felt looking at people was me feeling disgusted with myself.
People are hating on me for saying that I look at 600-pound individuals with disgust, while he himself, who's far lighter than this, he himself looks at himself with disgust.
You deserve to be bullied.
He's just a bully, dude. A sad, insecure bully with perhaps the worst hairline replacement I've ever seen in my entire life.
Notice how he body shames Myron.
Dude, bro's defending Myron. Yes, dude. I don't have a fucking problem with this, okay? I don't. Especially when someone is doing that to a fat person by being like, you're fat piece of shit. That means you're a fucking loser. You're a moral failure. Yeah, when I hear that, I'm going to be like, the fuck says you, bro? Fuck you mean?
I mean, if you're going to call him out for
I'm calling his hairline out.
And you do the
His hairline is busted, bro. What the fuck? This guy, literally, all he does is fucking body shame. What is this? Is he just going to, what? Coach Greg also went to get, oh no, was that an accidental stray for Coach Greg? I thought Coach Greg had natty hair. His shit looks like a Lego piece, bro. His shit looks slanted. Give me a fucking break.
Exact same thing to him. What are you teaching him? I mean, are we fighting fire with fire? Are we not going to be the bigger person?
I'm so sensitive. I can't believe you're body shaming Myron. Like, do you know what that guy does? Like, for a living? Are you kidding me?
If Myron is doing something wrong in calling these people out and speaking to them this way, how are you a better individual, a better person, by doing the exact same thing that he's doing?
Maybe we should have bullied your barber. Maybe we should have bullied whoever gave you that goddamn hairline. Oh my Lord!
I don't even see anything wrong with his hair. Like, I literally don't. And if I did, I would speak up. I'm very honest about these things. I don't think his hair looks bad. And since
there ain't no way. Wait, what did he say you're teaching Myron? I don't know. I've lost the plot a little bit. I feel like okay. This little lady wants attention. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. This little lady wants attention real fucking bad. Okay? Like, I wanna do this. I wanna keep this video going, but
when are we talking about hair when we're talking about the body?
Yeah. Oh, you were bullying a bully? Hypocrite much? I rest my case. Owned.
You can't really do anything about your hairline now, can you? If you have a balding gene and you're going...
Dude, what's crazy about this is that, like, what's crazy about this whole thing is that, like, a lot of people that do this kind of stuff that are just like, hey, this is called tough love, okay? It's called tough love. Turn into, like, the biggest fucking liberal crybabies the moment that their feelings are hurt. Like, are we gonna act like you didn't spend fucking 2 hours just like shitting on fat people, saying that they're degenerate and stuff? Like, why can't you take it? You could dish it out, but you can't take it? What the fuck's going on? You know? I can't believe that he just made an entire fucking video being like, you hurt me and Myron's feelings. And honestly, that's really fucked up. Myron in that video literally said, we should bring bullying back. We should fat shame people. Fat shaming is good. Bullying is good.
Going bald and you don't have any hair? Is that on you? I don't think so.
I love that he's like, dude, you can't do anything about being bald. You can't. You can be confident in your fucking hairline. That's one thing. Or you can do what I've been doing, right? I take Propecia, as you guys know. I can say it. Last but not least, the entire point is you're like, oh, you can't overcome fucking baldness without medical intervention. Like, in a lot of instances, you can't overcome being fat without medical intervention either. Like, the fuck are we talking about? Ultimately, it's still up to you. It's like saying, oh, well, if you ate your vitamins right, you wouldn't be bald. That's what it sounds like whenever these motherfuckers talk about obese people. The worst part about the obesity conversation is that, like, I'm not saying it's impossible to fucking overcome your weight problems. I myself I was obese. I lost all the weight. I kept it off for years and years. I went from 320 pounds all the way down to 220 pounds, and I stayed there for fucking 5-6 years. During COVID, my weight shot back up. I lost all my muscle mass. I gained all this fucking fat, okay? And it took me 2 years, almost 3 years to get back to a comfortable place and, like, go back down to 235. I'm 235 right now. I'm still fucking on my weight loss journey, okay? These are things I talk about, you guys know, every single day. And it's just, like, so weird that these dudes will just, like, argue against a position I'm not making. I'm simply saying that obesity is not as simple as like, oh, you're eating too much food. There's a lot of systemic problems that contribute to it. Okay, something that most people take for granted, for example, is like walkability in their cities. If you live in a walkable city, automatically, if you live in a city with adequate public transit, for example, you're walking around a lot more. Okay, that automatically creates an environment where you're probably going to be healthier across the board. It is very stupid. People just completely forget this shit. I miss the old you ordering ice cream Sammies. I used to order ice cream Sammies when I was shredded, though. And I still eat ice cream sandwiches, for the record. You can put that in your diet. It's not a problem. Hormone issues as well, which are usually genetic. Yeah, the hormone problems too. But like ultimately, there's a lot of systemic factors at play, which is why I suggested Jeff Nippard's obesity video.
I think so. But if you're 4 or 5 or 6 or 700 pounds, you can eat less.
Get out of there. Go. She goes in there and puts her fat ass on the fucking cable that's connected to my speakers, and then it just breaks the speakers every time.
You can go for a walk.
It's ridiculous to me.
Yes, I'm fat shaming my dog.
We're running around. Meanwhile, people are being bombed in Gaza.
You're fat while people are being blown up in Gaza? What does that have to do with anything, dumbass?
Dumbass. Why are you stupid? Your hairline sucks. You should be this, that. I mean,
I never said I'm not a bully. I am a bully. I'm a bully. If you're bullying people, I will bully you, okay? Why are you so fucking bent? Yes, dude. Yes. I am a bully. I am a fucking bully. If you're bullying other people, I will bully you. This is one of the things that fucking right-wing people, not saying Greg is, before people get mad at me, okay? But this is why a lot of like red pill people get so fucking mad. They get so mad at me because I'm like, no, I'm going to bully you. You're a fucking bully. I'm going to bully you back. Suck my dick. That is the problem. It breaks people's brains where they're like, oh, you're supposed to be woke. It's like, no, I'm not. Actually, I'm not supposed to be woke. I will bully you. If you are a bully yourself, I will bully you. Okay?
I mean, all I'm pointing out is what he's saying. If you guys want to shit on me and Myron, go ahead. But your hero that's doing this is doing the exact same thing.
You're the highest obesity rate per capita out of all the other OECD developed nations. Perhaps that has something to do with more than just a moral failing, as you put it.
Myron's pointing out that we live in this amazing country, yet you're still overweight and you have every ability.
This is actually really stupid. I'm actually shocked. I'm shocked because like I thought he was smarter than this. Because personally, like a lot of the points that I addressed right there, I just addressed earlier, right? There's a lot of factors at play with the obesity epidemic, right? Bad food choices that are, I mean, the corn lobby plays a big role in this, like our food subsidies, our agricultural subsidies are a massive problem. There's fucking high fructose corn syrup and everything. The foods that we eat are not very nutritious. Ultimately, the point I'm making there is that it's more than just like a moral failure. America is a wonderful nation on the planet doesn't fucking cut it. Obviously, this problem still persists in this wonderful nation on the planet. We are massively car-centric, for example. Exactly, you're right. And these are legitimate problems, legitimate hurdles. Not having access to quality food options, substitutes, not having a good education surrounding food from an early age. Like, poverty is a massive problem. In terms of how people become fat and overweight and obese. So it's frustrating because this guy's supposed to be this like fucking fitness guy. He should know this stuff. Like, that's crazy. I'm actually kind of shocked that he just literally, I feel like he's faking it. Like, it makes me feel like he's just portraying himself as dumber than he actually is, you know?
This earth to lose the weight. You have access to the internet. You have access to healthy food, to gyms. You can walk outside. And so you're still choosing to be fat.
He said he's naturally skinny. You have to understand that there are people who are naturally overweight, right? Like, that's insane.
Obviously, it's easier for some people to be skinnier than others. Obviously, it's easier for some people to have greater work ethic than others. For me, I find it easier to push myself in the gym.
Me too, King. Me too.
Study harder than last time, to work harder than last time. It's inside of me. It's intrinsic. Some people, it's not as hard, but you can still choose to work harder. You can choose to put the fork down. You can choose to do better. Myron isn't fit enough for me to care about his opinion. Well, if Myron isn't fit enough...
Now he's duking it out with like random comments on YouTube. Bro, are you okay? What the fuck are you doing?
Enough to care about his opinion. What about the 4 fat...
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that he just like spouted off immediately have a major issue, okay? Cost and time. If you're working 2 fucking jobs, maybe you don't have time to go to the gym. You know what I mean? These are like genuine setbacks that, you know, people who aren't professionally fit like you might have issues with. I know that you're trying to sell your fucking cookbook or whatever, your fitness program or whatever the fuck you're selling, but ultimately, like, you know, buying that cookbook is not going to be enough. Okay? For a lot of people, they now have to buy the stuff that is in your cookbook, the foods. Maybe they don't have money. Maybe they live in a fucking food desert. So they can't actually very quickly and easily go to a grocery store to get all the healthy food items that you are selling or that you feature in your cookbook, rather. Very frustrating that this is a setback or a hurdle that someone who is very fortunate, blessed to be a hard worker is failing to consider. Holy shit.
Guys, what about them? If you can't listen to Myron because he's not fit enough, what exactly is fit enough? As someone with PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, of which I've done videos about, and I understand in detail, I've coached these ladies in the past, who physically cannot lose weight no matter what. That is a lie. Physically can't lose weight no matter what. That means that if I put them in a room and controlled everything that went in their mouth, they couldn't lose weight. It's bullshit. It's a lie. If they didn't eat enough, they would die of starvation just like everyone else. It upsets me so much how people think of being fat as a moral failing, and I'm glad you're talking about that. If you don't want to be fat, you can choose not to be fat. Being 5'6" manlet like Coach Greg is not a choice. I can't choose to be taller. I could get limb lengthening surgery, spend $120,000 and be in pain for a year in a hospital bed. That could make me taller, but I can't just want to be taller. But you can want to be skinnier even with people.
Bro, hairline, manlet. Oh no. Oh, I hit it where it hurts, didn't I? Oh no! Listen, I thought he was a short king. He's the one who said he's a manlet. Okay, he's exhibiting manlet activities currently as we speak. I would have originally considered him to be maybe a short king and not a manlet. Seems like he's. Oh no! Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, he said he's 5'6".
PCOS or with an underactive thyroid or with the slowest metabolism in the world, and you can still lose weight. Yep, I have PCOS. My hormones and insulin resistance make it nearly impossible. The only way I lose weight in my life was by developing an ED. Guess what? Not healthy to have an ED either. Yeah, I guess if you develop some kind of a microbiome. So of
I'm
course
skipping
right
this.
now.
What is he doing?
It'll work. Try it. I triple dog dare you.
People burn at their resting metabolic rate a different set of calories.
Doesn't matter.
That's true. He's absolutely right. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
The reason it doesn't matter is because no matter how slow your metabolism, if you eat less calories than that, you'll lose weight. And so myself, because I do an hour of cardio a day and have muscles and a metabolism and so on, I can eat 3,500 or 4,000 calories a day. And so if I eat 3,000 calories a day, I'm going to shrivel up. I'm going to look horrendous.
That's crazy. I wish. God damn. I literally I have to stay at a deficit, sometimes under 2,000 calories a day, twice a week. And then the rest of the days of the week, 2,500 calories. Now, of course, obviously, it's impossible for me, at least, to get it down to an exact number of calories because I'm like ordering food as well, even though I weigh my chicken that I order. So I'm very jealous of his 3,500 calories, but he does have a lot more muscle mass than me, so that's probably what it is. That's, you know, now he's just flexing his metabolism. You're right. He's flexing his metabolism. Oh, Greg. Oh, no. You're flexing your fucking metabolism. Some of us don't have it as good as you, Greg. Oh, Greg. You weigh the chicken from the Uber Eats? Yeah, I do every day. Today's chicken was 13 ounces.
I'm going to be way too skinny. Somebody else has a slower metabolism. They can only eat 2,000 calories a day. Guess what? If you eat 1,500, you lose weight. Someone else, they can only eat 1,500 calories a day. Poor them. Horrible. Guess what? They eat 1,000, they lose weight. Someone else, oh my goodness, the worst metabolism ever. 1,000 calories a day is their resting metabolic rate. It's horrendous. They're only...
You said, do I have a scale? Yeah, I do. At the desk. Yeah, I always keep that fucking thing on me. Yeah, I scale it before I eat every day. You guys don't see it because it's off camera, but I do it every day.
4'3" and 80 pounds, 1,000 calories a day. If they eat 800, they're losing weight. Do you see how it makes sense that no matter how slow your metabolism is, you can still lose weight?
How hard the task is entirely determined on the individual, their lifestyle choices, their environment.
And those lifestyle choices, like if you do cardio, do you know how many calories cardio burns? It's a lot. If you do cardio, for example, I did slow cardio because of the pneumonia and stuff. I burned 717 calories in an hour. That's 717 extra calories that I can eat. So raise your hand out there if you wish you could eat 717 extra calories a day. Do you know how much delicious food that is? It could be ice cream, it could be burgers, it could be sugar, it could be anything. But guess what? You're not doing the cardio. You're not burning the 717, and so you don't get to eat all that stuff. But oh no, you're eating it anyway and not doing the cardio, and that's why you're fat.
The idea that like, oh, it just doesn't matter, I did it, shut is just, you're denying an entire field of science for no particular reason.
The field of science in this is the law of thermodynamics.
Nobody escaped the laws of thermodynamics. That's why I always try to burn more than I consume.
If you're in a calorie deficit, you're losing weight. No matter what science you want to bring in, if you're in a deficit, you're losing weight. It's how it works.
What if I turned around and I did the same thing to you? You're talking about how fit and stuff that you are, but you're over there and you're smallest compared to these other guys.
Get his ass.
So he's putting Myron down for being natural.
GSP Cameo, you're wrong, I'm afraid. So he does the... He basically listens to what I have to say about the lifestyle choices and shit.
Burns us a lot. If you do cardio, for example, I did.
The problem is like, I don't know if he doesn't understand. Like, we are not in disagreement. If you're saying that like everyone has the capacity to lose weight, yes, of course everyone has the capacity to lose weight. What the fuck are you talking about? You're literally repeating the terms. You're repeating the things that I'm saying in this video because you agree with them, but you can't. Honest to God, you can't come across like you're agreeing with me on this issue. So you have to present it like I'm fucking saying something different. It's very weird. There's a difference, okay? I just don't fucking think that it's a moral failure to be fat, okay? And I don't, and to go along with this, with what I do believe, I also don't personally think it's a valid thing to do to people. I don't think it's good to do. It's not, if you genuinely want people to be healthy, fat shaming them is not going to work. There are so many fucking studies showing the exact opposite. Okay, fat people know that they're fat. You don't have to remind them all the time and yell at them about it and make fun of them because they already fucking carry that around. It's not a double entendre, even though it kind of is. Okay, they carry the weight of that all the time. They know. Okay, so consistently fucking cynically bullying fat people is not going to actually cause them to lose weight. It's idiotic notion.
Slow cardio because of the pneumonia and stuff. I burned 717 calories in an hour. That's 717 extra calories that I can eat. So raise your hand out there if you wish you could eat 717 extra calories a day. Do you know how much delicious food that is?
This guy's fucking doing 700 calories worth of cardio. Dog, you are so far removed from the average person. Like, it is insane to me. You think the average person has 700 extra calories in cardio every day? Bro, if a normal person that is a 9-to-5 did 700 calories worth of fucking cardio, they would die. They wouldn't be able to go to work the next day, okay? That's insane. That is insane. That is an unimaginable amount of intense cardio that you're doing, okay? Let's take a look at what I've done today. Yesterday's a better example because yesterday was an intense day, right? Yesterday, according to my Apple Watch, I burned 1,899 calories on just my active calorie burn alone. The total calories, according to my Apple Watch, that I burned was 4,556. Now, obviously, that's not correct. My body is not that good at burning calories. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Now, for that, I had a functional strength training in the morning. That was 507 calories. Then I played basketball for exactly an hour. And the active calories that I burned in that process was 881 calories. That is intense cardiovascular activity. My average heart rate in that process when I was doing full court 5-on-5 pickup basketball was 151. The normal person, the average American, does not have the amount of time that they can put into doing just that. And on top of that, they also do not have time to recover from activities like that. The only reason why I can do this is, one, I'm a profoundly fortunate individual as a Twitch streamer, okay, and also someone who is very financially secure. And the other reason why I can do it is because I've been doing it for years, and so are you. A normal person can't just drop it like on a dime and just start doing 800 calorie intense cardio sessions, okay? Like that is going to cook most people. That is going to cook and destroy most people. They're not going to be able to go to work the next day, okay? Especially someone who is very overweight, someone who doesn't work out that much. I think his attitude is very warped from how much experience he has in this field. 717 isn't a small amount. I've done a bit of cardio. I've done 11 miles on a bike for an hour, and it's like 500. Yeah.
It could be ice cream. It could be burgers. It could be sugar. It could be anything. But guess what? You're not doing the cardio. You're not burning the 717, and so you don't get to eat all that stuff. But, oh, no, you're eating it.
Also, this is like really bad dietary advice. You can't outwork your diet. Come on, you know this. This is like diet 101. What the fuck's he saying? Like, there's no way. Does he believe that you can outwork your diet? Like, what are you talking about? 700 calories. I worked out for 700 calories. Now I can have 700 extra calories. Like, that's ridiculous. I don't think he agrees with this. I think he's just lost the plot a little bit. Does he believe this? Is this an argument that he makes? Flex again? Sure. He thinks thermodynamics is all that matters. No, I'm a believer in fucking calories in, calories out as well. I believe in thermodynamics too. The problem is that attitude is wrong, okay? Although I also believe in calories in, calories out. Your body's an engine, and there's like a amount of fucking, I mean, the resting metabolic rate conversation is literally just that. Ultimately, if you think you can outwork your diet, I mean, if you think you can just like eat a shit ton while simultaneously burning a shit ton of calories, you're wrong. Like, that's a very difficult process. You are not like an Olympic trainer. Like, you're not an Olympic athlete. You will most likely gain weight in that situation, which is why many people do not suggest that.
It anyway and not doing the cardio, and that's why you're fat.
The idea that like, oh, it just doesn't matter, I did it, shut up, is just, you're denying an entire field of science for no particular reason.
The field of science in this is the law of thermodynamics.
Nobody escaped the laws of thermodynamics. That's why I always try to burn more than I consume.
If you're in a calorie deficit, you're losing.
I agree with the thermodynamics, but that's not... Wait, bro, I don't even disagree with you. What the fuck's wrong with this guy? Is he not listening to anything I'm saying? Did he clip chip me and then hit me with a fucking GSP Instagram post like Dr. GSP?
Losing weight. No matter what science you want to bring in, if you're in a deficit, you're losing weight. It's how it works.
What if I turned around and I did the same thing to you? You're talking about how fit.
Oh, he cut it off. He just moved on. Bitch. I never said I don't agree with calories in, calories out. Bitch. That's fucked up. This is the first time. I'm actually kind of slightly bent. Okay, that's a little bad faith. Mr. Duchette, I did not suspect you to be this bad faith. I never said I do not agree with thermodynamics. Okay? There are still a lot of factors that go into it, which I was addressing in the video, and I've addressed again. I would like for you to rescind that part of the video. I also, alongside Dr. GSP, the eminent doctor, George St. Pierre, an esteemed Quebecois, okay, believe in calories in, calories out as well. It's messed up. Metabolics is actually insanely complicated. Yes, when I say calories in, calories out, I mean like it's a pretty solid way to rudder your ship, your journey.
But you're over there and you're smallest compared to these other guys.
Get his ass.
So he's putting Myron down for being natural and being healthy, saying, oh, you're not as jacked as that Coach Greg or Eric Janicki, so you're small. And then this guy cheers for him. It's okay to punch up. Insult the healthier people. Insult the guys with more followers. But if you're obese or you're somehow lesser, oh, you can't pick on those people. You can't say anything negative about them. You can't speak the truth.
Because Jubilee want to click. Okay, for the record, if like the fat people on the fat side of the fucking argument were like assholes, okay, I would shit on them too. The difference is I'm shitting on assholes. Okay. Yes, I do think it's okay to punch up. Yes, if someone's being a fucking asshole, then yeah, you can be an asshole back to them. Is my opinion. That's what I think. That's how I operate. You might not like it. Don't know why you're crying about it. Seems like you're crying a little bit. Except he doesn't really bring the clicks. You put Jeff Nippert in there, that video gets way more clicks.
And no Jeff Nippert, who would say all the polite, nicety things and not speak out anything about anything that's not politically correct, doesn't get more views than Myron, who speaks his mind.
The idea that, like, just because some... Wait, what? Really? Let's look. I mean, Jeff Nippert, he's the one who brought this up. So I'm actually interested. I want to see. He has 4.69 million subscribers. 13 days ago, he uploaded best and worst tricep exercise ranked, 1 million views. Science Nerd exposes pro body pillars, 1.2 million views. Best and worst chest exercise ranked by Science 2 months ago, 2 million views. Now let's look at Fresh and Fit. Why is he defending Myron so much? That's weird. Fresh and Fit, 1.75 million subscribers. Johnny Mitchell on building multi-million-dollar drug trafficking operation, 89,000 views. Even Gym Etiquette, 10 rules of the gym you must learn, 59,000 views. How to become an FBI special agent. Oof. Yeah, no, I think I was right on that, man. That's another big L for you, Greg. I mean, you said I was irrelevant because you were, responding to one of my fan accounts, which is pretty funny. Like, that's not even my page. It's a fan owned and operated page. They just cut my videos and make money off of them, which is great for them. Saying I'm irrelevant because my fan account has 200,000 subscribers while you're over here fucking writing for Fresh and Fit, and the disparity between Fresh and Fit and Jeff Nippert is fairly significant. Maybe you just agree with him and you think Jeff's a pussy for being polite and not because he's being truthful personally. Someone is fat, that must mean they're lazy, is insane.
How is it insane? If you're obese, it means you're not burning as many calories as you're consuming. And so if you weren't lazy, you could literally burn off those calories. You could go to the gym, you could walk it off. And so how are you not lazy? I don't understand. What is the definition of lazy? Are we maybe not on the same page? If you're...
I think so. I mean, I definitely brought this up in the video that he probably won't be showing, but I'm almost certain, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I talked about like a person with 2 jobs who's obese, right? Like, do you think that guy is lazy? They're obese. They have 2 fucking jobs. They're trying to make ends meet. Do you think that like the only way someone can not be lazy is if they're a fucking fitness influencer? Like, what is happening?
Disciplined, dedicated, not lazy. You could literally walk for 2, 3, 4, 17 hours a day and lose the weight.
You know how many fat people exist in America that work like 3 goddamn jobs?
They have time not to eat, though. They have time to put the fork...
Wait, no way. He brought it up and he's still... Oh my God.
Down, okay?
As two different arguments, which I address as well.
And so, yeah, I get it. Laziness comes in different departments. You can be lazy physically, but not be lazy mentally, intellectually. You could perhaps be working a 15-hour job. You're not lazy. You're working for 15 hours. You're writing on the computer. You're typing.
Yeah, don't you think that if you're working 15 hours a fucking day, that kind of makes it harder to go and work out afterwards? What is happening? This dude is out of control, man. People that have an easy time getting to a caloric deficit, shitting on fat people, are like people born rich, shitting on people who are born into generational poverty. It's just privilege. You're right. It's skinny privilege, and we should speak on it, King. It's just, yo, let me walk 17 hours after being done with my 12-hour job. Yeah. I mean, it's not even that. Like, there's always, this is another thing that I stress. There's always an opportunity to fit a workout in there somewhere, okay? There are ways in which you can manipulate your life so that you can maximize on the healthiest outcomes, which is ironic because, like, I think he would probably agree to that. It's just that the difference is I don't have a fucking cookbook to show or supplements to sell you like Turkesterone or whatever the fuck he was selling back in the day. So I personally don't have a vested interest in like selling you a product. I'm just simply telling you that there are ways in which you can, have a better diet, something that I talk about quite a bit. Obviously get MyFitnessPal and start logging the shit that you eat. Now, I'm not going to get into all of that right now, but But these are things that I've talked about quite a bit. It's funny because people call you out of touch with regular people. I know. It's just like so odd. All you need to do is be like, this guy's a socialist, but he's rich. What a hypocrite. And then people will do that. And people will be like, yeah, he is out of touch.
Playing games, you're making money as a gamer, doing all this stuff. You're not lazy in that way, but you're lazy physically. So you're lazy in the
I don't think he's talking to me because, excuse me, sir, I work out quite a bit, okay? I work out quite a bit.
physical department. And so perhaps you have to be more specific and say you're lazy, physically lazy. Also, you're not putting the fork down. So whether it's laziness or lack of dedication.
Wait, now he's saying you can't outwork your diet. The fuck? Now he's saying you're not putting the fork down. Yeah, no shit, dude.
Or effort, you're choosing to be overweight.
So obviously, especially if a dude is like this level, like these two douches. Well, not this guy. This guy's kind of a king, but Greg Douche.
These two douches, well, not this one, but this one. Why? Because my name is Greg Doucette, and if you put it in a computer and you auto-correct it, it says douche.
Yes.
Why? Because I actually have an opinion, and I'm honest, and I'm being my authentic.
Yes. It's because you're a douchebag. Like, you sound kind of like a douchebag. I don't know why people think like being a fucking dickhead is like a cool thing. And he can turn that around and say that to me too, by the way. Be like, oh, it says you're being a douche too. Yeah, I am, because you're being fucking mean, okay? I'm being mean to a person who is being mean to others. That's the difference. And many people think I'm a fucking asshole for that reason. And I don't care, okay? That's the difference. You should also have the same attitude. You should be like, I'm a douchebag. Oh, why are people attacking me for simply uttering my opinion? Well, your opinion is fucking dickish, and it's kind of shocking that you're a fitness influencer who's over here fucking talking about how, buy my cookbook and you'll be able to save yourself from the treacherous nature of being fat. It's wild.
And I'm not just telling you what you want to hear. I'm telling you what you need to hear. That makes me a bad person. I'm literally on a show and being asked to be honest and give you my honest opinion. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Once again, I'm being attacked for my honest opinions is like such a dumb guy way of defending your positions. You're not even defending your positions at all. You're just saying that, like, yeah, I said some shit and you had a problem with it. And he's not even addressing the things that I have a problem with for the most part.
That makes me a bad person. Well, so be it.
Is because I know how hard that is to maintain. Okay. That doesn't come easy, especially at Greg's old age. Oh my God. That shit's not easy at all.
Well, how do you think that is? It's because I'm not lazy. It's because I'm dedicated. I put in the
I'm giving you props, Greg.
Work. If I didn't do cardio and ate pizza and ice cream and potato chips all the time, I would be overweight. My parents, my mom and dad, are both obese. My mom especially in particular, very much overweight. And are they walking? Yeah, they go for walks, but they're clearly not putting the fork down. My genetics are not to be shredded. I have asthma. I was a sickly child, but I chose to do something about it. I trained harder than last time. I did 20 hours of cardio a week. When I was younger, to do triathlons, I studied my ass off.
Me too, me too.
At the highest average. I continue to study very hard. I apply myself. And so when I hear all these people who are lazy and not...
Yeah, his mom must be just lazy as fuck. And a moral failure, I guess. Which, by the way, I don't even want to entertain that. I don't even want to ask him that question because I feel like I'm like legitimately worried he's going to say, yes, she is.
Working hard and playing video games all day, eating potato chips and saying, oh, it's my genetics. I'm like, really? Are you trying? If you try half as much as I do, you're not being overweight. And if I trade bodies with you...
Black and white photos, he was a Vietnam vet, yeah.
In 2 years from time, you are skinny and I am fat. That is a fact.
People like him, so unimaginably insecure that they have basically created a persona.
You have to understand, we all view the world through different lenses. And so just because he says these things, it doesn't mean that he's insecure. Andrew Tate.
Dude, come on, bro. You're literally fucking defending Fresh and Fit, a guy who serially brings like hired women that he pays money for off of like sugar baby websites to berate them when the conversation doesn't go his way. What the fuck's wrong with you? Maybe you are that insecure and you don't even actually comprehend that he is also just as insecure as you.
Tate says something, it doesn't mean insecure. It just means that he's honest with himself and shares his opinions with you. You can believe it, you can disagree with it, but that is okay.
I don't have to constantly be like, yeah, I'm such an alpha male. I'm such a tough guy. It's okay to be vulnerable from time to time.
And so he says he's very confident that he can be himself, and so can I. I'm confident enough that I can say something. For example, I feel disgust.
Well, it doesn't seem like you're that confident, big dog, because you made a fucking 25-minute video crying about how I'm making fun of you for saying fat people are pieces of shit. Okay? Yeah, here, you want to hear what the rest of he says? The rest of the what he's about to say? Well, you won't be able to unless you're subscribed, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
When looking at people 600 pounds.
What happened to Kyrie? Let's hear your analysis. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. Shut up. It's the power of racism won tonight, is winning. I don't even know if the game is over. And honestly, you guys are real pieces of shit. Okay? You're real pieces of shit for this. Okay? It's just, yeah, the game is over. Holy moly, that's 20 points. Jesus Christ. Okay, listen. Listen. Martin Luther Kyrie Irving King Jr. Okay? First game of the finals, obviously he gave it to the racists. Okay? He gave it to the racists. And I really have nothing for that. That's all I have nothing. But it's just racism won tonight, and I'm a little emotional about how hard racism won. Jaylen Brown done more for his people than Kyrie in his wildest dreams. Serbia washed. He's Slovenian. You anti-white, anti-Balkan piece of shit. I'm kidding. I made that same mistake as well. Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Hassan. You're welcome. Jason Tatum played like Hassan out there, and they won by 20. Let's not talk about this. Celtics in 4. I'm not even racist. Yeah. Oh, okay, dude. Yeah, you want the Klan to win, but you're not a white supremacist. Got it. Feels like the 2016 election results. Oh, no. Interesting statistic. Winner of game 1 finals wins 30% of the time. Yeah, that means 30% of the time the real winners win. A lot of people out today in their Klan robes, okay? People went to the Tiki Torch store, it seems. It seems like a lot of people went to the store to buy their Tiki Torches, and they're marching. Are we in Charlottesville? Is that what's going on in the chat? A lot of Hawaiian shirts wearers with the khakis in the chat. What are you talking about? I'm just saying Celtics fans are racist and fans of white supremacy. Yeah, a lot of soy globe heads in the chat who believe the earth is not flat. Come on, dude. Come on. Be real. Be for fucking real, okay? Let's finish
knowing that you're going to hate me, and yet I still say it. You have to be very confident.
This guy's like, I'm so brave for saying someone who's 600 pounds is a disgusting freak. Thanks, man. Thank you for your bravery, sir. What an incredibly brave man.
Confident in saying that.
Video summary. He can bully people. If you bully him, he is going to cry. Project insecurities. Promote his cookbook. Got it. Can we go next?
I can say a man is good looking. I can say this guy's attractive. I can talk about how I feel. I can be very emotional. I can express my feelings. I wear my heart on my sleeve. That is true confidence.
Jacked men are more attractive than fat men is such a funny question. Beauty is a subjective concept.
Yeah, beauty is a subjective concept, and subjectively, jacked men are more attractive than fat men. It's in our biology, it's in our...
Wait, I don't think he understands what subjective means. Wait, oh my God, he's so stupid.
Our human nature. You can't sit there and convince me that somebody...
Bro, and subjectively, it's human nature. Oh, wait, I gotta run it again. I gotta run it back. Hold on. Beauty is a subjective concept.
Yeah, beauty is a subjective concept, and subjectively, jacked men are more attractive than fat men. It's in our biology, it's in our human nature.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's red-pilled, just stupid. Like,
you can't sit there and convince me that somebody who is 500 pounds and unhealthy is more attractive than somebody who is 200 pounds and healthy. It's not how it works.
There might be 1% of the world that there's something wrong with them that might think that, yeah, you're 600 pounds, it's so hot, I love that, but
why the extreme? It's like, what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that only 1% of people are choosing fat, obese, over lean, healthy, muscular, athletic, fit.
I don't think he understands that. Like, he's still doing the extreme. Yeah, why? Like, what? You're still doing the extreme. Like, you go from obese to Cristiano Ronaldo. It's like, yeah, dude, I think a lot of people would probably agree. More people would agree that Cristiano Ronaldo is hotter than like someone who's 600 pounds, you know? I don't know why you just keep bringing this up. That's an extreme example. If you're asking like fat versus fit, it's kind of ridiculous because fat and fit are both relatively vague concepts. Like, I guess something in my mind, it doesn't immediately go, let me fucking assume that this is going to be a 600-pound man versus someone who's like super fit and has a six-pack or something.
Versus fat. Fit is more attractive than fat. Healthy is more attractive than unhealthy. Tall is more attractive than short. Oh, that's not true because I know some girl that's 4'10" and she gets all the boys. That's not true because Tom Cruise is short and he can get girls. Just because you have one example out of 100 doesn't mean that that's fact.
Because unfortunately, a popular influencer? No, he's not. Greg Douchebag is infinitely more popular than Fresh and Fat.
Greg Douchebag. Like, why the hate? Like, really? Like, is my content really that bad?
No!
I mean,
but now it is, kind of. But still, he's so mad I kept calling him Greg Douchebag and Greg Douche. I think that's where it came from. He took it real personal. Listen, I love you, Greg. I love you, okay? I love your content. I love your voice. I don't know if I love all the things that you believe. Did you call him short? I don't know if I called him short. I think they were calling Myron short.
At the Arnold's, I'm at the Mr. Olympia meeting thousands of fans. And in my lifetime, I've met 4 people that have said something negative to my face. And so my impression of the world is that people love Coach Greg. There's a few haters.
I think I might have literally called him a short king, actually, and called Myron a manlet. But I don't remember. It's been a while since I reacted to that video.
It's 1%, whatever. But the majority of people who watch my videos understand that I'm overall very, very positive.
He said, Greg, you're a manlet. What does Greg have to say about that? Women actually love my repulsive personality and also my 5'5" stature. Okay, never mind. I did call him a manlet. Oh, no. Okay. To be fair, now it makes sense why he made this video. I kind of deserve it. I deserve it. You know what, Greg? I'm sorry. Okay? I feel bad. I kind of bullied him a little bit too much, I think. Fuck. I'm out here making villains, dude. I didn't even know. I do like that.
Stature.
And also my 5'5" stature.
5'6" stature.
His eyes are a little teary. Okay. I went a little far. I went far. I'm sorry. I went a little too far. That was fucked up. Okay. Greg Douchette, I am sorry. I'm a big meanie and I apologize. I overcooked. I overheated.
5'6". And yes, women do in fact enjoy Coach Greg's personality. It's not that bad. I don't know why you think these things. I don't know why people have this misinterpretation of Coach Greg. Where does it come from? I don't get it.
Wait, so it seems like other people think it too. It's not just me. They're massive fans of a guy who talks like Gilbert Godfrey, who has varicose veins on his forehead.
Varicose veins on my forehead? I mean, I am...
Yeah, I cooked him.
Somewhat vascularity because...
I'm leaving. I'm done. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I fucked up. I went a little too hard. Okay? Maybe the fact that he's going super serious mode right now is making me feel bad. Oh, no. If I recall correctly, you seem more bothered that he was agreeing with a fascist shithead that you expected better. In the beginning, I did. If you watch the entire video, he'll probably see me like kind of shift speeds a little bit. He's not insecure, by the way. No, Coach Greg is not insecure. Dude, holy shit. Dude, my man is coming out like this, okay? Dude.
No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes.
Bro, forehead.
varicose veins on my
I know he saw this. I know you did that and then saw
forehead. I mean, I am very lean. I have somewhat vascularity because there's not a lot of body fat covering me, but I don't think I have varicose veins all over myself.
Is being jacked the most important trait for being attractive?
The fact that not a single person is talking about your personality and like how you carry yourself is insane to me.
Confidence, extremely important, but if you're a 2 and you're extremely confident, you're not getting a 10. You're not. If you're a 9 and you're very confident.
That's not what I'm saying. I've never argued this position.
Confident, maybe getting a 10. But you need to be attractive at a baseline. Your woman needs to have genuine desire for you in order to get them to want you.
Bro's arguing that everyone can be a 7, bro. This is literally my fucking shtick, okay? Oh my God.
You can't just confidence your way into making a woman fall in love with you if you're not attractive to them.
Blows my mind that this is not something that anyone on this discussion has brought up so far. It is dating app brain.
Yeah, good luck being 5'4" and making 50 grand a year and trying to get an 8 or a 9. You're 5 foot.
Wait, what do you mean? What? First of all, these terms are fucking ridiculous. Like, I only use them colloquially, but the idea that like we are all placed in a neat little box and with a number, like this person is a 9, this person is a 7, like that's weird as fuck. I don't think anybody actually operates like that. I hope he doesn't operate like that. Also, I don't know why he's roasting somebody who's only 2 inches shorter than he is. He's like, yeah, why didn't you say 5'6"? Oh, God. All this insult talk is biological predeterministic. It's very stupid. It's not how this works. If that was the case, you wouldn't be advocating for people to better themselves and better their physiques, okay? It's dumb as fuck. We are both, I guess, on the same side on this argument that like people can better themselves. People can, work to become more attractive, whether it be going to the gym, whether it be fixing their hairline, not like Myron, who has gotten the worst hairline surgery I've ever seen. It's like slanted. I don't know why his shit is slanted. That was weird. Weird choice for him. But overall, I think that every single person can better themselves, figure out what kind of hairstyle works on their head, figure out what kind of fucking beard works on their face if we're talking about dudes. It's a much broader conversation. I feel like maybe he doesn't understand what I'm saying.
4, you're 100 pounds overweight and you're broke. You really think that all the confidence in the world is going to land you an 8? Nope. But if you're a multi-millionaire, short, not even very confident, way more lucky with the ladies. I don't make the rules.
The idea that attraction is not subjective at all, and there are certain hardwired qualities that women look for, it's just objectively false.
Arguing with a 4-year-old, 4 + 4 = 8. No, it's 4.
Wait, what? He thinks attraction is subjective, which he agreed. Demonstrated that he doesn't understand what subjective means by saying there's a natural phenomena. It's like a naturally occurring thing. And then simultaneously turning around and being like, no, actually, your side is just stupid. This is math. It's simple math.
How are you supposed to argue with this? There are hard...
Like, he didn't even argue against my point at all. He just keeps repeating what he believes and then saying, what I'm saying is that personality factors into people's equations. I'm not saying that you're stuck in the body that you have in the exact way that it looks like right now either. Oh... He made a Jeff Nippert as a small nerd video.
Jeff Nippert when you know he comes to the same gym. And in case you haven't heard of Big Mike Vance in enough detail that only a moron would not realize that he's speaking about Jeff Nippert. I mean, he's saying there's this guy. He's a nerd. He's small. He doesn't have his...
By the way, yeah, ironic because, like, I ride for Jeff. He's my short king. He's the GOAT. I think he's awesome. I will not be tolerating any kind of Jeff Nippert slander on this broadcast, okay? When Stavi came on the broadcast and told us that if he can get pussy, we can too, that stuck with me. Thank you. Exactly.
Hardwired traits that women look for example, size, being bigger than them. Women are not generally attracted to people who are 3.
Yeah, dude. That's why everybody fucking famously hates Timothy Chalamet. Like, I'm always hearing about how ugly women think Timothy Chalamet is. Okay? Like all the time. Women are constantly talking about, if you were to pull up Timothy Charlemagne, who looks like a sickly Victorian boy, and Greg Doucette, okay, side by side, and ask 1,000 women who they find more attractive, because beauty is subjective, plenty of people would still say Greg. However, I think the majority would probably go to Timothy Charlemagne, even though he is pasty and skinny and smaller than a girl. Okay? It's crazy.
3'4". There's some that like it, but not many. Women like men with money. They like security. They like to feel safe. They like symmetry in a person. For example,
yeah, that's why famously the meta is always like, the greatest dick that I've ever gotten is from a dude in a fucking in a fucking bed without a bed frame. Like, dude, have you never talked to women? Like, what are we talking about? Like, the idea that like all women across the board are constantly looking for like alpha dogs with like a shit ton of money and an Airbnb business is so silly. Okay? I would even go so far as to say the greatest dick I've ever given was when I was fucking broke as shit. So, because I was, trying harder. So.
Well, if one side of your face is like this and the other side's like that, it's not as attractive. And so if you walk out to a woman with lots of confidence and say, hey, baby, I'm very confident, you're not getting laid. I don't make the rules. It's hardwired. This is what they look for. It's genetic. They're looking for a mate that's going to be the father of the children, is going to give the best genes for their survival. It's how life works.
While I am seen as an attractive person by Western standards, I go to Japan right now, I'm not seen as hot.
I bet more Japanese women find him attractive at 6'4" with his facial hair than if he was 4'4" and 500 pounds. Yes? No? Do you agree?
Bro, you literally are, dude, there's no way this guy can I don't know why this guy thinks this is a solid argument. It's like a child. It's talking to a child. Why is it, who is 4'4" and 500 pounds, bro? What are we doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Use like a normal real world example. What? Why are you? What the fuck? He just wants to shit on fat people, I think, over and over again. Also, the argument that I was making is that being big and muscular, okay, actually is not, and hairy is not as attractive by Japanese standards or Korean standards, as a matter of fact, as it is by Western standards. So the counterpoint to what I'm saying would be comparing me to someone who's like a waifish twink. A waifish twink, like March, for example, would get a lot more play than someone like myself. Okay, that's it. This stream has bangers. Yeah, this is a phenomenal run, dude. I love this video. I'm happy that we watched it.
And so, of course, if you're interested in Seacro protein bar.
Oh, bro, ew, boo.
And you can be this if you're in this kind of bullshit. There's certain hardwired traits, and they want you to be fit. The fitter you are, the better you're going to do it.
He's just objectively wrong, and I don't think I'll ever be able to convince him, nor will I ever be able to convince anybody else, for that matter, that is obviously watching this channel because they want to fucking look a certain way and believe in their minds that looking this way is the only way to look hot. Anyway, fuck, man. Who hurt you, Greg? Well, it was me, and I apologize. Okay, we finally found an answer to who hurt you, Coach Greg. It was me, and I'm sorry. Also, like I said, I stand Jeff Nippard. I defend Jeff Nippard. That's my homie, and that's the greatest Hasanabe. That's the most yacked Hasanabe head out there, as far as I know. And that's it. That's all I got for you guys today. I'm gonna play you guys out. Actually, I'm not gonna play you guys out with the Who. I was gonna do the Behind Blue Eyes, but yeah, Floki is number 2 on the yacked equation. Nice half day. Yeah, that's why I did another half day, 9 hours and 25 minutes. I'm fucking lazy, boys. Don't talk about the Celtics, okay? It's bullshit. Racism won tonight, and you guys are fucking bringing it up. You're flexing. You're flexing about white supremacy. Messed up. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There is again, Hassan LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded up, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown.